Chapter 81. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. After hearing this, Du Ruhan knew that there was no hope for him today. He hated his mouth. Why did he speak the truth at such a critical moment? Sure enough, when Governor Luo came to mediate the fight, Du Ruhan had already been served by Zhuang Xianji to the point that even his parents couldn't recognize him. Governor Luo asked awkwardly and respectfully, "Sir, should we investigate those two people?" Zhuang Xianji rejected him immediately. "Is that fellow telling the truth?" Governor Luo's mouth twitched. Young Master Du said that the questions you set were perverted. He was telling the truth. Gu Jiao knew nothing about what happened in Pingqing. She was on the way to the hot spring villa. This morning, Second Master came to her personally and told her about this month's consultation. Although I know that we were talking about consultation, you know young Master Gu's situation. It is indeed inconvenient for him to go out. Second Master did not know that Gu Yan had come to see her not long ago and that she had already given him a follow-up consultation. Gu Jiao paused. Okay. Second Master was stunned. She was so easy to talk to. I have been holding back all this time. Was it all for nothing? The weather was good and the carriage moved quickly. They arrived at the villa in less than 2 hours. The attitude of the people in the villa towards them had changed greatly. Although the guards still looked serious, they were very polite. The servant who came to pick them up was the same person as last time. Her name was Yuya. Yuya led Gu Jiao, the second boss, and the old doctor to a pavilion near the small garden. The young master is soaking in the hot spring. Please wait for a moment. I will go and report to the young master. The hot spring was closer to the pavilion. Yuya was not sure where the young master wanted to see the doctor. If he wanted to go to the hot spring, there was no need to bring them to the main courtyard. Yuya went to ask the young master for instructions and instructed a servant to bring some snacks and tea from the kitchen to serve Gu Jiao and the other two. This treatment was much better than the previous time. The second boss tasted a mouthful of the rose cake and smiled from ear to ear. Is it really that good? Gu Jiao asked. The second boss smiled and said, the things in the Marquis estate are expensive not because they are delicious, but because you can't eat them. He wasn't eating snacks, but glory. Woo! Woo! While they were waiting, the sound of something crying came from the small garden. All three of them heard it. The old doctor followed the sound and asked in puzzlement, "What's that sound?" The second boss stopped eating and listened attentively, but he didn't hear anything. "I'll go take a look," Gu Jiao said. Don't. The second boss wanted to stop her, but was Gu Jiao someone who could be stopped so easily? She got up and went down the steps to the little garden. She followed the sound and soon found the little thing trapped under the fence. It was a little puppy that had just been born. It was unknown how it got stuck in the fence and there was a circle of thorns under the fence. The result was that the more it struggled, the more the thorns pierced into its flesh. It was in so much pain that its eyes were filled with tears. When it saw someone come, it didn't know if it was frightened or excited. It stuck out its little tongue, but it didn't expect to lick the thorns, causing it to whimper in pain. It really is a stupid little puppy. Gu Jiao squatted down and rubbed its furry little head. Don't move. The little puppy didn't understand, but it still moved. It was in so much pain. In order to save it, she had to first move the fence and then pull out the thorns from the little puppy's body one by one. Gu Jiao chose the best position and began to pull the fence. At this time, a servant girl wearing an apricot-colored vest came over. Who is it? Stop right now. Gu Jiao didn't stop. Gu Jiao had a small basket on her back and was dressed like a village girl. The servant girl only felt that this dress was familiar, but did not think much of it. She strode over and grabbed Gu Jiao's small basket. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Gu Jiao calmly turned her head. Her cold gaze was like a knife, scaring the servant girl into letting go. Then, the servant girl recognized her. It's you. Gu Jiao also recognized her. It was the servant who had rummaged through her pouch at Rejuvenation Hall and slandered her as a thief. She was Gu Jinyu's trusted aide called Yu Ru. Why are you here? Yu Ru frowned. She remembered that she had heard that the doctor from Rejuvenation Hall had come to examine the young master. Her face darkened. You're just a little medicine boy. You don't have to follow me every time. Gu Jiao was too lazy to pay attention to her and moved to pull the fence. Yu Ru scolded, what are you doing? That place is filled with young Miss Flowers. Are you worthy of ruining it? Woo! Woo! The puppy cried out in pain. Yu Ru glanced at it and sneered, just because of a mutt. Your dog. Sure enough, like person, like dog. Do you know how much one peony here costs? I'm selling you and your dog. Noisy. Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance and pulled the fence up. Yu Ru's expression changed and she pounced at her. Actually, when Gu Jiao pulled the fence up, she had avoided the peonies. However, when Yu Ru pounced on the fence, the end of the fence swept and broke one of the peonies. That was the one that bloomed the most beautifully. Yu Ru's face turned pale. She suddenly retreated a few steps, far away from the scene. She covered her mouth with one hand and pointed at Gu Jiao with the other. You broke young Miss Flowers. You broke it yourself. You're blaming me. It was Yu Er's voice. She came back after reporting to Gu Yan. Gu Yan told her to bring her to the hot springs. She happened to see this scene. Shameless. Yu said. Yu Ru was Gu Jinyu's personal maid. Not many people in the villa dared to speak to her like this. Yu Ru's face darkened. She broke it. She pulled the fence up. If you don't believe me, ask them. They all saw it. Unknowingly, a few servants had gathered around to watch the show. Yu Ru asked them to testify. Yu put her hands on her hips and said, all right, tell me. Who broke it? Everyone lowered their heads. Yu Ru's backer was Gu Jinyu. It was not worth offending her for a little medicine boy. It was not that Gu Yan was not scary, but Yu Er's attitude was not instructed by Gu Yan. Who did not know that the young master hated these cats and dogs? Yu Ru sneered, see. She's the one who broke it. Gu Jiao, who was pointed at by Yu Ru, did not care about the noise around her. She removed the thorns on the puppy's body and wrapped it in a clean handkerchief. The handkerchief was soon dyed red by the puppy's blood. Woo, woo. The puppy was in so much pain that it teared up. The second boss and senior servant Fong arrived at the same time. Senior servant Fong still remembered Gu Jiao climbing into the bed. She did not have a good impression of Gu Jiao, especially when she saw the bloody puppy in her hands. She became even more impatient. Why aren't you throwing it out? These words were not only directed at Gu Jiao, but also at the second boss. The second boss knew that Gu Jiao would not throw it out. Give it to me. I'll put it in the carriage. The second boss reached out to take the puppy. However, Gu Jiao did not give it to him. The second boss face-bombed. The little girl was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Couldn't she talk nicely? Did she have to be fierce to her? He was done for. Senior servant Fong said coldly, I'll say it again. Throw this little beast out. Otherwise, she will also get out. Who are you telling to get out? Accompanied by an indifferent voice, Gu Yan's sedan was carried over by the servants. Chapter 82. Young Master. Nanny Fong and everyone hurriedly bowed to Gu Yan. The second master also cupped his hands and bowed. The social hierarchy in Zhao country was strict. As a businessman, the second master naturally had to bow when he saw the marquis's son. Gu Jiao was no exception, but she didn't have the habit of bowing to others. She stared fixedly at Gu Yan. When everyone knelt down, she stood out like a crane among chickens, making it impossible for people not to notice her. The second master subtly pulled on her sleeve and motioned for her to bow. Although they were here to treat the young master, they couldn't be rude to him, right? Gu Yan acted as if he didn't see it. He didn't greet Gu Jiao, nor did he force Gu Jiao to bow. He looked at Nanny Fong. Do you want me to ask again? Nanny Fong was so shocked that she forgot to answer. Now that she came back to her senses, she told Gu Yan about Gu Jiao holding the puppy and refusing to throw it out. As for Gu Jiao ruining the peony flowers, she didn't mention it. After all, she didn't see it with her own eyes, so it wasn't her place to say it. Everyone in the residence knew that Gu Yan hated these little things the most. He thought they were noisy. Not long ago, Gu Yan had a rabbit that didn't bark, but it was forcefully thrown out by Gu Jinyu. This girl really hit the knife's edge. She probably didn't even know how she died. Sure enough, when Gu Yan's gaze fell on the bloody puppy in Gu Jiao's arms, his aura suddenly turned cold. Nanny Fong snorted coldly. I told you to throw it out, but you didn't. Did it fall into the young master's hands? Where did the dog come from? Gu Yan asked. I picked it up. Gu Jiao said. It was stuck in the fence and stabbed by thorns. Gu Yan glanced at the fence. The fence that Gu Jiao had picked up had been put back in place, but traces of movement could still be seen on the refurbished soil. Yu Ru glanced at the broken peony flower. Her mind moved and she said, she also broke young Miss Peony Flower. Just for this dog. Yuya spat, you're the one who broke it. It's her. Yu Ru coldly pointed at Gu Jiao. It's you. Yuya placed her hands on her hips. Gu Yan's face became extremely cold. Anyone could see that he was angry. He had a heart disease, so he couldn't get angry easily. Otherwise, he would get sick. Otherwise, Master and Marchioness wouldn't spoil him so much. They even gave him such an expensive antique painting, even though they knew that he was tearing it to vent his anger. Both of you, shut up. Nanny Fong sternly shouted. The two maidservants instantly fell silent. Gu Yan glanced at everyone present and then looked at Gu Jiao, who was among the flowers. You all saw that she did it, right? This was the tone of a punitive expedition, so everyone lowered their heads in tacit agreement. No, it's not her. Yuya was a little frightened by Gu Yan's aura, so her voice also weakened. Gu Yan lightly said, they all said that she did it. You're the only one who said that it wasn't her. It's not her. Yuya muttered in a low voice. Yu Ru proudly hooked up the corners of her mouth. No matter what, the young miss was the young master's older sister. How could the young master not believe her personal maidservant and believe a wild girl from outside? As for this Yuya, she was only a third-rank maidservant in the young master's courtyard. She didn't even have the qualifications to serve the young master. Her words naturally didn't have much weight. Very good. Gu Yan nodded. What's your name? Yuya, was stunned. Me. Yuya, Gu Yan said, other than Doya, drive everyone out of the mountain villa for this young master. It's Yuya. No, drive them out of the mountain villa. It wasn't her. Yuya, was stunned. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Why didn't the young master punish Yuya, and the little medicine boy, but drive them out instead? The only one who had a normal expression was Gu Jiao. From beginning to end, there wasn't the slightest change in her expression. She only focused on comforting the injured little puppy. Yu pounced over in disbelief. Young master, you're my ass. Two hidden guards quickly appeared and pressed down on her with one finger. They threw her and all the servants who tried to slander Gu Jiao out. The guards who were about to step forward to carry out the order were a little dumbfounded. Where did these two guys come from? Are they trying to steal our jobs in broad daylight? The hidden guards in black thought, you guys don't know anything about our little sweetheart. How could we give you guys such a good opportunity to curry favor with him? In the end, only senior servant Fong was left. She was Madame Yao's concubine, so the mountain villa's guards definitely wouldn't dare to touch her. However, the hidden guards didn't say anything and dragged her out. Senior servant Fong shouted, "Let me go. I want to see the madam. I want to see the madam." Whoosh! A hidden guard hit her mute acupoint and she instantly couldn't make a sound. The guards all gave them a thumbs up. You guys even dared to touch senior servant Fong. You guys are awesome. After the hidden guards in black finished doing this, they immediately disappeared into the darkness. When the young master needed them, they were hidden weapons. When the young master didn't need them, they were air. The second master's mouth was wide open and couldn't close for a long time. Gu Yan had someone put down the palanquin. He walked down to Gu Jiao and gently smiled. How was it? Did it relieve your anger? The second master thought, wait, what's going on? You threw so many people out just to relieve the little lass's anger. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it and nodded. It relieved my anger. Gu Yan's smile became even wider. He was born handsome, so when he smiled, even the spring scenery in the garden was overshadowed. It lost a lot of blood. Is it seriously injured? Gu Yan looked at the little puppy in her arms and asked. Yes, I need to find a place to stop the bleeding. You can come to my courtyard. Gu Yan brought Gu Jiao back to his room. Doya, bring a clean mattress over. It's Yuya. Yuya put her hands on her hips and roared in her heart. Yuya took the small mattress to Gu Yan's room with a dark face and spread it on Gu Yan's desk. Gu Jiao cleaned the little puppy's wounds with iodophor and applied some self-made ointment. She also wrapped some gauze around some places. Do you have goat's milk? She asked. Yes, Doya, Gu Yan asked Yuya to bring a bowl of fresh goat's milk. The little puppy licked its lips and drank it. After drinking it, it fell asleep. During the whole process, Gu Yan didn't disturb Gu Jiao. He sat cross-legged on the bed and focused on playing with Gu Jiao's stethoscope. He hung the stethoscope on his ear and lowered his head. He listened to his heart and his stomach. Wow! It's so loud. The world-weary and disagreeable young Master Gu had finally become a curious baby. The old doctor routinely checked Gu Yan's pulse. Gu Yan was very cooperative with the old doctor. His attitude was so good that the old doctor was flattered. Gu Yan's pulse also surprised the old doctor. Of course, there was still a lot of difference compared to a normal person, but compared to his past, it was a great improvement. Chapter 83. The old doctor couldn't help but admire Gu Jiao's medical skills again. There was no cure for heartache. This kind of illness was truly incurable in this day and age. It was already a miracle that it was able to get better. The young master's pulse is good. Continue to take the medicine. He didn't know that Gu Jiao had given the medicine to Gu Yan a few days ago. He continued to act as this old man refined for a long time and finally finished refining the medicine last night. Last Gu, did you bring the medicine? Remember to give it to young Master Gu later. Gu Jiao, I already gave it to him more than 10 days ago. She was suddenly exposed. Gu Yan rolled over on the bed laughing. The matter in the small garden finally reached the head steward's ears. In the past few days, the Marchioness had caught a cold. She was afraid that the illness would spread to Gu Yan. With Gu Yan's health, even a small cold could take his life, so she moved to the orchid courtyard at the back alone. Marquis Gu made all the decisions in the matter. Thus, the head steward reported it to Marquis Gu. He didn't add any details and only described the matter from beginning to end, including how Gu Jiao pulled the fence to save the puppy, the dispute between Yuru and Gu Jiao, as well as how she accidentally damaged Gu Yan's peony, and how Nanny Fong angered Gu Yan. The head steward sighed. Yuru is from the capital and has always looked down on the servants in the manor. This time, she learned her lesson. It's just a pity for Nanny Fong. Marquis Gu coldly snorted, what's there to pity? She chased everyone out. I think she's been a steward for too long and forgot that she's just a servant. Whether or not he recognized that child wasn't someone that a lowly servant could bully. The head steward was a bit confused. What's wrong with being a servant? Isn't that still a higher status than the little medicine boy? What's more, Nanny Fong is the Marchioness's concubine, and the Marquis has always thought highly of her. Why did he suddenly say such harsh words? Marquis Gu asked, aren't they coming in the afternoon? Brought forward. Why didn't anyone report this to me? The post said it was in the afternoon. The second boss planned to come in the afternoon, but he didn't expect Gu Jiao to be so straightforward and leave in the morning. Generally, the doctors among the people would not be able to see the Marquis. At most, they would kowtow to the Marquis after the treatment to get a chance to show their faces. Therefore, the steward did not report to the Marquis in advance. Since senior servant Fong had been scolded, the head steward naturally didn't dare to shirk the responsibility. It's this servant's fault. Please forgive me, Marquis. Where is he? Marquis Gu asked. I think they went to the young master's courtyard. The young master really thought too highly of the people from Huichenhole. Even if those servants did something wrong, there was no need to drive out senior servant Fong and Yuru, right? If the Marquis and the young miss knew about this, wouldn't they be in trouble? This Marquis will go and take a look. Marquis Gu said and stood up from the chair. Marquis. The head steward called out to him, those people outside, how should we deal with them? Marquis Gu pondered for a moment, leave senior servant Fong and send the rest away. Senior servant Fong was Madame Yao's escort. If he sent her away, it would be hard to explain to Madame Yao. His son could drive people out, but he couldn't not bring them back. It was hard to be a father, but it was even harder to be a husband. Moreover, other than having a somewhat annoying personality, senior servant Fong didn't have any bad intentions. She was very loyal to Madame Yao and did her job well. Should we send Miss Yuru away as well? The head steward asked. Marquis Gu coldly said, shouldn't we send away this kind of condescending maidservant who framed others for the new year? Will you take responsibility if she leads Jinyu astray? The head steward hurriedly responded, yes, yes, yes. This humble one will do it right away. Also, Marquis Gu ordered, tell senior servant Fong not to go to Yen Er's courtyard after she comes back. Yes. Gu Yan's temper wasn't good. Every month, he would drive away a group of people, so this matter didn't cause a huge uproar in the mountain villa at first. However, when people heard that senior servant Fong and Yuru were also kicked out, they were really surprised. In the past, no matter how angry the young master was, he wouldn't touch the people around the Marchioness and the young miss. What happened this time? The person involved, Gu Jiao, didn't know anything about everyone's doubts. After she exposed herself in front of Gu Yan, she quietly went to the front courtyard to take a breather. She wanted to be alone. It was also her fault for not informing the old doctor beforehand. However, she really didn't expect the old doctor to be so naughty. He actually learned the second boss and shopkeeper Wang's method of bragging. He had just finished decocting the medicine yesterday, but she had already given it to Gu Yan 10 days ago. She had been sold until she didn't even have her underwear left. Gu Yan was looking at her in the corridor with a smile. Gu Jiao, you're still looking, you're still looking. You're still smiling. I don't want my face. Gu Jiao turned the back of her head to Gu Yan. Coincidentally, the cute little puppy woke up at this moment. It started to whimper and look around for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan picked it up. The cute little puppy was scared as soon as it got close to Gu Yan. Its little body trembled and it whimpered. Gu Yan wasn't stingy with his death stare. He didn't have any love. He hated these cute little things, especially when it was in her arms. She hasn't hugged me before. Gu Yan stared at it with jealousy, as if he was going to pinch it to death in the next second. The cute little puppy felt Gu Yan's murderous aura and barked even louder. Ow, ow, ow. Gu Yan snorted, for her sake, I'll spare you. Although he hated this little thing, since she liked it, it was fine if he didn't hate it that much. When Marquis Gu stepped into the courtyard, he saw Gu Jiao and Gu Yan squatting on the front lawn to make a doghouse. There was a pile of wood scattered on the ground. Gu Jiao was in charge of chopping, Gu Yan was in charge of building, and Gu Jiao was also in charge of nailing. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Often, after Gu Jiao finished one step, Gu Yan knew what the next step was, even though he had never built a doghouse like this before. The two of them had the same taste. The servants brought in all kinds of mattresses to cushion the doghouse. The two of them either liked all of them or disliked all of them. The two of them were like children playing seriously, enjoying each other's company very much. Were they really fraternal twins? Gu Jinyu and Gu Yan grew up together. Marquis Gu had thought of countless ways to get the siblings closer, but the two of them just couldn't play together. Actually, it wasn't just Gu Jinyu. Other people also found it difficult to get along with Gu Yan. This child was full of thorns and would prick anyone who got close to him. Marquis Gu had never seen such an obedient son. His bad temper was gone, and so was that girl. She was much quieter. If that girl was always like this, she didn't seem to be so annoying. I don't want this. It's too ugly. Gu Yan said as he held a roof that Gu Jiao had made. But I don't think it's ugly. Gu Jiao said. This was the last step. Once the roof was nailed up, it would be finished. Gu Yan looked up at the sky. I don't care. I don't want it. Okay. Gu Jiao took apart the roof that she had painstakingly made and made a new one. The second boss was also quite puzzled. The girl was easily irritable. Other than Xiao Lulang, he had never seen her so patient with anyone. Gu Yan's little thoughts couldn't be hidden from Marquis Gu. He couldn't bear to see Gu Jiao continue to stay here after the doghouse was finished. Twins were always special. Even if they were doing the same thing, looking at twins was more interesting than looking at other children. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing to acknowledge them. But if they did, Gu Jinyu would suffer some grievances. Marquis Gu was worried that Gu Yan would bully Gu Jinyu even more. If it was any other son, Marquis Gu could still strictly stop him. But Gu Yan had a congenital illness. If anyone made him unhappy, he could just kill them on the spot. Marquis Gu's head hurt. Marquis. Huang Zhong came over. What are you doing here? Marquis Gu moved outside so that the people in the yard couldn't see him. He didn't want to disturb the two children's play. Huang Zhong said seriously, I heard that Miss is here. I'm here to protect you so that you won't be beaten by Miss again. Marquis Gu gave him a cold stare. Is it because I can't beat her? I'm giving in to her. Oh. Huang Zhong didn't believe him. Thinking of something, Marquis Gu asked, do you have silver needles? Yes. Huang Zhong took out a secret weapon box. What do you need silver needles for? Marquis Gu said, I want to take a drop of her blood. Huang Zhong asked, what do you want Miss blood for? You don't believe that Miss is your biological daughter. Marquis Gu said angrily, am I the one who doesn't believe it now? She doesn't believe it. Huang Zhong thought of Marquis Gu Yan's, I'm your father, and his mouth twitched. That's because there's something wrong with your way of saying it, Marquis Gu snorted. I don't care. If she doesn't believe it, I'll take out evidence to make her believe it. Huang Zhong said again, then why don't you tell Miss directly? Marquis Gu glanced at him. Do you think she'll give it to me if I tell her? Huang Zhong, she won't. But isn't it too much to prick Miss with needles? Why don't you prick her? Marquis Gu looked coldly at Huang Zhong. You prick her. Huang Zhong broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare. Marquis Gu really went over with silver needles. When the people in the courtyard saw him, they all stood up and bowed. Even the second boss and the old doctor who were drinking tea in the courtyard stood up. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to do what they were supposed to do and not make a fuss. He came to the front of the siblings. The light above his head dimmed. The two looked up at him and ignored him, continuing to bury their heads in the kennel. Marquis Gu, who was ignored, forget it. He was here to take blood. It was good that they ignored him. It would be easier for him to sneak up on them. He stood there and waited for the right time. In a moment, the two looked up at the same time and looked at him with disdain. Marquis Gu smiled. Do you not know where to do it? Let me help you. Gu Yan said with disdain, you're blocking the light. Marquis Gu's face darkened. He silently went behind the two. Soon, he found that this position was better. He could prick anywhere. One needle was enough. Marquis Gu secretly waited for the right time. Gu Jiao was nailing the needles on the roof when she suddenly felt two gazes that could not be ignored fall on her. She turned her head in annoyance and met Marquis Gu's gaze. Marquis Gu was ready to insert the needles. He did not expect Gu Jiao to be so sharp and almost caught him in the act. He put the hand that was holding the silver needles behind his back. Gu Jiao looked at his hand that was retracted and then looked at her own shoulder. She felt that his guilty look was very wretched. Don't get in our way here. Gu Yan sensed Gu Jiao's repulsion towards Marquis Gu and began to chase him away. Marquis Gu was so angry that he fell backwards. Was he still their father? If he was not his biological son, he would have beaten him to death. Marquis Gu would not give up so easily. If he could not do it openly, then he would do it secretly. He coughed lightly and said, it must have been hard on you all. Regarding my son's illness, I have many things to ask. I see that Miss Gu is tired. Why don't you go to the side room to rest? Hu Erjia and Dr. Li, follow me to the study. Hu Erjia and Dr. Li went to Marquis Gu's study. Gu Yan and Gu Jiao carried the little puppy back to the side room. Gu Yan could not keep watching over Gu Jiao. Taking advantage of the time when he went to the outhouse, Marquis Gu also found an excuse to leave the study. He secretly put some calming medicine in the tea and found a servant girl to deliver it to Gu Jiao. Once she fell asleep, it would be easy to take her blood. His idea was not bad, but unexpectedly, Gu Jiao smelled that something was wrong. She stopped the servant girl, who asked you to deliver this tea. The servant girl said, it was Marquis Gu. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. He failed to reach out his perverted pig hands, so he planned to drug her. At this age, he was old enough to be her father. She did not expect him to be so perverted. Gu Jiao clenched her small fists. She went to the window and lifted the curtains. She saw Marquis Gu squatting sneakily under the windowsill. Gu Jiao's murderous aura was like a knife. Marquis Gu sensed that something was wrong from her murderous aura. His heart trembled as he took a step back and said, "Well, listen to my explanation. I actually, Buddha, mountain, no, shadow, feet, boom. Bang. Bang bang bang. Bang. Thump. Gulp. I don't know how to swim." Chapter 84. Huang Zhong found his master on a large tree about 100 steps away from the courtyard. Marquis Gu had been scooped up by Gu Jiao and hung on a large tree branch. It was like hanging a wet shirt. There wasn't a dry spot on his body and it was dripping with water. When Huang Zhong saw him, he was shocked. Luckily, it was broad daylight. If it was night time, he might have thought that he had seen a ghost. Marquis, why did you hang yourself on a tree?" "Did I do it?" "It was that audacious girl." "And why is your face swollen?" "It was still that girl." Every time he saw that girl, nothing good would happen. There wasn't a single part of his body that wasn't swollen. He finally realized that the girl was here to jinx him. "I don't want to acknowledge her back." Gu Jiao bid farewell to Gu Yan. Gu Yan was very reluctant, but Gu Jiao promised that she would come for a follow-up examination very soon. Only then did he reluctantly let Gu Jiao go. He and Gu Jiao sat in his sedan chair together and sent Gu Jiao to the carriage. This action once again shocked the group of servants, causing their jaws to drop. One had to know that Gu Yan's sedan chair was his absolute private territory. Once, the young Gu Yan climbed in out of curiosity and was kicked down by Gu Yan. "I'll let you sit in it next time," Gu Yan said to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao nodded. "Okay." After Gu Jiao left the hot spring villa, she didn't immediately return to town. Instead, she went to Principal Li's house. Principal Li was at the academy, so there was only old Madam Li and the servants at home. Old Madam Li wasn't awake much in a day. It was said that sometimes she didn't even recognize Principal Li. But she seemed to recognize Gu Jiao and gave Gu Jiao a big handful of candies with a smile. Gu Jiao checked her body. She was fine, but she was old. Her memory was deteriorating and her body was aging. Gu Jiao left a basket of fresh goods for her. She noticed that old Madam Li was drooling at a mulberry tree outside the wall. Gu Jiao went out of the courtyard and planned to pick some mulberries for old Madam Li. But when she got closer, she realized that the mulberry tree wasn't wild on the side of the road. It was planted in the courtyard next door. Because the tree crown was so tall, it poked out of the wall of her house. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then walked over and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Accompanied by a low cough, the vermilion door was pulled open. The one who opened the door was a lady with an elegant temperament. Gu Jiao recognized her at first glance. She also recognized Gu Jiao. She used a handkerchief to cover her mouth and gently coughed. She then revealed a faint smile. "Miss, it's you." Gu Jiao was stunned. She had come to pick mulberries. How did she run into the madam of the temple? "Madam, you live so far away. To go from here to the temple to burn incense, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a long journey." "My surname is Gu," Yao Shi gently said. "Gu? Was there a second rich and powerful Gu family in this world?" The answer was no. Gu Jiao quickly guessed her identity, but she did not say that she was the Marchioness. Gu Jiao did not point it out. Yao Shi invited Gu Jiao in. She had been sunbathing in the courtyard. She had a rattan chair and a table. She pointed at the wooden stool and said, "Sit." Gu Jiao sat down. She found that there was not a single servant in the courtyard. Yao Shi saw her confusion and said with a smile, "I wanted to be alone for a while, so I had them go to the front yard. This is the backyard. Does Miss also live nearby?" Gu Jiao said, "I was passing by and saw that the mulberries were delicious, so I wanted to come in and ask. Did I disturb Madame Gu?" "There's no such thing." Yao Shi was very happy to see Gu Jiao. She did not know why. "I'll have someone pick them for you." Yao Shi called over a servant to pick mulberries for Gu Jiao. She pulled Gu Jiao into the courtyard and said, "I still do not know Miss' name." "Gu Jiao." Gu Jiao said. Yao Shi smiled in surprise, "Your surname is also Gu. 500 years ago, we were family." Gu Yan had also said this before. It was no wonder they were mother and son. Yao Shi's situation was not very good. After saying a few words, she began to cough violently. Gu Jiao looked at her pale face and paused. She then said, "Madame Gu, if you don't mind, can I take your pulse? Miss Gu is proficient in the art of medicine." "I know a bit." Yao Shi smiled and reached out to place her hand on the table. The servant finished picking a basket full of mulberries and came over to ask Yao Shi to take a look. Yao Shi waved her hand to indicate for her to leave. The servant gently placed the mulberries on the table and left. Her pulse was not very good, but her actual situation was worse than it appeared. Gu Jiao calmly pulled back her hand and asked Yao Shi, "Madame Gu, how is your sleep?" Yao Shi replied, "Not very good. It's hard for me to fall asleep." Gu Jiao asked, "Appetite?" Yao Shi slightly shook her head, "I don't have much of an appetite." Gu Jiao paused, "Was it like this before you caught a cold?" Yao Shi, Gu Jiao, how long has it been?" Yao Shi, "I don't remember the exact time. In short, it's been a long time." Gu Jiao asked a few more questions. In truth, the imperial physicians had also asked her, but Yao Shi did not want to open her heart. Every time, she would answer half-heartedly. Yao Shi trusted Gu Jiao a lot and answered all of her questions truthfully. Gu Jiao then said, "Madame Gu, you've seen a physician before, right? What did they say?" Yao Shi bitterly smiled. "They said that I was overly worried and told me to relax and not think too much. They also prescribed medicine. But it didn't have much effect, so I stopped eating it after that. That was it." The physician had said that she was overly worried. In her previous life, it would be called depression. But at the same time, she also had hysteria. Once it flared up, it would be very dangerous. Gu Jiao took out 2 boxes of antidepressants from her medicine box and replaced them with a porcelain bottle. Yao Shi sat across from Gu Jiao. She only saw the lid of the medicine box and did not see what Gu Jiao had done. Gu Jiao handed the porcelain bottle to Yao Shi and told her how to use it. She then reminded her, "Madame Gu, you must take this medicine. Only then will you get better." If the imperial physician's medicine had no effect, how could the medicine handed over by a young girl have any effect? But the young girl had worked for a long time, so Yao Shi could not bear to refuse her good intentions. She took the medicine and smiled, "All right." Gu Jiao seriously looked into her eyes, "You cannot throw away the medicine. You must promise me that you will take the medicine on time." Yao Shi had not seen such sincere eyes in a long time. The people that wanted to cure her were not curing her. They were curing the madam of the Marquis Manor. If she was not the Marquis wife, no one would even look at her. But the young girl in front of her was someone that truly wanted to cure her. Yao Shi wanted to pay Gu Jiao for her treatment. Gu Jiao shook the mulberries in her basket. Yao Shi smiled. However, Gu Jiao had indeed asked Yao Shi for some extra money for her treatment, but it was not money. Instead, it was pastries that she had personally made. Yao Shi was very happy. She had not been this happy in a long time. Every time she saw her, she was always lucky. If she was not being saved, she was being cured. This girl, was she her lucky star? Perhaps it was because they were the same age, but Yao Shi quickly thought of Gu Jinyu. Although they were mother and daughter, her relationship with Jinyu was not as close as her relationship with Gu Yan. Even if Gu Yan had a sour face all day, she could still feel Gu Yan's need for her. She stayed in the villa and let Gu Yan go to the capital. Gu Yan would not do that, but Jinyu could easily leave. She seemed to yearn for the prosperity of the capital and the liveliness of the Marquis Manor. This did not mean that Jinyu did not love her as a mother, but she was not the only mother in Jinyu's world. Without her, Jinyu could still live well. She thought that this might be a good thing. After all, if one day Gu Yan was no longer around, she did not want to live. At least she did not have to worry about Jinyu. On the way back, Gu Jiao asked the second master about the Marquis Manor. "What are you referring to?" the second master asked. "The Marquis's wife," Gu Jiao said. Asking about the Marquis's wife was not strange. After all, they had already met 3 of the masters of the hot spring villa. There was only the Marquis that they had never met before. The second master did not feel that Gu Jiao had any motives. He thought for a bit then said, "That Marquis's surname seems to be Yao. Speaking of which, there is a story. She is Marquis Ding and second wife. Her family declined and her father had an idle position in the Ministry of Revenue. It is said that he offended someone and in the end, he could not even keep his idle position. She and the previous Marquis's wife were close friends. Before the previous Marquis's wife passed away, she went to visit her a few times. There were rumors in the capital that she took advantage of the previous Marquis's illness to hook up with Marquis Ding and Gu Jiao frowned slightly. She did not seem like this kind of person. The second master continued, "The truth is that she never even met Marquis Ding and in the Marquis Manor." "How do you know?" Gu Jiao asked. The second master faintly smiled. "Our Huichun Hall has some reputation in the capital. The imperial physician that treated the previous Marquis's wife had some dealings with my family. However, the previous Marquis's wife had indeed asked Yao Shi to take care of her children." Gu Jiao asked, "The previous Marquis's wife had children?" The second master said, "That's right. She had 3 sons. The last 2 were twins. The previous Marquis's wife had the idea of letting Yao Shi be Marquis Ding and second wife. Unfortunately, Yao Shi did not agree. Yao Shi personally refused. The imperial physician was brewing medicine in the back and heard everything. But after going around in circles, Marquis Ding finally met Yao Shi and took a liking to her. Marquis Ding directly proposed marriage to the Yao family and the Yao family agreed without another word. You should be able to guess what happened after that. All sorts of rumors began to slander Yao Shi in the capital. The Marquis's wife has been staying at the hot spring villa for the past few years. First, it was to accompany Gu Yan in his recovery. Second, it was because she was not at ease in the capital. Marquis Ding did not have much affection for his first wife. On the contrary, he doted on Yao Shi. With Yao Shi's background, she was not qualified to be his second wife. It was he who insisted on marrying Yao Shi. But the more he doted on Yao Shi, the more people felt that Yao Shi was a fox. In reality, the second master had seen Yao Shi once. She was a woman without any schemes. Her eyes were as clean as the bottom of a lake. If she was a fox, then there was no one else in the world who was not. 10 days after the end of the capital examination, the government released the results. The examinees all headed to the government office early in the morning to see if they had passed the examination. The number of people admitted to the capital examination was very limited. Out of the hundreds of examinees, only 50 were admitted. They were divided into 2 grades, A and B. There were 10 people in a grade and the rest were in B grade. Fong Lin was woken up by Du Ruohan. Du Ruohan had slipped out of the governor's manor before the sun rose. Fong Lin. Quickly get up. You lost money. Du Ruohan made a one-sided bet with Fong Lin. He bet that Xiao Lulang would not pass the examination. The bet was 10 taels of silver. Fong Lin yawned as he opened the door. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Du Ruohan immediately stuffed a big meat bun into his mouth and pulled him downstairs. Fong Lin took the bun. Lulang also hasn't eaten yet, Du Ruohan said. All right. He has hands and feet. Don't tell me he will starve to death. Du Ruohan pulled Fong Lin to the entrance of the government office without any explanation. There were already many examinees standing there, surrounding the notice board so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Du Ruohan used a Herculean effort to pull Fong Lin to the innermost part. In Du Ruohan's view, the chances of a fool like Xiao Lulang passing the examination were really not high. Wait for the money, Fong Xiao Dun. I'm not Fong Xiao Dun. I also didn't. Halfway through his words, Fong Lin's gaze landed on the eye-catching name that no one could ignore. He suddenly choked and pointed at the list. You look. Du Ruohan looked in the direction of his finger. In a rather eye-catching position, he saw a name, Capital Examination Head, Xiao Lulang. Du Ruohan's jaw almost dropped. It can't be. That fellow actually passed. And he's even the examination head. How is that possible? What happened to the promised little fool? The fellow who couldn't even finish memorizing the 3-character classic actually became the capital examination head. The capital examination head was much more difficult than the county examination head. It wasn't even on the same level. Furthermore, the examination question this time was set by his perverted uncle. That made it even more difficult for others to even begin with. Fong Lin stretched out his hand. Du Ruohan, what? Fong Lin, a bet is a bet. No, didn't you say you didn't want to bet with me? You've been led astray by that fellow. Fong Lin took all of Du Ruohan's belongings and happily returned to the inn. He gave half of the money to Xiao Lulang. There was no need for him to announce the results. The person who came to announce the good news had already gone to the inn to congratulate him. Chapter 85. When the owner of the inn found out that there was a top examinee in the capital examination, he immediately refunded Xiao Lulang and the other 2. He even provided them with the most expensive food and wine. If the inn did not have it, he could even order the waiter to buy it. Although Fong Lin had already passed the county-level examination, his results were not considered top-notch. Naturally, he did not receive such treatment. Following Xiao Lulang this time around, he could be considered to be in the limelight. It was worth mentioning that Xiao Lulang did so well that his essay was circulated on the day the results were released. Naturally, many people came to befriend Xiao Lulang, but they were all rejected by Xiao Lulang. The imperial examination system of the current dynasty was greatly adjusted compared to the previous dynasty. After the capital examination in the previous dynasty, there was a 2 to 3 month wait for the college examination. However, the college examination in the current dynasty was closely scheduled on the second day of the release of the results. During these 10 days of waiting for the results, most of the examinees spent their time in fear. After much difficulty, they were certain that they had passed the examination, but they did not even have a chance to breathe before they had to enter the next round of examination. This undoubtedly increased the pressure on the examinees. There were 2 rounds in the college examination, the 8-part essay and the essay. The essay was as difficult as the capital examination. The 8-part essay was still set by Provincial Governor Zhuang. Xiao Lulang had already obtained 2 top examinees. If he obtained the top examinee for the lower house examination, he would be a junior 3 examinee. There had not been a junior 3 examinee in Pingqing for almost 10 years. All the officials in the magistrate court had high hopes for Xiao Lulang. However, to everyone's surprise, Xiao Lulang actually handed in a blank paper. The college examination and the capital examination were not very different in scope. They still required the examinee to pass the 3 examinees. However, there were more questions and the types of questions were more tricky. However, it was not to the extent of handing in a blank paper. Of course, in every round of examination, the examinees could not be excluded from various unexpected situations. There was once when a student smeared something dirty on the paper, causing the entire paper to be invalid. That was the triennial provincial examination. 3 years of hard work by the examinee had gone down the drain. However, handing in a blank script was still too rare. Especially when this blank paper was given to Xiao Lulang, who had left a deep impression on Governor Zhuang during the county examination. If Governor Zhuang remembered correctly, there were a total of 12 examiners marking the papers. 11 of them gave Xiao Lulang's 8-part essay an A grade. The only one who wasn't given an A grade was Provincial Governor Zhuang. He gave Xiao Lulang B. But if one knew that Provincial Governor Zhuang only gave D grades to others, one would be able to see how rare and valuable Xiao Lulang's results were. There were 11 A's. Even if he had written something randomly, he could still be ranked in the top 10. However, Xiao Lulang was ranked 3rd from the bottom. This surprised Governor Zhuang. He pulled out the test paper and found that it was a blank test paper. Governor Zhuang also asked someone to take out Xiao Lulang's test paper for the prefectural examination. If 6th young Master Zhao's script for the prefectural examination had been terrible, this matter might have passed. However, 6th young Master Zhao's script for the prefectural examination had been a complete set. In other words, he didn't answer a single question correctly. And he only used an hour, said the invigilator who came to deliver the test paper. This invigilator was the one who sat across from Xiao Lulang during the county examination. The test paper was masked. After it was handed in, no one knew who the test paper belonged to. However, after Xiao Lulang took the prefectural examination, his 8-legged essay had spread. The invigilator had secretly gone to the inn to see what this prefectural examination head looked like and how he was able to write such a wondrous essay. In the end, he discovered that the other party was the examinee who had only taken an hour to write the essay. Provincial Governor Zhuang's standards were too high. To be able to answer all the questions correctly was not enough to reach the apex. However, if it was only an hour, then it was very amazing. Out of all the people he knew, the only one who could do better than this examinee was the late young Marquis of Zhaodu. Provincial Governor Zhuang immediately sent someone to the inn to find Xiao Lulang and ask him about the situation. I didn't hand in a blank test paper, Xiao Lulang said. If what Xiao Lulang said was true, then someone must have touched his test paper. This was a big matter. The management of the test papers in the imperial examination was very strict. When every examinee handed in their test paper, there would be 2 invigilators who would collect the test paper together. They would also put down their fingerprints when they masked the test paper, proving that they were the ones who took the test paper. If there was a problem with the test paper, only the 2 of them would be responsible. It was worth mentioning that all the invigilators were matched by drawing lots after they entered. They were the same as the examinees and could not contact the outside world until the end of the examination. It was easy to bribe one of the invigilators, but to bribe two at the same time was too difficult. This was because no one could guarantee that the two invigilators would coincidentally be assigned to the same test paper, much less guarantee that they would coincidentally be assigned to the same test paper as Xiao Lulang. Even so, Governor Luo still called the invigilators over for questioning. The two of them both said that they did not violate any rules. Is it a blank test paper? I'm not sure. Before handing in the test paper, the examinees would stamp a blank paper on it. This is to prevent us from prying into their handwriting. Provincial Governor Zhuang nodded and turned to Governor Luo. After passing through the hands of the two of them, the test paper would be masked, right? Only after all the invigilators have finished marking will they open the name. Then I'm very curious. How did that person recognize Xiao Yulong's test paper and successfully switch it to a blank test paper? Governor Luo thought for a moment and said, there are two ways. One is to hand out the test paper and the other is to mark the test paper. Xiao Lulang is the head of the prefectural examination. During the academy examination, he sits first. This is the rule. The first test paper to be handed out is his test paper. Then, they can tamper with the test paper beforehand. Even if the test paper is masked, they can still recognize his test paper. Or perhaps, an invigilator obtained Xiao Yulong's test paper from the prefectural examination and took down Xiao Yulong's notes. When they were marking the test paper, they could recognize Xiao Yulong's test paper based on the notes. No matter which one it is, there must be someone among the examiners marking the test paper who is not clean. The examiners for the prefectural examination and the academy examination were not from the same batch. This was to prevent someone from remembering the examinees' handwriting and thus affecting their judgment of the examinees. However, this did not rule out the possibility that someone had secretly obtained the prefectural examination's test paper. After all, after marking the test paper, the secrecy of the test paper would be greatly reduced. Other than Provincial Governor Zhuang, the other 11 examiners were all escorted into a secret room to be interrogated by Governor Luo. Under the heavy punishment, Governor Luo was able to find the real culprit. The culprit was an examiner with the surname of Wu. He had worked in the examination hall for 20 years and was usually as honest as an antique. Governor Luo originally thought that he was the least likely culprit. It seemed that not betraying wasn't because one's morals were high, but because one's bargaining chip wasn't high enough. That person gave me 1,000 taels of silver to destroy Xiao Yulong's test paper. I originally prepared ink and planned to disguise the situation as if Xiao Lulang had accidentally dirted the test paper. I have seen many situations like this and they all treated the test paper as trash. No one would go and verify it. However, before I could make a move, Lord Wang, who I had sent away, returned. My hand trembled and I spilled the ink on myself. It was too late to find another ink. Coincidentally, I had a few blank test papers with me, so I took one and replaced it. What did that person look like? He was masked so I didn't see clearly. Voice? How tall? I don't remember. I really don't remember. Governor Luo reported the results of the interrogation to Provincial Governor Zhuang. Generally speaking, if there was cheating in the imperial examinations, everyone's test paper would be invalidated and they would have to take the test again. Not only would this hurt the government, it would also cause many examinees to break down. Examinations had always been a combination of ability and luck. No one could guarantee that they would perform better in the next round, and there was no guarantee that other examinees wouldn't take advantage of the situation to surpass them. Of course, to the examinees who failed the role, this was undoubtedly a free opportunity. However, the problem was that even if Xiao Liulang's test paper was replaced with a blank one, he still passed with 11 A's and 1 B's. In other words, those who should have been accepted were all accepted. Those who failed were supposed to fail. The only difference was that their rankings might have advanced by 1 place, while Xiao Liulang had lost his position as the head of the table. Governor Luo sighed. That person probably didn't expect that Xiao Liulang would still be able to pass the examination. It's a pity, Xiao Liulang should have had the chance to become the head of the table. Provincial Governor Zhuang said seriously, this matter can be big or small. If you look at it from a long-term perspective, it is a small matter. If you stop here in your life, then it will be a big matter. Minor 3 yuan was enough for an elementary scholar to be in the limelight for a while, but only for a while. If he really wanted to make a name for himself, he had to continue taking the provincial examination. After becoming a high scholar in the provincial examination, he would then enter the capital for the imperial examinations. The college examination wasn't the end of everything. On the contrary, it was the starting point of the imperial examinations. Provincial Governor Zhuang said, this matter is up to him to decide. Go and ask him if he wants to take the exam again. If he wanted to take the exam again, he wouldn't be the only one taking the exam. Instead, all the examinees would have to go through both the 8-legged essay and sutra examination again. Governor Luo went to the inn. When he saw Xiao Liulang, he tactfully explained his purpose for coming and asked Xiao Liulang if he wanted to take the exam again. Xiao Liulang didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he opened the window and let him see the students on the first floor who were exchanging their results with each other. The rankings had already been released. Those who didn't pass were covered in dirt, while those who passed were glowing. At this moment, no one knew what he was experiencing in his heart. These examinees who passed are all innocent, right? He suddenly said. Governor Luo was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he said hoarsely, yes, you didn't fail the examination. Therefore, it doesn't matter if any of them took up an extra spot in the provincial examination. Xiao Liulang looked at the examinees and said, if they take the exam again, there will be some of them who won't pass, right? Governor Luo sighed and nodded. This was inevitable. After taking the exam again, one's mentality would collapse and it would be difficult to perform normally. Then what about you, Governor Luo? Xiao Liulang asked. What? Governor Luo was stunned. Xiao Liulang said, I heard that Governor Luo's term of office is coming to an end. The re-examination is a big matter and needs to be reported to the court. Will it affect Governor Luo's re-election? Governor Luo helplessly nodded. The court's control over the imperial examination was extremely strict. If he were to take the exam again because of fraud, his official position would be over. Xiao Liulang calmly asked, how much does Governor Luo think your future is worth? Governor Luo was stunned. Was this brat openly extorting him? Xiao Liulang calmly said, Governor Luo is an honest official and can't take out too much money. However, that person should have spent a lot of money to bribe the examiner, right? The victim is me. Shouldn't Governor Luo compensate me with this money? He could buy back his own future without spending a single copper coin. He could also gain a good reputation as an honest official. This transaction was worth it. Governor Luo fell headfirst into the pit that Xiao Liulang had dug. Of course. I will definitely send 1,000 taels to candidate Xiao. Xiao Liulang continued, also, if no one tampered with the exam papers, would be a grade 3 examiner. Governor Luo, you don't deny this, right? Governor Luo nodded vigorously. Of course. Both the provincial governor and I have witnessed examinee Zhao's strength. Xiao Liulang sighed faintly. But there's a reward for grade 3 examiners. I won't be able to get this reward now. Governor Luo was speechless. Why did it feel like this pit was a little big? The reward for grade 3 examiners was allocated by the court and distributed by the yamen. The yamen, the tribute court, and the county yamen would give a total of 100 taels. As P City Prefecture had not given out grade 3 examiners for the past 10 years, the reward had been doubled. In other words, Xiao Lulang should have received 200 taels. However, with the current situation, he could not use the public account. In other words, Governor Luo had to fork out the money himself. Governor Luo thought, I actually naively thought that I wouldn't have to spend a single coin. I'm so stupid, really. The cheating incident ended with Governor Luo coughing up blood and forking out from his own pocket. Provincial Governor Zhuang was a distant relative of Governor Luo. Since the person involved did not pursue the matter, he did not report it to the court. Governor Luo's official position was saved, and the examinees did not have to break down anymore. Everyone was happy. As for the person who cheated, it should be an examinee who was jealous of Xiao Liulang's results and wanted to pull him down. Governor Luo said that he would continue to investigate in secret. When Xiao Lulang returned to the village, it was already the beginning of April. The village was filled with the warmth of late spring. The willow branches by the pond had sprouted, and strands of them drooped down on the surface of the water like a floating jade curtain. The crops in the fields had also grown, and they were green as far as the eye could see. He had come to the village around this time last year. Who would have thought that a year had passed in the blink of an eye? Uncle Zhang, who had just returned from the fields, turned his head and said to Auntie Zhang behind him, Wife, look, isn't that Lulang? Auntie Zhang's eyesight was better than her husband's. She looked over and nodded her head vigorously, isn't that Lulang? Hey! The scholar is back. She also turned her head and shouted at the villagers who were working in the fields. Xiao Liulang's results had already spread to the village. Even though he had failed in the college examination, he had obtained first place in the county and prefectural examinations. He was also evaluated as a scholar. He was the second scholar in the village after Gu Dashun. Early in the morning, the people from the county yamen had sent over a few dozen caddies of grain. The white rice looked even better than Gu Dashun's. The villagers acted as if it was the first time they had met Xiao Lulang. They wanted to talk to him but did not dare to. After all, things were different now. He was a scholar. Uncle Zhang, Auntie Zhang. Xiao Lulang greeted the two of them. This family was warm-hearted. When Gu Jiao had menstrual cramps, it was Auntie Zhang who lent Xiao Lulang brown sugar. The two of them were so flattered that they could not continue the conversation. After that, Xiao Lulang met a few more villagers one after another. He greeted them, neither too warm nor too cold. It was no different from his usual cold appearance. Finally, he arrived at the door of his house. Because he did not inform his family in advance, his family did not know that he was coming back today. The sound of little Jing Kong's babbling could be heard from the backyard. Xiao Lulang stepped into the house. In the backyard that was filled with sunlight, Gu Jiao was washing little Jing Kong's hair. Little Jing Kong's round bald head had green hair stubs. He proudly asked Gu Jiao how long his hair was and whether it was longer than a few days ago. The old lady was sitting on a rattan chair, watching the little handsome monk come out of the bath while eating melon seeds. Xuaning Xiang's 1-year-old son, Go Dan, was sitting on a small stool beside her. Go Dan was slowly eating corn on the cob. Little Jing Kong was the first to notice Xiao Lulang. Little Jing Kong lowered his head and looked behind his crotch. He saw Xiao Lulang lying on the floor. He recognized him for a long time. Bad brother-in-law. Gu Jiao stopped scooping water and turned her head quietly. She looked at him and he looked at her in the same way. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month. Everyone in the family had changed. Little Jing Kong's hair stubs had grown, and the old lady was getting younger. She seemed to have grown taller and looked more like a young girl. Her birthmark was still on her face, but it didn't look like an ugly red spot. Instead, it looked like an enchanting flower. It bloomed with a bright and moving color in her cold and lonely temperament. She was as beautiful as a peach. He had also grown taller, and the youthful air between his brows had faded a little, and there was a hint of nobility and elegance of a scholar. The two of them looked at each other in a daze. Neither of them spoke. "Lu Lang, you're back." The old lady turned around and said in a light tone, "Did you bring any delicious food?" Xiao Lu Lang came back to his senses. "Yes." He walked forward, but he didn't look at the door sill. He staggered and almost fell. Gu Jiao calmly turned around and continued to bathe little Jing Kong. However, as soon as she dipped the ladle into the water, she heard little Jing Kong cry out, "Aya! It's so cold." Gu Jiao was embarrassed. She scooped the wrong water. Chapter 86. The old lady looked at Gu Jiao and then at Xiao Lulang. Her eyes were full of mystery. She felt that she was going to have a great-grandchild soon. Gu Jiao changed the topic seamlessly and asked Feng Lin. Xiao Lulang answered seriously. He went back to the academy. He went to the prefectural city for a month and missed a lot of classes. It was all thanks to Feng Lin this time. Gu Jiao would remember his kindness. While the two of them were talking, a few yellow chicks swaggered out. Xiao Lulang realized that he had started to raise chickens after leaving home for a month. Gu Jiao was not interested in raising chickens. Little Jing Kong liked the chicks from next door when he saw them. He asked Gu Jiao if he could raise a few. Gu Jiao said that he could raise them, but there was a condition. He had to take care of the chicks himself. He could not ask others to do the feeding and cleaning of the chicken feces. In order to let little Jing Kong understand the difficulty of raising chickens, Gu Jiao asked him to go to Xuan Ningxiang's house to feed the chickens for 2 days. Not only were there cute chicks, but there were also mature hens and roosters. Gu Jiao also told him that all the chicks that looked cute now would grow into hens and roosters one day. In the end, even this could not dissuade him. Gu Jiao could only let him raise her. He raised 7 of them, and all of them were chubby. He even gave them names, from 1 to 7. She did not know how he could identify them. Xiao Lulang brought the old lady a specialty of pingqing, candied red bayberries. At this time, the red bayberries had just borne fruit. The fruit was not big and had a strong sour taste. However, this type of bayberries was best preserved with sugar. The sweet and sour taste was not greasy. Xiao Lulang brought 2 jars. One jar had its core removed, and the other jar had its core. Although it was just 2 cans of food, this was the most famous candied red bayberry in Pingqing. Since there were many students taking the exam, it was sold out almost every day as soon as it came out. Xiao Lulang went to line up in the middle of the night and shivered in the cold wind for a long time. The old madam took out a seedless dried bayberry and gave it to Gooden. Gooden was drooling. Gu Xiaoshan hadn't finished school yet. Xiao Lulang had also brought something for him. It was a complete set of woodcarving tools. The Zhao country had very strict control over iron. It was very difficult for ordinary people to buy such fine and complete ironware. Xiao Lulang had extorted money from Governor Luo to buy it. He watched as Xiao Lulang's bag deflated. Little Jing Kong walked his little chick. He didn't seem to care, but he glanced at Xiao Lulang's bag from time to time. Gu Jiao noticed his strange behavior and asked, "Jing Kong, are you also looking forward to your gift?" "I'm not." Little Jing Kong turned his head away proudly. Bad brother-in-law would not buy him a gift. Xiao Lulang saw the little guy's awkwardness. They were already on bad terms. After being separated for more than a month, they could not even be considered distant. Xiao Lulang took out a burr puzzle from the bag. It's okay if you don't want it. I'll give it to Gooden. No. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the chair and snatched the burr puzzle. He's small. He can't play with it. Gooden looked at his little brother blankly. He didn't understand what had happened. Finally, it was Gu Jiao's. It was a very exquisite brocade box. Just by looking at the box, one could tell that it was expensive. Gu Jiao thought to herself and measured the length of the brocade box. Was it a hairpin? It was such an expensive box. It should be a silver hairpin at least. Silver hairpins were rare in the countryside. Most of them were wooden hairpins. The more extravagant ones were copper hairpins. Silver hairpins could only be bought by wealthy families. They would only be willing to wear them on very important days. Of course, the most important thing was that if a man gave a woman a hairpin, it would mean something unspeakable. Gu Jiao's face was full of "I love it, I love it, I love it." Click. Xiao Lulang opened the brocade box. It was not a hairpin, but a writing brush. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Xiao Lulang said, "Your handwriting is not good. Other than the way you hold the brush, it has something to do with the writing brush. This is a weasel hair brush made by a famous craftsman in Ping City. It's very suitable for your strength." He introduced her in a serious manner, but Gu Jiao was not in a good mood. Was the hairpin a hot potato? Why did he give her a writing brush? This was like giving a student who only wanted to spend money to play games a set of exam questions. How could she refuse? Seeing Gu Jiao trying to hold back her anger, old Madame Fu laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. There was a need that Lulang thought you needed. Gu Jiao hugged the weasel hairbrush, her face as black as charcoal. Then Xiao Lulang handed her a copper token with the words, Zhouji Bank, engraved on it. I've saved your household expenses in the bank. You can get it yourself if you need it. Xiao Lulang did not mention the exact amount, and Gu Jiao did not ask. She was still immersed in her emotions of being given a writing brush. What Gu Jiao did not know was that this weasel hairbrush was more expensive than all the other gifts put together. It was not something that could be bought with money. Gu Jiao did not lose her temper for too long. She still remembered the important matter. Before leaving, Gu Jiao had told Feng Lin to keep an eye on Xiao Liulang's walking practice every day. Now she wanted to see the results. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang went to the west room to check on his ankle. The wound from the surgery was almost invisible. Gu Jiao reached out and pinched it. Does it still hurt? Xiao Lulang shook his head. It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. Gu Jiao raised her head and looked at him. He nodded. Yes. Gu Jiao pinched his calf again. It felt good. It seemed that Feng Lin did not slack off. The weakened muscles had basically recovered after 4 months of rehabilitation. In other words, Xiao Lulang did not have any weakness in his legs anymore. He still did not throw away his crutches. The biggest problem might be his psychological state. Gu Jiao had seen many similar cases in her previous life. Some people were afraid of getting injured again and overprotected themselves. However, most of these cases would gradually fade with the passage of time and get better. The other case was more complicated. The patient had a knot in his heart. If he could not untie it, he would continue to live in a state of injury to punish himself or to avoid something. While Gu Jiao was thinking, Xiao Lulang had already pulled down his trousers and walked out with his crutches. Gu Jiao looked at his cold and lonely back and couldn't help but be puzzled. What exactly had he experienced? The news that Xiao Lulang had passed the county-level exam quickly spread throughout the surrounding villages. As a big family in the village, the Gu family had also heard the news. They really did not expect that Xiao Lulang would be able to pass 2 exams in a row and even pass the exam. He was clearly a bad student who almost failed to get into Tianshang Academy. How did he pass the exam like Deshun? Also, Xiao Lulang was clearly more valuable than Gu Dashuan's rice. Otherwise, the rice given to Xiao Lulang would not be so much better than the rice given to Gu Dashun. 2 exams, just one more to become a junior 3rd scholar. At the dinner table, Gu Chonglu said enviously. Was he born unwilling to study? No. It was just that he could not study. Later on, he had 2 sons and hoped that they could study. However, the family could not afford to support those who were willing to study. The one who entered for free was Gu Xiaoshen, that disappointment. The Gu family did not know that it was not that Xiao Lulang could not pass the exam, but that he had given up on it. Everyone at the table had ugly expressions. The ugliest was Gu Dashun. The Xiao Lulang that he had always looked down on had suddenly overtaken him. Gu Dashun was unhappy, with Headmaster Li personally tutoring him. Of course he improved a lot. In the month before the district exam, I saw Headmaster Li call him to Zhongjingtang every day. He did not believe that Xiao Lulang had relied on his own abilities to soar. In terms of talent, Xiao Lulang was not as good as him. If he was the one being personally tutored by Headmaster Li, then he would definitely be able to achieve better results than Xiao Lulang. To put it bluntly, he lost in terms of resources. If it was in the past, the Gu family would definitely say a few words of jealousy towards Xiao Lulang. But tonight, no one said a word. This caused Gu Dashun to frown slightly. He felt that the atmosphere in the family was different from before. Everyone looked like they had a lot on their minds, except for Gu Xiaoshen. It was not strange that he would think this way. After the Gu family failed in their attempt to woo the Marquis's daughter, Gu Jiao's matter was completely exposed. Marquis Gu did not even need to use any interrogation methods. He only needed to let Huang Zhong walk around the village and he was able to get a clear picture of Gu Jiao's life since she was young. This was the legitimate bloodline of the Marquis's household. How could she be bullied like this? Wasn't this rubbing Marquis Gu's face on the ground? Marquis Gu's anger could be imagined. If not for Gu Jinyu and the 3rd branch of the Gu family, Marquis Gu would have long captured this family and beaten them to death. But they could avoid the death penalty, but they could not escape punishment. Old Master Gu had reached the end of his career. This was the most wronged Old Master Gu had ever been. He had gone to the clan for a drink, and when he came back, his custody was gone. And it was his own wife, son, and daughter-in-law who had caused it to be gone. As for Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu made the Gu family give up Gu Jinyu's custody and vowed not to appear in front of Gu Jinyu for the rest of his life. In addition, Marquis Gu's lips were sealed. Not a single word was to be leaked. So the Gu family kept it a secret even from Gu Dashun and Gu Xiaoshen. Gu Ershun had unintentionally eavesdropped and knew that Gu Jiao might have been the wrong child. But he did not know anything else. This was one of the reasons for the strange atmosphere. The second reason was that the womenfolk in the family had actually come to the table to eat. Gu Dashun was not used to this. Gu Dashun glanced at his sister, Gu Yue. He thought of something and said, Jianyang is so lucky to have married a scholar husband. His sister was not young anymore. Logically speaking, it was time to talk about marriage. If she married into a good family, it would be of help to him. Gu Yue lowered her head and ate without a word. Everyone thought, was Jianyang the lucky one? It was clearly that brat Xiao Lulang. Did he know who he was marrying? The Marquis family's daughter. This was really a good thing that fell from the sky. Speaking of this marriage, they had been careless. If they had known that the girl had such a background, they would not have married her off. If they kept her at home as a money tree, who knew how much benefits they could get from the Marquis family? The Gu family's intestines turned green. But what could they do? That girl was no longer stupid and easy to fool. Even if they wanted to mend their relationship, it would not be so easy. Madame Wu gave Madame Lu a look, indicating for her to pick up the meat in her bowl. This was real meat. Every slice was especially thick and fat. In the future, only Gu Das-hun would be able to eat it. Madame Lu swallowed and picked up the thickish slice. She originally wanted to put it in Urshuan's bowl, but Madame Wu glared daggers at her. She quickly put it in Gu Xiaoshuan's bowl. Gu Xiaoshun looked at his mother with a strange expression. What? Madame Lu said embarrassedly, "It's not easy for you to come back. Eat some meat." During this period of time, Gu Xiaoshun had been living in the academy. Today, he was invited back by Gu Das-hun. Gu Das-hun did not want to invite him politely, but his father had spoken. Gu Das-hun had no other choice. Gu Xiaoshun looked at the meat in his bowl and ate it indifferently. Gu Ershun was so hungry that he drooled. Gu Das-hun frowned. Everyone else pretended not to see anything. Madame Lu smiled and said, "Xiaoshun, you haven't gone to see your sister yet, right?" Gu Xiaoshun asked, "Why?" Madame Lu smiled and said, "Your sister is so good to you. Why don't you go see her now that you're back?" Gu Xiaoshun ate a mouthful of rice and said, "I'll go in a while." Madame Lu continued to smile and said, "Your brother-in-law has become a scholar. Remember to say a few words of congratulations." Gu Xiaoshun said, "Okay." After a long time, Madame Wu and the first branch did not get to the point. Gu Changhai said, "Xiaoshun, I've prepared a jar of good tea leaves and 2 old hens. I'll send them to your sister with you later." Gu Xiaoshun said, "I'll go." "Why are you going?" "I'm afraid you can't carry them." Gu Xiaoshun was so angry that he almost went crazy. Gu Xiaoshun was a straightforward person. He did not understand the meaning behind his words. Gu Changhai decided to be frank and said, "There's no overnight hatred in a family. We were wrong before. Today, we apologize to your sister. From today onwards, we'll live a good life as a family." Marquis Gu only said that they were not allowed to get close to Gu Jinyu. He did not say that they were not allowed to get close to Gu Jiao as long as they did not reveal the truth to Gu Jiao. They could roughly guess Marquis Gu's intentions. He was afraid that Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to accept it in a short period of time, so he planned to take things slowly. They only needed to reconcile with Gu Jiao before the father and daughter reunited. "You want to curry favor with my brother-in-law because he has become a scholar, right?" Gu Xiaoshun put his chopsticks on the table and asked, "Where are the things?" The first sentence made people frown, but the second sentence made the Gu family feel that there was hope. Gu Zhonghai quickly said to Madame Zhou, "Go and get them." Madame Zhou did not dare to delay. She went into the house and caught the expensive tea leaves and the 2 fattest hens in the house. Gu Xiaoshun put down his chopsticks, took the things and walked out. Gu Zhonghai stretched out his hand and said, "Hey! Wait for me. Wait for you. You are the ones who owe my sister." Gu Xiaoshun sprinted out and slipped into his sister's house, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Gu Zhonghai, who had a nosebleed from the slamming of the door. The tea leaves and hens that Gu Zhonghai had spent a lot of money on were gone just like that. He did not dare to make a fuss. How could he reason with them? Gu Zhonghai wanted to knock on the door, but no one answered. He could only grit his teeth and go back. Gu Jiao did not care about the Gu family. The old madam and Xiao Lulang did not care either. If Gu Xiaoshan had not held the door shut, the old madam would have pinned a basin of feces and urine on the Gu family. Gu Jiao was cooking in the kitchen. Sister, sister. Gu Xiaoshan had not returned to the village for a long time and missed his sister. He rushed to the kitchen to greet Gu Jiao, then went to look for Xiao Lulang and the old madam. Xiao Lulang gave him the carving knives that he had brought from Pingqing. Gu Xiaoshan liked them very much. He looked at each knife again and could not bear to part with them. A good knife was to a craftsman, and a good sword was to a swordsman. That kind of joy could not be replaced by ordinary gifts. Gu Xiaoshan felt that his brother-in-law was a good man. Gu Xiaoshan was playing with the knives when the old madam suddenly called him into the house. The old madam waved at him enthusiastically. Xiaoshan, come and try the candied dried red bayberries that Lulang bought for me. Gu Xiaoshan blinked. Great aunt, why are you so generous today? It was usually harder to eat one of her candied fruits than to reach the sky. Here. The old madam searched for a long time and gave him the smallest one. Gu Xiaoshan did not pick it and stuffed it into his mouth. The next second, he saw the old madam count 7 big candied red bayberries and put them into her small honey pot. She shouted loudly, Jiao Jiao. Xiaoshan ate 8 of my dried red bayberries. Gu Xiaoshan almost choked to death. Did she have to do this for a few dried red bayberries? Gu Jiao controlled the old madam and allowed her to eat 3 bayberries a day at most. She could only eat 5 bayberries during the new year. She saved 7 in one go. It could be said that she had made a fortune. The old madam was very satisfied. She waved her hand and asked Gu Xiaoshan to do what he should do. Gu Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. Did she make use of him just like that? Gu Xiaoshan planned to look for little Jing Kong, but he found that the little guy had gone out. Little Jing Kong went out to walk the chicks. At first, he only walked in the backyard of his house. Gradually, he felt that the backyard was not safe enough, so he took the chicks out. Little Jing Kong's route was from his house to the entrance of the village and back. If he met the villagers, he would politely greet them. The villagers were surprised at the beginning, but now they were used to it. They even started to like the little monk. Other people's chicks ran all over the place when they went out, but his chicks could still form a formation. Little Chi, don't cut the line. Little Jing Kong caught a chick that had sneaked to the 5th line. Little Jing Kong walked to the Gu family's old house. This was the only way to the entrance of the village. He knew the relationship between the two families. He would not go to the Gu family's house, nor would he greet the Gu family. However, today, he was attracted by a strange sound. Chapter 87. It sounded like a man's reading voice. It was intermittent. Every time he reached the same place, he would stop and start from the beginning. Little Jing Kong's OCD couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and saw Gu Dashun frowning under a big tree outside the Gu family's house. Little Jing Kong knew Gu Dashun, but he didn't talk to Gu Dashun before. He didn't understand why Gu Dashun didn't study at home but came to read under a tree. The family was quarreling over the tea leaves and hens. The second branch blamed the first branch for coming up with a bad idea. The first branch blamed Gu Xiaoshan for messing things up. Gu Dashun couldn't concentrate, so he came to the tree to find some peace and quiet. He didn't expect to find some words that he didn't know. Hide. This word is read of hide. Little Jing Kong stood behind him and said while looking at the words in his book. Gu Dashun was shocked by the sudden childish voice. He turned around and looked at little Jing Kong in surprise. Little Jing Kong had been in the village for so long. He had heard of him and seen him from afar, but he didn't communicate with him. Little Jing Kong saw him in a daze and thought that he didn't understand, so he read again, "Hide. Hide." Gu Dashun didn't believe a 3-year-old kid. He looked away and said, "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. I've learned it before." Gu Dashun said, "How could you have learned it before?" Little Jing Kong said, "I've memorized Vidra Sakyamuni mantra a long time ago." Gu Dashun looked at him suspiciously and pointed at another word. "What about this one?" "Ah." The Buddhas of the 3 eras obtained Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi through Prajnaparamita. Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. His little mouth opened and closed, saying it all in one breath, so smoothly that there was not even a small pause. Even if Gu Dashun did not understand Buddhist scriptures, he knew that such a difficult sentence could not have been made up by a 3.5-year-old child. So he really knew how to do it. After that, Gu Dashun pointed out a few words to little Jing Kong. There were words that he knew, and there were also words that he did not know. He did not expect that little Jing Kong knew all of them and could even accurately tell where they came from. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Dashun bitterly. "How did you study? I heard that you are an elementary scholar. Are all elementary scholars so bad?" Little Jing Kong suddenly remembered that his bad brother-in-law had also just passed the Shoutsai exam. Could he be as bad as him? How was he going to support his family? Could it support him until he grew up? Little Jing Kong, who was worried about his family, suddenly lost the mood to walk the chicks. He brought little one to little Chi back home. After putting the chicks back into the coop, he immediately went to the west room. He was still not good at writing, mainly because he was not strong enough to hold a writing brush. But he had scriptures. He took out a few scriptures from his small box and went to Xiao Lulang. He casually turned to a page and pointed at a rare word on it. "How do you read this?" Xiao Lulang glanced at him and read it out calmly. Little Jing Kong frowned seriously and nodded secretly. He read it correctly. Little Jing Kong pointed at another word, which was the first word that Gu Dashun did not know. Xiao Lulang read it out easily. Little Jing Kong was satisfied. After that, he continued to test Xiao Lulang on many words. Xiao Lulang got every word right. He also tested Xiao Liulang's interpretation. Xiao Liulang's explanation was similar to his master's, or even more concise than his master's. It seemed that his bad brother-in-law was studying hard. Little Jing Kong was finally relieved. How could Xiao Lulang know what he was thinking? He thought that he suddenly wanted to learn how to read. The children in town began their education at the age of 7. Little Jing Kong was smarter than the average child and had some foundation in the temple. Perhaps he could be sent to the elementary school earlier. Xiao Lulang secretly engraved the matter of little Jing Kong's opening of the door in his mind. On the other hand, Marquis Gu's injury was basically healed. He did not say that he was kicked by his own daughter and only said that he fell accidentally. The servants were forced to believe him. Huang Zhong received a letter from his family from the capital. After reading the letter, Marquis Gu's brows furrowed tightly. Huang Zhong asked, "What's wrong, Marquis? Did something happen in the Marquis's household?" Marquis Gu sighed, "The Marquis's household is fine. It's a letter from Consort Shu." Huang Zhong was puzzled. Consort Shu? Did she summon you for something? Marquis Gu helplessly folded the letter and sealed it. Her birthday is coming soon. Jinyu's birthday is in the same month as hers. She asked me when I would bring Jinyu back to the capital. This year is Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. She asked me not to forget. Huang Zhong sighed. Yes, in the blink of an eye, Miss is turning 15. Marquis Gu said, "There's still half a year left." The twins' birthday was in October. Huang Zhong smiled. Imperial concubine Shu must be thinking about Mississippi. Consort Shu was Marquis Gu's biological sister and had a good relationship with the former Marquis. She was not very close to Yao Shi, the second wife. She was also indifferent to Gu Yan. Only Gu Jinyu had won her favor with his talent. Marquis Gu had a headache. He could not return to the capital now. Even if he did, he had to bring Yao Shi and Gu Yan along. After all, it was Jinyu's coming-of-age ceremony. How could he not have his biological mother by his side? Moreover, he saw that Gu Yan's condition had improved greatly and he could return to the capital with him. Then, what about Miss? Huang Zhong was referring to Gu Jiao. Of course, she'll be brought along. Marquis Gu said. So decisive. Are you asking for trouble? Huang Zhong was stunned. You're not going to do the blood test. Marquis Gu exploded. You have to be able to get it first. You're going to get it. Huang Zhong shrunk his neck. This subordinate doesn't dare. Marquis Gu frowned. Yen is so close to her. There can't be a mistake. As for the catalyst, Rejuvenation Hall's medicine is temporarily effective. There's no harm in delaying the catalyst for a few days. But what? Huang Zhong asked. Marquis Gu pondered for a moment, then said, that child grew up in the countryside and has bad habits. Her words and actions are not feminine at all. When she returns to the capital, she will be criticized. Before she returns, I have to find someone to teach her a lesson. Huang Zhong's eyes darted around. Did you skip a crucial step? For example, Miss herself might not be willing. Marquis Gu flicked his wide sleeves. Is there any room for her not to be willing? This Marquis is her father. Who cares if she believes me or not? If this Marquis really wants to take her away, can she rebel? Huang Zhong curled his lip. Then who was it that Miss hung on the tree? Marquis Gu was not puffing himself up at his own cost. The person he was most worried about right now was not Gu Jiao, but Yao Shi. He did not know how to speak to Yao Shi in order to minimize the impact on Yao Shi. Where's Madam? Marquis Gu asked. Huang Zhong recalled, I think she's in the peony garden outside the hot springs. This subordinate saw Madam when I passed by. Yao Shi was indeed in the peony garden. After Gu Jinyu's peonies had been destroyed, Marquis Gu had people quickly bring over a few more. He also built a new courtyard for Gu Jinyu to use as a peony garden. This could be considered compensation for the loss of Gu Jinyu's servant, Yu Ru. Gu Jinyu and Yao Shi sat in the center of the peony garden playing chess. Mother, it's your turn. Yao Shi was lost in thought. Gu Jinyu waved his hand in front of her eyes. Mother, mother. Yao Shi returned to her senses and smiled apologetically. Is it mother's turn? Mother will see how to move. Gu Jinyu took the chess piece she had just picked up and warmly said, You've been playing for a long time. You must be tired. Why don't you rest for a while and eat something? Yao Shi nodded and had the servant girls remove the chessboard. She brought over a plate of freshly cut fruits and a box of osmanthus cakes that she had personally made. Gu Jinyu ate some fruits and also took a small bite of the osmanthus cake. Yao Shi could tell that she did not really want to eat. The reason was that Jinyu's aunt, Consort Shu, had once said that eating too much desserts would make her fat. Ever since then, Jinyu had not touched sweet things. Mother, your complexion has been good recently, Gu Jinyu said to Yao Shi with a smile. Yao Shi touched her cheek. Yes, after using Miss Gu's medicine, she felt much more relaxed. She could eat and sleep, and her mood was no longer so easily depressed. The only thing she could not understand was that she had been thinking about Miss Gu recently. She had been lost in thought just now. She should not have been so absent-minded when playing chess with her daughter. Mother, wait a moment. Gu Jinyu put down the desserts in her hand and walked to a nearby room. She took a robe and draped it over Yao Shi. The wind is strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Her daughter was considerate, but Yao Shi did not deserve her daughter's consideration. No one knew that she had always had a secret in her heart. She had once hated Jinyu to the core. Ever since she gave birth, she had liked Gu Yan more than Jinyu. When she looked at the infant child, she always felt that she could not get close to him. When they were 3 years old, Gu Yan splashed a bowl of medicine on Jinyu. Jinyu was furious and rushed over to Gu Yan. She pushed Gu Yan to the ground and sat on Gu Yan's body. Gu Yan was pressed down so hard that he could not breathe. When she realized this, she walked over and roughly pulled Jinyu away, then gave her a slap. It was Gu Yan who had hit her first. It was normal for Jinyu to retaliate. Besides, they were only 3 years old. As a mother, she could have just separated the two children. There was no need to hit her. She still remembered Jinyu's shocked and hurt expression. Jinyu cried and called for her mother, but she did not feel sorry for her. Instead, she had an impulse to leave her behind. It had been so long since that incident. The two children had lost their memories of that time. She finally found her feelings for her daughter after interacting with them day after day. But every time she thought of this incident, she felt that she was not fit to be a mother. Everyone thought that her mental illness stemmed from her relationship with the Marquis and the public's criticism. But that was not the case. Every time she thought of how, as a mother, she did not love her own child and even thought of abandoning her child. She could not forgive herself. Jinyu was a perfect child. Even if she had hurt her in the past, she still respected her and was infinitely tolerant of her younger brother who always bullied her. Mother, why are you crying? Gu Jinyu noticed Yao Shi's tears. Yao Shi wiped her tears and smiled bitterly. Do you feel that all these years? Mother has not treated you well enough. Gu Jinyu held Yao Shi's hand and solemnly said, how could that be? Mother treats me very well, just like father and grandmother. You and younger brother are the people closest to daughter in the world. Daughter will love you all for the rest of her life. On the way back, Gu Jinyu was called away by a servant. Another pot of peonies had arrived. She had to inspect the goods. Yao Shi walked back to her courtyard alone and did not let the servant girls follow her. When she passed by a fake mountain, Yao Shi heard the sound of an argument. Do you not want to live anymore? How can you speak nonsense about this kind of thing? Be careful that someone hears and reports it to the Marquis and Madam. They will take your life. And, I am not speaking nonsense. I heard it with my own ears. Yao Shi recognized the two voices. One was Granny Fong from her courtyard, and the other was Granny Fong's niece, Cui Cui. Cui Cui was outside Marquis Gu's study, sweeping the floor. The sound of conversation continued, and Yao Shi stopped walking. You must have misheard. Granny Fong scolded. Cui Cui loudly said, I did not mishear. That is what the Marquis said. Our young miss was mistaken. She is not the Marquis and Madam's biological daughter. Yao Shi felt as if she had been hit in the head. She said in a daze, what did you say? Who was mistaken? Madam. Cui Cui and Granny Fong turned their heads and were both startled. Yao Shi walked in front of Cui Cui in a daze. Say what you just said again. What mistaken? What is not your biological daughter? Granny Fong quickly said, Madam, don't listen to her nonsense. Yao Shi sternly shouted, shut your mouth. Yao Shi had a gentle personality, but even a rabbit would have a time when it was forced into a corner. Cui Cui lowered her head and stammered, Young miss was mistaken. She is not your and the Marquis' daughter. The real young miss was wandering among the common people and grew up in a village. She was ugly and stupid and was often bullied. When the Marquis found her, Yao Shi did not hear the rest of the words. She only felt her vision go dark and the world spin. Then her eyes closed and she fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 88. In the study. Marquis Gu was hesitating on how to speak to Yao Shi when he heard a servant report that Yao Shi had fainted. Yao Shi had been recuperating and had been living in the small courtyard. She would only come to visit Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu every day. When Marquis Gu arrived at the small courtyard, Yao Shi had already been placed on the bed by Granny Fong and Cui Cui. Granny Fong had caught a cold in the past few days and was not present to serve. Granny Fong had taken care of the matters in the courtyard and had personally gone to invite the imperial physician. Marquis Gu looked at the unconscious Yao Shi and then at the shivering maidservants in the room. His face sank. Who served the madam today? The two maidservants fell to their knees. One of them cried, "This servant also does not know what happened." When this servant returned to the courtyard, the madam had already fainted in her room. Marquis Gu sternly said, "How did you serve the madam? You actually let the madam stay in the courtyard alone." The other maidservant also sobbed, "Marquis, please spare us. The madam usually does not like people following her." This servant did not dare to disobey. A group of useless people. While Marquis Gu was venting his anger, Granny Fong had brought the imperial physician over. The two were about to bow to Marquis Gu when he waved his hand. "No need, quickly treat the madam." "Yes." The imperial physician carried a medicine box and walked forward. He placed a silk handkerchief on Yao Shi's wrist and began to take her pulse. To be honest, the imperial physician was not optimistic about Yao Shi's condition. Yao Shi did not seem to have any serious illness, but her body had been exhausted long ago. She also had a mental illness and could not take any provocation. If it was serious, she could have hallucinations and go crazy, doing something irreversible. Marquis Gu was afraid of such a situation, so he had been hesitant to tell the truth. The imperial physician took her pulse for a long time this time. So long that Marquis Gu broke out in a cold sweat. "How is it, imperial physician Chin?" he anxiously asked. Granny Fong also looked nervously at imperial physician Chin. Imperial physician Chin furrowed his brows thoughtfully and took Yao Shi's pulse again. "Strange, very strange." Marquis Gu hurriedly said, "What's so strange about it? Is madam's condition serious?" Imperial physician Chin shook his head. "It's not serious." Yao Shi's body had always been very weak, and she could not be stimulated. Normally, when she fainted, it would be very dangerous. However, Yao Shi's pulse was steadier than expected. That was why he felt strange. "What medicine has madam been taking recently?" the imperial physician asked. Marquis Gu looked at Nanny Fong. Granny Fong was stunned and said, "Isn't it the medicine that you prescribed?" Imperial physician Chin said, "Take it away and let me have a look." Granny Fong arrived in front of the dressing table and opened Yao Shi's medicine box. She took out the small bottles and jars of medicine that Yao Shi had been taking every day and handed them to the imperial physician. The small medicine bottle was filled with white pills, colorless and odorless. Imperial physician Chin had never seen this kind of medicine before. Inside the medicine jar were small bottles of granules. Imperial physician Chin had never seen this kind of medicine before, but he could smell the familiar scent of traditional Chinese medicine. He could vaguely make out the scent of ginseng, jujube, poria cocos, cinnamon, asparagus, and ripe rehmannia. "Medicine can be made like this," Imperial physician Chin muttered. He had only seen medicine made into pills, but had never seen medicine made into tablets or granules. Especially those white pills, he could not identify the ingredients at all. Where did these medicines come from? Imperial Physician Chen asked. Granny Fong looked at Imperial Physician Chen in shock. Didn't you prescribe them? Imperial Physician Chen said, I have never prescribed these medicines. Marquis Gu's cold gaze fell on Granny Fong. When did Madam start taking these medicines? Granny Fong hurriedly explained, as for the specifics, this servant can't remember. It's been a while. Madam had never been willing to take medicine properly before. When she suddenly started taking them, this servant thought that Madam had finally listened to Imperial Physician Chen's advice. Was it these medicines that caused Madam to faint? Marquis Gu asked Imperial Physician Chen. Imperial Physician Chen said in a low voice, It's hard to say, the calming medicine in the medicine jar should not cause any harm to the body. As for the other type of medicine, I have never seen it before, so I don't dare to say anything. Marquis Gu looked coldly at Granny Fong. Who gave these things to Madam? Granny Fong said with a pale face, This servant is also not sure. Although this servant serves Madam, Granny Fong serves Madam the most. Granny Fong had gone to recuperate and was not in the mountain villa. Marquis Gu clenched his fists and said, Send someone to call Granny Fong here. Imperial Physician Chen thought for a moment and said, Marquis, don't worry. Madam's pulse is better than before. Perhaps these two medicines are harmless to Madam. Marquis Gu said coldly, Then how do you explain Madam's sudden coma? This. Imperial Physician Chen could not explain. Madam should wake up soon. We will know the truth when we ask her later. Granny Fong lowered her head and clenched her fists. Imperial Physician Chen wrote a prescription, and Granny Fong took the prescription to the Mountain Villa's pharmacy to get the medicine. When she was boiling the medicine in the small kitchen, Tsue sneaked in from the back door. Aunt! Granny Fong looked outside vigilantly, closed the door, and said to her, Why are you here? Tsue whispered. Huang Zhong suddenly went to see Granny Fong. Did something happen? Granny Fong narrowed her eyes and said, Madam has been taking medicine recently and has recovered from her illness. Tsue's beautiful face turned pale. What? Didn't you say that, with a little stimulation, she will? Madam Yao had been stimulated before. At that time, Madam Yao's illness was not so serious, but she almost couldn't be saved. She thought that this time it would be foolproof, but who would have thought? Consort Shu's letter has arrived. She asked Marquis Gu to bring Miss back to the capital for her hairpin ceremony. Little Gongzi's illness has improved. Marquis Gu will definitely bring Madam and Little Gongzi back. As Granny Fong spoke, her cold eyes fell on the steaming medicine pot. Huang Zhong went to Granny Fong's house and brought the sick Granny Fong back to the mountain villa. Marquis Gu personally went to the study to interrogate her. Only the two maidservants on duty were left in the room. Granny Fong brought in a steaming bowl of medicine and said to the two, Okay, I'll keep watch here. Go to the kitchen and see if the madam's porridge is ready. Also, don't forget to send the fruits that Miss wanted to Lanting Pavilion. Yes. The two maidservants answered and left. Without a third person in the room, the silence was somewhat frightening. Granny Fong held the bowl of medicine and walked step by step to the bed. She looked down at Madame Yao, who was sleeping peacefully, and said disdainfully, Madam, don't blame this servant. If you want to blame someone for not wanting you to return to the manor. Granny Fong pried open Madame Yao's chin and poured the medicine into her mouth spoonful by spoonful. Today was the day of Wei Chanhal's follow-up examination for Gu Yan. The second boss had something to do and didn't come. Instead, Gu Jiao and the old doctor came. The two were directly brought to Gu Yan's courtyard by Yuya. Gu Yan's current condition was very stable. As long as he continued to take medicine, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for another 2 or 3 years. The little dog's injuries had also recovered. It still remembered Gu Jiao and ran over to Gu Jiao with its short legs. In the end, it fell and whimpered. Gu Jiao thought of little Jing Kong, who always wrestled. The dog house from last time was broken. Let's make another one. Gu Yan said without changing his expression. Gu Jiao made a strange sound. The house she made was very sturdy. How could it be broken? The servants all lowered their heads and pretended not to know that the young master had broken down the dog house in the middle of the night. Okay then. Gu Jiao agreed. Making another one was no big deal. Gu Jiao stayed at Gu Yan's place for 2 hours. After finishing the new dog house, she got up and left. After leaving the villa, she went to visit old Madame Li as usual. When she visited old Madame Li, she saw the mulberry tree and couldn't help but think of Yao Shi. She planned to see if Yao Shi's condition had improved. However, Gu Jiao went over and knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Perhaps they weren't there. Or perhaps they couldn't leave because of other matters. Gu Jiao decided to come again next time. But the moment she turned around, her ears twitched and she heard an extremely painful groan. That sound was soft and far away. Normal people definitely wouldn't be able to hear it. However, Gu Jiao's training in her previous life included a listening skill. She had to be prepared to recognize the other person's breathing under the interference of hundreds of different sounds. After changing into this small body, her body was far weaker than in her previous life, but it was gradually recovering. The sound was the Marchionesses. Gu Jiao was certain of this. Gu Jiao didn't care if the door was closed or not. She took a few steps back and jumped over the wall. When Gu Jiao arrived at Yao Shi's room, there was only Yao Shi left inside. Yao Shi was lying unconscious on the bed. Her face was green and her forehead was dark. Her breathing was very weak. The room was filled with the smell of Chinese medicine, but there was no medicine bowl. Gu Jiao found a few drops of medicine that had not dried up by Yao Shi's pillow. She leaned over and sniffed. It was aconite. Aconite was a Chinese medicine that was used to relieve pain and cold, but it was poisonous. It was not easily used. Yao Shi's body was cold, so she could not touch aconite. Gu Jiao was not certain how much Yao Shi had drunk, but she had to spit it out as soon as possible. Gu Jiao pondered for 3 seconds and immediately opened the small medicine box. She took out a special infusion tube and slowly inserted it into Yao Shi's stomach through her nose. This kind of infusion tube was specially prepared for the fugitives in the organization. It was harder than normal infusion tubes and could be used to kill people. Gu Jiao did not think that she would use it to save someone. Gu Jiao took out a bottle of sodium chloride and connected it to the other end of the tube. She held the bag and quickly poured the infusion into Yao Shi's stomach. The first bag was quickly finished. Just as Gu Jiao was about to pour the second bag, the 2 young maidservants who had been sent away by Nurse Fong returned to the room. The 2 did not recognize Gu Jiao and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Who are you? What are you doing to Madam? The 2 of them came back to their senses and pounced toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao could not be interrupted by them. She kicked a stool and knocked the 2 to the ground. Maidservant A, Maidservant B, someone come. Someone wants to murder Madam. Outside the room, Nurse Fong's hands trembled. It can't be. She found out so quickly. Marquis Gu had just finished interrogating Nurse Fong when he heard the maidservant's cries. He quickly rushed to Madame Yao's room and saw Gu Jiao pouring something strange into Madame Yao's nose. When he left, Madame Yao's complexion was still normal. But now, it was blue and black, as if she had been poisoned. This girl, could it be that she was trying to poison her own mother? Marquis Gu was burning with anger and walked over with a murderous look. Stop. Gu Jiao ignored him and increased the pressure of the infusion. Marquis Gu saw that not only did she not listen, but she also increased the pressure. He was so angry that he pulled out the whip at his waist and fiercely whipped Gu Jiao's thin and small back. With a crack, the whip landed on Gu Jiao's back. This was not an ordinary whip. It was a military whip used for executions. Gu Jiao still did not let go of Madame Yao. Marquis Gu angrily gritted his teeth and reached out to grab Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked over with a cold gaze. If you don't want her to die, then get out of my way. Marquis Gu was shocked by her murderous gaze. The last drop of infusion was poured in. Gu Jiao pulled out the infusion tube and helped Madame Yao up. She pried open Madame Yao's mouth and used her finger to check her throat. In the next second, Madame Yao's body trembled and she spat out the medicine and the infusion. After spitting it out, Madame Yao's complexion was no longer blue and she could breathe with some strength. At the same time, Imperial Physician Chen also arrived. He had just gone to give the Marquis Madame a pill. Why did it seem like the Marquis Madame had died in just a short while? Isn't this the little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Hall? He recognized Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not speak. She calmly stood up and put away her small medicine box. Imperial Physician Chen finished checking Madame Yao's pulse and frowned. How did Madame get poisoned by aconite? Marquis Gu frowned. Imperial Physician Chen looked at Gu Jiao and then looked at the medicine on the ground. He could more or less guess what had happened. Fortunately, Marquis had this little medicine boy help Madame vomit. Otherwise, Madame Yao would have lost her life. I really did not think that a little medicine boy from Rejuvenation Hall would be so powerful. Marquis Gu did not hear the rest of the words. His mind was filled with the whip he had just given her. He did not say that he had used 100% of his strength, but he had used at least 80%. Stubborn girl, can't you speak properly? Must you take the whip? Marquis Gu would never admit that he had hit her wrongly. It was clearly because she did not explain herself that he had misunderstood. But why did he feel a little unconfident? Marquis Gu looked at Gu Jiao with a guilty conscience. He was about to say something, but Gu Jiao had already carried the small medicine box and left with an expressionless face. The wind of late spring was very warm, but her back was cold. Chapter 89. Marquis Gu began to order a thorough investigation of Madame Yao's poisoning. According to the two servant girls, the medicine was brewed by Granny Fong and was also sent by Granny Fong. The two of them were sent by Granny Fong to deliver something to Gu Jinyu. What happened after that was unclear. Call Granny Fong over. Marquis Gu ordered coldly. After a while, a servant came to report, Marquis, Granny Fong is missing. Marquis Gu's large palm suddenly clenched into a fist. Very quickly, he remembered that Granny Fong still had a niece-in-law in the manor. Where is that servant girl called Chui Chui? Bring her to this Marquis. Yes. The servant accepted the order and left. Granny Fong did not take Chui Chui away in order to not attract attention. When Chui Chui realized that something was wrong, she hurriedly packed her bag and left. Unfortunately, she was one step too late and was caught by the manor's guards. When she was brought to Marquis Gu, she found out that Madame Yao had been poisoned. It was easy to guess who the person who poisoned her was. It was Granny Fong. Chui Chui fell to her knees and trembled. Marquis, please spare me. It wasn't me. I don't know anything. I'm innocent. Marquis Gu said, innocent. Then let me ask you, how did Madame faint? Chui Chui stammered, it's, Marquis Gu said sarcastically, good, there's no use keeping this tongue. It's better to pull it out. Chui Chui's body trembled. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. It was Granny Fong. Granny Fong made me do it. She made me tell Madam what I overheard on purpose. Marquis Gu's heart tightened. What did you say? Cui Cui said fearfully, I said. Miss is not her biological child. She was swapped, bastard. Marquis Gu was so angry that he smashed the teacup beside him. Cui Cui's entire body was crawling on the broken pieces of the teacup. Her hands were bleeding, but she did not dare to move an inch. Master, please spare my life. It was Mama Fong who forced me. Marquis Gu was worried that this would happen, so he never dared to tell Yao Shi the truth. He would rather not acknowledge that child for the rest of his life than have anything happen to Yao Shi. However, he had been careful and had allowed the two lowly maids to reveal the truth. He said sternly, Madam treated her well. Why would she do that? Cui Cui sobbed, I don't know. Auntie. No. It was Granny Fong. She ordered me to do things. She never allowed me to ask for the reason. I don't know why she wanted to frame Madam. If I didn't listen to her, she would let her nephew beat me to death. Marquis, please judge clearly. This servant is telling the truth. Ah, you listen to her more than you listen to this Marquis and Madam. What? Her words are imperial edicts. At this point, how could Marquis Gu not see that Cui Cui's words were half true and half false? It was true that Granny Fong had ordered her, but her wild ambition was even more true. If she did not covet the benefits that Granny Fong had promised her, why would she work for Granny Fong? It seemed that she would not be able to get anything out of her. Marquis Gu waved his hand in disgust. Drag her out and beat her to death. Marquis, please spare my life. Marquis, please spare. The guards did not give her a chance to beat around the bush. They directly used a rag to gag her mouth and dragged her out to be executed. The guards of the villa split into 4 groups to catch Granny Fong. When the sky turned dark, they finally found Granny Fong's tracks. Unfortunately, Granny Fong had already hanged herself on a tree. Dead? In the study, Marquis Gu's face turned cold. Huang Zhong was a martial artist. He was not smart when it came to fighting and scheming. However, when it came to examining corpses, he had stayed in piles of corpses before and had seen countless deaths. How could he not see that Granny Fong had been hung on a tree after she had breathed her last? Marquis Gu's expression was grave. So, she had someone kill her to silence her. Huang Zhong did not dare to say that she had been killed, but he was sure that Granny Fong was killed by him. Marquis Gu was silent for a long time. This Marquis knows. These days, strengthen the villa's security. Other than Granny Fong, everyone else is dismissed. Yes. Marquis Gu went to Madame Yao's room. Granny Fong, who was sick, was guarding the room. Her complexion was not very good. Marquis Gu said to her, go and rest. You don't have to come over tonight. Granny Fong did not immediately leave. Instead, she paused and boldly asked, Marquis, must you bring Madam back to the capital? What's wrong? Marquis Gu asked. Granny Fong said earnestly, this servant knows that the Marquis's estate dotes on Madam. However, I'm afraid that other than Marquis, no one in the entire estate would welcome Madam back. Marquis Gu clenched his fists. She is this Marquis's wife. This Marquis will protect her. You don't have to worry. Marquis Gu's eyes were like torches. This Marquis will not let anything happen to her again. Granny Fong did not refute and bowed to Marquis Gu. This servant will leave now. Marquis Gu blocked the news of Madame Yao's courtyard and did not let Gu Yen and Gu Jinyu know. 2 hours later, Madame Yao slowly woke up. Marquis Gu sat by the bed and held her hand. He asked softly, "You're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Madame Yao weakly shook her head and looked at him. "Where's my child? Where is my child?" At this point, Marquis Gu had nothing to hide. He held her hand tightly and took a deep breath. "She came by just now. She's right here." Madame Yao became agitated again. Marquis Gu was afraid that she would faint again, so he quickly held her shoulders and said, "Don't be agitated. Let me finish. She's fine. I've already found her. When you recover, I'll take you to see her." Madame Yao said without hesitation, "I'm fine." Marquis Gu said, I know. It's just that it's too late today. If you go over, you'll just disturb her rest. Tomorrow morning, I promise you." Only then did Madame Yao lie back down. She looked at him in confusion. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Marquis Gu was silent. Madame Yao frowned. "Is it that you don't want to acknowledge that child?" Marquis Gu was so frightened by her that his little heart trembled. His strong desire to live made him decide between telling the truth and lying. "There's no such thing. Don't think too much. She's my flesh and blood. How could I not want to acknowledge her? It's just, I've already made a mistake once. I don't want to make the same mistake a second time." Marquis Gu told Madame Yao about the medicine. "I wanted to wait until I got her blood and merged it with Yen-Er's before telling you. However, Yen-Er gets along very well with her. I think that if they weren't connected by blood, Yen would not like her so much." Madame Yao's expression froze. "Yen has also seen her." Marquis Gu slowly nodded. "Yes, she's the little medicine boy from the Return of Spring Hole." "Is there a portrait of her?" Madame Yao was impatient to see her daughter's appearance. Marquis Gu hesitated. I'm begging you, Marquis." This was the first time Madame Yao had begged him. For the sake of a stinky girl's portrait, Marquis Gu felt very uncomfortable. However, Marquis Gu still forced himself to draw it. It seemed that he could never refuse Madame Yao. However, when Madame Yao excitedly opened the scroll, her smile froze. "What are you drawing?" "Circles, crosses, 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 crosses." Was this neither round nor square pancake of face? Were the two asymmetrical green beans' eyes? Were her nostrils pointed to the sky? Also, her mouth was crooked. Marquis Gu awkwardly coughed and said in a serious tone, "It's because she's ugly." He would never admit that his drawing was ugly. The talented Marquis Gu always had a secret that no one knew. That was, his calligraphy and drawing skills were terrible. Outsiders only knew that Marquis Gu's calligraphy could not be obtained, but they did not know that he did not dare let anyone see it. "You're the ugly one." Madame Yao threw the painting back into his arms and lifted the blanket to get out of bed. Marquis Gu immediately guessed what she wanted to do and calmly said, "Are you going to find Yen-Er to ask for a portrait?" He, his drawing is not as good as mine." Madame Yao, who really wanted to beat him to death, in the end, Madame Yao managed to obtain her daughter's portrait. It was drawn by Gu Jinyu. Marquis Gu did not tell Gu Jinyu the truth and only had her draw the appearance of the little medicine boy. Gu Jinyu's drawing skills were very good. Among the noble ladies in the capital, she was at least in the top 3. Marquis Gu brought the portrait to Madame Yao. When Madame Yao saw the little girl in the portrait, her expression froze. Currently, it was late at night. When Gu Jiao returned to the village, the sun had not yet set. Smoke rose from the chimneys in the village, and the smell of food filled the air. It was like the countryside. The Gu family had been very quiet recently. It was said that old Master Gu had lost his position as the village chief, and the Gu family's dozens of acres of farmland had been taken away. Those farmland had been allocated to the Gu family for planting. Although it was called farmland, the annual rent was only about 100 caddies. It was no different from giving it away for free. This was because they had benefited from Old Master Gu and Gu Dashun. But now, it was all gone. The Gu family's days had become difficult. It was said that Gu Dashun was about to be unable to pay his tuition fees. However, this had nothing to do with Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao could not be bothered with them. Gu Jiao's back was burning with pain. She did not pay too much attention to it and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Little Jing Kong squatted in the backyard to feed the chicks. Halfway through, he grabbed a little yellow chick and walked over. Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, little Chi doesn't eat. Is it sick? I already said that you don't know how to raise a chicken. See, you're going to raise it to death. It was Xiao Liulang's teasing voice. Little Jing Kong turned his head angrily, put his hands on his hips and stomped his feet. I didn't. Little Chi won't die. I'm raising it well. Let me see. Gu Jiao reached out her hand. Little Jing Kong put little Chi in Gu Jiao's palm with grievance. He said those words confidently, but his eyes were a little red. It was obvious that this little guy was really worried that little Chi would die because of him. Gu Jiao touched little Chick's belly and smiled. It's full. It can't eat anymore. Ha! Little Jing Kong looked at little Chick with his big black eyes. He scratched his head and asked with a bitter face, Little Chi, did you steal food again? Little Chick, gee. Little Jing Kong took back little Chick, stuck out his tongue at his bad brother-in-law, and put little Chi back into the chicken coop. Xiao Lulang looked at him with amusement, then his gaze fell on Gu Jiao's face. He found that her face was paler than usual. Dinner is ready. Let's eat, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Lulang paused, okay. Gu Jiao did not have a good appetite during dinner. Little Jing Kong held the bowl and chopsticks and asked her, Jiao Jiao, are you full too? Xiao Lulang looked at her with a complicated expression. Old Mrs. Han also looked at her. Gu Xiaoshun also looked up and said in surprise, Sister, why do you look so pale? Are you sick? Little Jing Kong put down the bowl and chopsticks, got up and stood on the stool. Nonsense. Jiao Jiao won't get sick. I'm not sick. Indeed, she was not sick. She was probably injured. It was painful, but she was used to this kind of pain in her previous life, so she did not take it to heart. She had forgotten that this body had a weak foundation, so how could it withstand a single whip from a general? At night, Gu Jiao's condition worsened. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark night sky, illuminating the room. Little Jing Kong was lying on his small pillow on the bed, drooling as he slept. Xiao Lulang opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the door. He hesitated for a while, then sat up. He pulled up the quilt that little Jing Kong kicked over, then put on his clothes and went to Gu Jiao's room. Gu Jiao used to lock the door. Little Jing Kong woke up in the middle of the night with a nightmare. He came to her with a pillow, but could not open the door. He was so scared that he cried for a long time. After that, Gu Jiao did not lock the door. Xiao Lulang pushed open the unlocked door, and a faint smell of blood assaulted his nose. Xiao Lulang frowned, paused, and stepped into the room. Gu Jiao. He called her, but she did not respond. So he went to the bed. He reached out and touched Gu Jiao's forehead. It was burning hot. Another bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the room as bright as day. Xiao Lulang saw Shui Yi on the chair. His face changed. He picked up the bloody clothes and found that they were underwear. The cheap material was not soft, but it had been worn on her delicate skin. It was covered by the smell of blood, and it exuded a faint fragrance of a young girl. Xiao Liulang's ears were red. He saw the location of the blood and confirmed that Gu Jiao was injured on her back. He took a deep breath and planned to turn Gu Jiao over and get a doctor. His hand was just about to touch Gu Jiao when it was caught by Gu Jiao's cold little hand. She said arrogantly, "Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Xiao Lulang was embarrassed and explained, "No, don't take up too much," Gu Jiao mumbled and fell asleep in a daze. So, was she talking in her sleep? Xiao Liulang's breathing quickened, and cold sweat seeped out. However, this was not the scariest thing. He turned his head casually, and another flash of lightning lit up the door, illuminating the old lady's gloomy figure. His hair stood on end. The old lady entered the room expressionlessly and put a bottle of medicine on Gu Jiao's table. Xiao Liulang's shirt was soaked. He couldn't tell if he was more afraid or guilty. After all, his hand was still on her chest. Although she was the one who pulled him over, it looked like he was the one who took the initiative. "Great aunt, don't misunderstand, aren't we a couple? What's there to misunderstand?" The old lady put down the medicine and went out with a snort. "Really? It was a dark and windy night. Hurry up and give her a little great-grandson." Chapter 90. How could Xiao Lulang know what the old lady was thinking? He also didn't know where she got the medicine, but now wasn't the time to think about that. Gu Jiao's condition was very serious, so she had to be treated immediately. Although the two of them had slept in the same bed before, that was when their clothes were still intact. But now, he had to lift her clothes up. Xiao Lulang calmed himself down and gently turned her over so she could sleep on her stomach. His slender jade-like fingertips slightly trembled as he lifted her slightly warm underwear and slowly lifted it up a bit. The whip mark was very long and extended from her right waist all the way to her left shoulder. He had no choice but to lift up all her clothes, revealing her smooth back. Her hands were on the pillow and her body was pressed into a beautiful shape unique to a young girl. In order to see her injury clearly, Xiao Lulang lit an oil lamp in the room, but Xiao Liulang's eyes inadvertently fell on a place where they shouldn't be. His breathing quickened as he quickly turned his face away, not daring to look around. After calming himself down again, he dipped his fingertips in the cool ointment and slowly applied it to the whip mark. She seemed to feel pain in her sleep, but she only slightly knit her brows. The whip mark was very fierce and didn't seem like it was made by a normal whip. She didn't seem like someone who would be bullied, at least not right now. Xiao Lulang couldn't help but wonder how she got this injury. Who did she offend? She didn't seem to care at all, as if she was used to it, which made him even more confused. Although she had a hard time growing up, it wasn't to the point where she was always beaten. Xiao Lulang was full of doubts as he finished applying the ointment and found a clean cloth to cover her wound. Then he pulled down her clothes and covered her with a blanket. After doing this, he planned to go back to the house, but the moment he stood up, he kicked something. There was a thud, as if a box had fallen to the ground. Then, the contents of the box rolled all over the ground. Xiao Lulang picked up the small wooden box and placed it on the table. He also picked up the items on the ground and placed them on the table one by one. Then, he looked at the items piled up on the table and was a little confused. What are these things? Also, why are there so many? These strange things covered the entire table. How could a small crappy box contain all of them? On the day that Gu Jiao fell into the water for the first time, he had come to Gu Jiao's house to look for something. He was very sure that she did not have this box at that time. First, it was the inexplicable injury, then there was the strange box. How many secrets was she hiding? Xiao Lulang looked at the sleeping Gu Jiao with a complicated expression. He suddenly felt a little annoyed, but he couldn't tell what he was annoyed about. But he did not have the habit of investigating other people's privacy. He did not look at the medicine on the table and put them one by one back into the small box. After he finished, he was amazed. What kind of box was this? It was too good at storing things. This time, he really planned to go back to the house. But he didn't put the small box down properly, so it fell off the table with a thud. Once again, the things inside rolled out in a clatter. But what was surprising was that the things that fell out this time were different from before. Are my eyes playing tricks on me or? Xiao Lulang looked at the medicine on the ground strangely. For the first time, he doubted his eyes. He put the things back and planned to knock the box over again to verify it. But suddenly, Gu Jiao turned over on the bed. She pressed on her wound and let out a cry of pain. Xiao Liulang's movements paused. He suddenly realized that it was not right for him to go through the box in the middle of the night. He sighed and put the box back on the table. He turned around and went back into the house. The next day, Xiao Lulang woke up early. Gu Jiao's fever had mostly subsided, but she was still sleeping because she was too tired. Xiao Lulang did not wake her up. He went to the kitchen to make breakfast and told the old madam about it. Then he went to the academy. In the villa, Madame Yao, who had been waiting for the whole night, could not wait to ask Marquis Gu to bring her to the village. Little Jing Kong opened the door. Usually, the village did not lock the door. But today, Gu Jiao was sleeping. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing her, little Jing Kong locked the door. Little Jing Kong poked his round little head out from the crack of the door and looked curiously at Madame Yao and Marquis Gu at the door. He knew Madame Yao. She was the beautiful benefactress who always went to the temple to offer incense. He also knew Marquis Gu. He was the bad guy who ordered him and Jiao Jiao to be taken away. The two of them were together. Little Jing Kong thought seriously. He tilted his head and asked, "Benefactress, were you also taken away by him?" Madame Yao was puzzled. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. Last night, Madame Yao asked Marquis Gu to tell her a lot about Gu Jiao. But how could Marquis Gu dare to tell her everything? At least, he did not tell her that he ordered people to take away Gu Jiao and the little baby next to her. After that, he asked around and found out that the baby was adopted by Gu Jiao from the temple. She could not even raise herself, yet she got a little baby. He did not know what this girl was thinking. Madame Yao did not understand little Jing Kong's words. But she vaguely remembered that he was a little monk from the temple. She squatted down and looked at little Jing Kong gently. "I remember you. You are the little master from the temple. What is your name?" Little Jing Kong blinked his big black eyes and said cutely, "My name is Jing Kong. I am not the little master anymore. I am going down the mountain." Madame Yao patted his little head and smiled gently. "I am looking for Jiao Jiao. Is Jiao Jiao home?" Little Jing Kong was surprised. "Oh, you also know Jiao Jiao?" Madame Yao nodded. "Yes, I know her." Little Jing Kong lowered his little head and said sadly, "You might not be able to see her today. She is sick and cannot see guests." Madame Yao immediately became worried. "Why is she sick?" "Granddad said that she is too tired." Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said self-reproachfully, "She must be tired from taking care of me. After all, I eat so much." Marquis Gu felt a little guilty. That girl might have been injured by his whip yesterday, right? He did not dare to tell Madame Yao about this. Madame Yao looked pleadingly at little Jing Kong. Her tone was urgent, but her voice was very soft. "Can you let me in to see her? I promise I will not disturb her. I am not sure if Jiao Jiao wants to see you." "Wait, I will go and ask her." Little Jing Kong closed the door and ran into the room. He came to Gu Jiao's bed and asked very softly, "Jiao Jiao, the benefactress from the temple came to see you. Do you want to see her?" Gu Jiao was fast asleep. After a while, little Jing Kong opened the door and said to Madame Yao, "Okay." Jiao Jiao did not object. "You can go in." Madame Yao went into the room full of excitement. Marquis Gu also wanted to go in. Little Jing Kong reached out a small hand to stop him. "You can't go in." Marquis Gu frowned. "Why?" Little Jing Kong raised his small chin. "Jiao Jiao did not agree to let you in." Marquis Gu was confused. Was this a question of whether she agreed or not? It was more like this black-hearted little monk did not ask at all, right? Marquis Gu said seriously, "If you have the ability, go and ask again." "I don't believe that she will object." She was not awake yet, how could she object? Little Jing Kong thought for a while. "Okay." Little Jing Kong ran into the room. "Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, the big bad guy wants to see you." "Do you want to see him?" What did he mean by the big bad guy? It was fine that the girl was infuriating, but was the little monk she raised also so infuriating? Marquis Gu's face turned black. Little Jing Kong grabbed Gu Jiao's hand and shook it. "I know, you don't agree." He walked out with his head held high and said sternly to Marquis Gu, "Jiao Jiao has rejected you." Marquis Gu, in order to prevent someone from barging in, little Jing Kong moved a small stool and sat at the door, staring at Marquis Gu like a tiger watching its prey. "Marquis Gu, what are you doing?" Little Jing Kong, "Staring at you." Marquis Gu, "Humph, I will not go in." Little Jing Kong, "Then who knows?" Marquis Gu, "If you don't believe me, then lock the door." Little Jing Kong sternly said, "What if you climb over the wall? I will keep an eye on you to prevent you from doing anything bad." Marquis Gu, "In any case, I am the Marquis of Ding and in the capital. Is my reputation so bad that I need a little monk to keep an eye on me?" One big and one small, just like that, they stared at each other in front of the door. Yao Shi could not care about her husband at this time. Her heart was already filled with Gu Jiao. After she entered the room, she directly sat down beside Gu Jiao's bed. Gu Jiao's complexion was much better than last night, but it was still sickly pale. As the saying goes, the illness is in the child's body, but the pain is in the mother's heart. Yao Shi looked at her own child's illness and her heart ached. Looking at the room she was staying in, Yao Shi's eyes were red. Yao Shi held her hand again. The calluses and wounds on her hand were so abrasive that Yao Shi's palm hurt. Yao Shi could no longer hold back and silently sobbed. The matriarch went back to sleep in the room. When she woke up, she planned to go see how Gu Jiao was doing. In the end, when she entered the room, she saw little Jing Kong sitting at the door like a small stone statue. He didn't go out. The matriarch was puzzled. Don't look at how little Jing Kong was only a 3-year-old child. He was actually very busy every day. He continued his habit of doing morning and evening classes at the temple. After he woke up, he would recite Buddhist scriptures in his heart. After he finished reciting, he would go to the small forest behind the house to practice. There was once when the matriarch came out and saw him use his hands to grab her legs and wrap her around a thick tree. The matriarch almost thought that she had seen a little snake demon. He only practiced the basics. Occasionally, Gu Jiao would practice with him. If there was no one to practice with him, he would practice on his own. He was the type that did not mix in anything. After he finished practicing, he would go find his friends in the village. At noon, he would come back to eat. In the afternoon, he would help Gu Jiao do some work. Right now, it was time for him to go to the village to cause trouble for his friends. Little Jing Kong replied, "Jiao Jiao is sick." I have to accompany Jiao Jiao. He did not allow anyone to disturb his schedule. Only Jiao Jiao could do that. This answer was not unexpected. The matriarch said, "Oh." Her gaze went past him and fell on the strange man at the door. "Who is this?" she asked indifferently. Little Jing Kong swallowed back the words, "big bad guy," because he had promised Jiao Jiao that he would not tell his family that they were taken away. He did not want his great-aunt and bad brother-in-law to worry. "He's alone," Little Jing Kong said disdainfully. The matriarch thought, "How can I not recognize this person?" The matriarch did not think much of it and walked towards the door. At this moment, Marquis Gu also noticed the matriarch who was walking towards him. Marquis Gu was very clear about Gu Jiao's current situation. Not only did he know that she had adopted a little monk, but he also knew that she had a crippled husband and a great-aunt who came to seek refuge with them. Great-aunt was from the man's family. No, she was already so poor. Why did she keep bringing people into her family? Would she be able to get a grand secretary or an empress dowager? Didn't she know her own worth? Marquis Gu was furious when he thought of this. However, when the old lady got closer and he saw her face clearly, it wasn't that he didn't want to vent his anger, but that he couldn't breathe at all. "Madam, madam, madam, Empress Dowager." Marquis Gu's knees went weak and he fell on the threshold, prostrating himself on the ground. The matriarch looked at the stranger who fell at her feet. She touched her chin and said, "There's no need for that." Little Jing Kong turned his head and said, "He's here to look for Jiao Jiao. The benefactress has already gone in. I'm here to guard and not let him in." There was nothing wrong with not letting a man into Jiao Jiao's house. The matriarch did not suspect him and did not bother to ask who Marquis Gu was. She yawned and went to the backyard to eat melon seeds. Marquis Gu held his head that almost fell off and got up. From his angle, he could clearly see the matriarch sitting on the bench outside the back door of the central room. She was wearing a country bumpkin's clothes and had an old village woman's headscarf wrapped around her head. Marquis Gu felt that she did not look like the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager Zhuang married the late emperor at the age of 13. She was awarded the title of Virtuous Empress when she entered the palace. She commanded the harem for decades and held court for 17 years. Although she did not give birth to any children for the late emperor, she was the one who supported the current emperor to the throne. Her position in the harem and the court was unshakable. Ordinary people could not see Empress Dowager Zhuang. Marquis Gu was lucky enough to see her twice. The first time was at the palace banquet during the Hungry Ghost Festival. He only saw a figure from afar, but Empress Dowager Zhuang was so domineering that even the emperor next to her paled in comparison. The other time was when he went to the palace to visit the pregnant imperial concubine Shu. He bumped into Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. He retreated to the side and bowed to Empress Dowager Zhuang. He only dared to take a glance, but that sharp gaze almost made him breathless on the spot. Empress Dowager Zhuang was not a good person. Otherwise, she would not have been called the Poison Empress and the Demon Empress behind her back. The matriarch in front of him, other than her appearance, did not have the slightest bit of Empress Dowager Zhuang's aura. "Great-aunt, are you secretly eating again?" Little Jing Kong suddenly realized that there was something wrong with the sound of the matriarch cracking the melon seeds. He turned around and saw that she had unknowingly picked up the jar of candied red bayberries. The matriarch decisively turned around and shook the back of little Jing Kong's head. "Don't talk nonsense. Where would I have it?" As she spoke, she grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her purse. By the time little Jing Kong came to collect the jar, she had already stolen a lot. Marquis Gu saw everything and was even more certain that this person was a foodie and not the vicious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Inside the room, Gu Jiao slowly woke up. She could have woken up earlier, but in order to let her sleep peacefully, Hao Shi made a curtain at the last minute to cover the window. The dim light really made it easy to sleep, so Gu Jiao slept until noon. She opened her eyes and found someone sitting by the bed. Alarm bells suddenly went off in her heart. She pulled out the dagger under the pillow and put it around the other person's neck. She put the tip of the dagger against the other person's neck and locked the other person in her arms. "Jiao Jiao, it's me," Yao Shi said. Gu Jiao heard the familiar voice and paused. The vigilance between her eyebrows disappeared. She took the dagger and let go of her, "Madame Gu." Just now, Yao Shi was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She turned around and calmed down. She reached out to touch Gu Jiao's forehead. "How do you feel?" Gu Jiao subconsciously turned her head to avoid her hand. Yao Shi's expression froze and she said embarrassedly, "Did I scare you?" The light in the room was a bit dim. Gu Jiao did not see that her eyes were red and swollen, but she saw the blood on her neck. It was from when she was holding her hostage. She was in a high fever, so her strength was not as precise as usual. She had accidentally injured her. But her first reaction was not to notice her own injury. Instead, she paid attention to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at her with a complicated expression. Yao Shi noticed Gu Jiao's gaze and used a handkerchief to cover the wound. She smiled and said, "I'm fine." "Jiao Jiao, how do you feel?" This was the second time she had asked. Gu Jiao thought for a bit before replying, "I'm also fine." "What is Madame Gu doing here?" "I came to see you," Yao Shi said as she walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The strong light shined through the paper window. Gu Jiao slightly closed her eyes. After adjusting to the light, she said, "Madame Gu has just been poisoned. You should rest in bed." Yao Shi's gentle gaze fell on her small face. "I know. I came today because I have something to say to you." Gu Jiao looked at Yao Shi and suddenly found that there were tears in her eyes. Yao Shi stepped in front of her step by step and held her hand. She carefully looked at her thin face. Her body was very weak, but this time, she had a lot of strength. "Jiao Jiao, I am your mother." Chapter 91. The Marquis Gu waited outside for a long time. He was about to fall asleep from waiting when Yao Shi finally came out. Yao Shi's face was full of tears. Her eyes were red and swollen. It seemed that she had cried quite hard. Marquis Gu strode forward and held her shoulder. "Wife." Yao Shi nodded and held back her tears. She turned to look at the matriarch in the backyard and bowed to her. "Elder, I'm leaving. Jiao Jiao, please take care of Jiao Jiao." Yao Shi had never entered the palace, so she naturally had not seen the matriarch. But before she came, she knew that Xiao Liulang's grandaunt was at home. She treated Jiao Jiao very well. The matriarch looked at her strangely and did not speak. Yao Shi had Marquis Gu bring down the pastries that he had forgotten in the carriage and personally handed them to the matriarch. "I made these pastries myself. I don't know if they are to your liking." Oh, the matriarch's expression improved. The moment Yao Shi turned around, the matriarch suddenly gave her an in. Yao Shi was stunned for a long time before she reacted. The matriarch was responding to what she had just said. Was it because she saw the pastries that she was willing to acknowledge her? But it seemed that she did not acknowledge her. It was just a tone of voice. Yao Shi made pastries for everyone in Gu Jiao's family. There were also pastries in Little Jing Kong. After this, Yao Shi and Marquis Gu sat in the carriage to return to the manor. Marquis Gu could not wait to know what the mother and daughter talked about. What did that girl say? What did she say? Yao Shi recalled the scene after she had told the entire truth. Gu Jiao's reaction was very calm. At least, it was calmer than Yao Shi had imagined. It was as if what she had heard was not her past, but someone else's. Then she made a sound of confusion, and a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. She was clearly in front of Yao Shi, but at that moment, Yao Shi felt that her daughter was very far away. From beginning to end, Gu Jiao only said one thing that confused Yao Shi. If you were a bit earlier, even if it was half a year earlier, how good it would have been. Yao Shi did not understand. The Gu family's San Lang couple had passed away 9 years ago. His daughter had gotten married a year ago, and she had also separated from the Gu family a year ago. Why did he hope that they would arrive half a year earlier? Did something happen half a year ago that they don't know about? Was she hurt? Yao Shi left with this sort of feeling. On the other side, Xiao Lulang asked for half a day's leave from the academy and went to the Huichan Hall to get some herbs. On the way back to the village in second Uncle Luo's ox cart, he happened to pass by Marquis Gu's carriage. The curtain of the carriage was blown up by the wind. Marquis Gu took a casual glance and unexpectedly saw Xiao Lulang on the ox cart. He was so shocked that he stumbled again and hit his head on the wall of the car. The bump that had gone down with much difficulty started to bulge again. He rubbed his eyes and wanted to take another look, but the ox cart had already gone far away. He stuck his head out of the car window and looked back eagerly. "What are you looking at?" Yao Shi asked. Marquis Gu retracted his head. "Ah, nothing. What happened today? Did he not check the almanac before leaving the house? First, he met an old woman from the countryside who looked like the Empress Dowager, and then he ran into a poor scholar who looked like the young Marquis of Zhao. The Empress Dowager was recuperating in the temporary imperial residence, and the young Marquis of Zhao had passed away long ago. No one could appear here." Marquis Gu muttered to himself, "I've really seen a ghost." Xiao Lulang also saw Marquis Gu's carriage. He did not look through the window, so he did not know who was sitting inside. But he saw and noticed the horse's horseshoe. Those were not normal horseshoes. They were used by the Marquis of the capital. The carriage seemed to have come from the village. Xiao Liulang's first reaction was to find him. Especially when the two carriages had already passed each other and were heading in opposite directions, the man in the carriage actually stuck his head out to look at him. Xiao Lulang did not turn his head. His gaze was cold as he said to Second Uncle Luo, "Second Uncle Luo, please hurry. Jianyang is sick." "Okay." Second Uncle Luo agreed. After Yao Shi and Marquis Gu left, Gu Jiao was in a daze in the room for a while. She remembered that unconstrained dream. It was actually real. She really was the flesh and blood of the Marquis Fu. "Oh, then that means I misunderstood him that day." Marquis Gu said he was her old man. So he meant it literally. She had thought he was looking for a beating. That was not the main point. That guy was so hateful. If he was beaten, then he was beaten. The main point was that dream. In the dream, Yao Shi did not come to her door to acknowledge her. It was Marquis Gu himself. Yao Shi and Gu Yan did not appear from beginning to end. Based on Yao Shi and Marquis Gu's relationship, it was not likely that Yao Shi had been abandoned. Combining Yao Shi and Gu Yan's illness, Gu Jiao guessed that Gu Yan and Yao Shi had died before she returned to the Marquis Fu. Gu Yan died of a heart attack. Yao Shi might not have been able to withstand the shock of her son's death. She might have died of illness or hanged herself. Without the protection of her mother and younger brother, she was like a rootless duckweed in the dream. She had the title of the Marquis Fu's daughter, but she lived like an outsider. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong raised his injured little finger and walked in pitifully. Gu Jiao came back to her senses and turned to look at little Jing Kong. "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong walked in front of Gu Jiao and let Gu Jiao see his bleeding little finger. "It's injured." Gu Jiao pulled his little finger and looked at it. How did you get injured? I smashed walnuts. Little Jing Kong said pitifully. The walnuts were brought back by Gu Jiao from the market. Some people used vegetables to exchange for her mountain goods. Some people used eggs to exchange for her mountain goods. She was usually too lazy to care. Sometimes, she would be shocked by the things inside when she carried them back. Be careful next time. Gu Jiao did not forbid him from smashing walnuts again. It was inevitable for children to stumble. She was not a parent who would give up eating for fear of choking. Gu Jiao took out iodophor and cotton swabs from the medicine box to disinfect little Jing Kong's wound. It's okay. It's not serious. You don't need to apply medicine. I want to blow on it. Little Jing Kong blinked his big eyes and said. Gu Jiao blew on his wound. Little Jing Kong was not a delicate child. Compared to the pain from practicing martial arts, this small injury was not painful at all. He just wanted to rub on Jiao Jiao's wound. Little Jing Kong went out happily after he got the chance to blow on his wound. Gu Jiao threw the used cotton swabs into a special basket and put the unused iodophor back into the medicine box. She was so focused on cleaning little Jing Kong's wound that she did not look at it carefully. Now that she looked at it, Gu Jiao realized something was wrong. Why are there so many medicines suddenly? There were 2 types of medicines in her medicine box. One was first aid medicine, which she put in when she was a doctor in the research institute. She risked her life in the organization and these medicines could save her life. The other type of medicine appeared after she came here. For example, Gu Yan's anti-heart failure medicine, Madame Yao's antidepressant medicine, and the anesthetic medicine that was used for Xiao Liulang's surgery. But no matter which one it was, she could use it to treat her illness. Now, these, 6-flavor Rehmannia pill. 7 steps aphrodisiac tea. Nourishing kidney energizing pill. These strange tonics were one thing, but in the most eye-catching position in the center, there was actually a box of bright, shiny, raw, medicinal products lying on the floor. Gu Jiao, who touched her medicine box? Why did it suddenly become so indecent? After Madame Yao returned to the hot spring villa, she decided to tell Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu the truth. Marquis Gu hesitated. Isn't it too hasty? It was nothing to tell Gu Yan, but he liked Gu Jiao so much. If she told him that Gu Jiao was his biological sister, he would be surprised and happy. Jinyu was different. She had always been the only daughter in the family and was used to being pampered. If she suddenly found out that she was not her parents' biological daughter, she would definitely be devastated. Jinyu will be sad, Marquis Gu said softly. Madame Yao frowned. She will be sad, but won't Jiao Jiao be sad? Jiao Jiao also just found out that she is not Gu Sanlang and his wife's biological daughter. Marquis Gu said sternly, how is that the same? What kind of family is the Gu family, and what kind of family is the Marquis family? That girl, Jiao Jiao will be very happy when she finds out about her identity, but Jinyu will be devastated. Happy? Madame Yao shook her head. I can't tell. Gu Jiao's reaction was so calm that it was almost cold. When she did not know about her identity, she was not so cold to her. When she suddenly became her mother, she seemed to have opened a door in her heart. Madame Yao thought that Gu Jiao was unable to accept her because her relationship with Gu Sanlang and his wife was too deep. She did not suspect anything. Marquis Gu saw that his wife's expression was not very good and quickly softened his tone, saying, Jiao Jiao is our child, and so is Jinyu. Jiao Jiao must know the truth because she has to return to the manor. Jinyu does not need to return to the Gu family, so why tell her? Madame Yao had seriously considered whether to send Jinyu back or not. To be honest, she had raised Jinyu for so many years and had long developed feelings for him. She naturally could not bear to send Jinyu away. Moreover, Gu Sanlang and his wife had already passed away. Jinyu would be an orphan if he returned. But the final decision was not made by them, but by Jinyu and the Gu family. After all, Jinyu was a member of the Gu family. Even if his parents were not here, his grandparents and uncles were. They had the right to take Jinyu back. Then there was Jinyu himself. If he insisted on going back, she could not stop him. Madame Yao treated Gu Jiao the same. She completely respected Gu Jiao's decision. When it came to the issue of recognizing each other, she treated the two children equally. But in Marquis Gu's eyes, Gu Jiao returning to the manor was a gain, but Jinyu returning to the manor was a loss. This was a bit unfair to Jinyu. I do not agree. Marquis Gu said. Madame Yao said, the more you want to recognize Jiao Jiao, the more the Gu family wants to recognize Jinyu. Marquis Gu thought, I don't want to recognize that girl. Why would I want to recognize her? To beat myself. Marquis Gu only said half of the Gu family's matters. He only said that Gu Jiao's childhood had not been easy, but he did not dare to say that the Gu family had bullied her terribly. He was afraid that Madame Yao would be sad. But if he did not mention it now, he was afraid that Madame Yao would fall into that family's trap. Marquis Gu deliberated for a moment, then said, I think that family has some bad intentions. It's best if we don't interact with them. What happened? Madame Yao asked. Marquis Gu told her about how the Gu family had used Gu Yu to replace Gu Jiao. There was such a thing. Madame Yao frowned, then didn't Jiao Jiao suffer a lot in their home? Marquis Gu quickly said, I've already taught them a lesson. Madame Yao was now impatient to recognize her daughter. Thinking of the hardships she had suffered these years, Madame Yao wished she could give her life to her. Marquis Gu coughed lightly and said, look at the Gu family situation. We cannot let Jinyu go back and suffer. Madame Yao said, of course I won't let her suffer. She is also my child. There were times when she had not treated Jinyu well. She did not understand why she could not be a good mother. Now that she knew the truth of her birth, she was relieved. Jinyu was not her biological child, so she could not dote on Jinyu as much as she did on Gu Yan. But from today onwards, she would continue to dote on Jinyu as a foster mother, with the love of Gu Sanlang and his wife. Madame Yao said, regardless of whether Jinyu returns to the Gu family or not, she will still be my child. Hearing Madame Yao say this, Marquis Gu was relieved. As long as Madame Yao did not insist on sending Jinyu away, Jinyu would not leave them. That night, the husband and wife called Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu to their room and confessed to them about the mistake. Marquis Gu said seriously. You also know that child. He is the little medicine boy from Return of Spring Hole. As expected, Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Originally, when he heard that Gu Jinyu was not his biological sister, he did not have much of a reaction. But when he found out that his sister was Gu Jiao, he was so happy that he could fly. Although Gu Yan forced himself to remain seated, Marquis Gu already had an image in his mind. Gu Yan raised his hand like a charlatan, running around the room excitedly. Ugh! Marquis Gu held his forehead. Stop thinking. In contrast to Gu Yan's excitement, Gu Jinyu felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She did not expect that she was not her parents' biological daughter. That wild girl that everyone looked down on was the real one. Chapter 92. Novels with substance that cannot be found online are all available here. Gu Jinyu felt as if she had fallen from heaven to hell overnight. Shock, fear, sadness, and the grievance of losing her parents intertwined in her heart. It was like a huge net that trapped her. Mother wants to find a time to arrange for you to meet with the Gu family, Madame Yao said a lot more after that, but Gu Jinyu did not hear a single word. Yao Shi gently took her hand and allowed her to rest properly. That night, Gu Jinyu lay on the luxurious and soft bed. It was the first time she had experienced sleepless nights. A strong wind blew outside the room, rustling the branches and leaves. Gu Jinyu lifted the blanket and got out of bed. She opened the door and a gust of wind blew her robes and hair. "Ah! Miss, why did you come out? It's so windy. Be careful not to catch a cold." The young servant girl on night duty hurried forward to help Gu Jinyu into the room. Gu Jinyu calmly said, "I can't sleep. I want to go out for a walk." "Ah, but it's so late," the young servant girl said. Seeing that Gu Jinyu had no intention of returning to the room, she swallowed her words of advice. "Then miss, please wait. I'll get you a cloak." "Okay." Gu Jinyu nodded. The young servant girl found a soft cloak from the wardrobe and put it on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu looked down at the cloak she was wearing and suddenly murmured, "5 flowers, a golden fur coat, the wind will be exchanged for fine wine." The young servant girl asked in a daze, "Miss, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly reciting poetry? Do you want to compose a poem?" The young servant girl did not understand poetry. The original Yuru did, but unfortunately, Yuru had been chased away by Gu Yen. Gu Jinyu lifted a corner of the cloak and murmured, "Do you know what a golden fur coat is? It's what I'm wearing. Some people can't afford this kind of clothing even if they don't eat or drink for several lifetimes." The young servant girl understood. She giggled and said, "Of course. Miss is the Marquis's daughter. You can't be compared to those commoners outside. What's your name?" Gu Jinyu asked. "My name is Shaoli," the young maid replied. After Yuru left, Gu Jinyu's servants were selected by Marquis Gu. The ones who were transferred over recently were all unfamiliar faces. "Are you from a nearby village?" Gu Jinyu asked again. "Yes." The young maidservant answered with her big, bright eyes. Gu Jinyu looked her up and down. "You look younger than me. How could your family bear to let you be a servant?" The young maidservant laughed mischievously. "Young miss, you must be joking. Being able to enter the manor as a maidservant is a wonderful job that many people in our village can't even dream of. This servant has 4 sisters at home, and this servant's job is the best." Gu Jinyu was stunned. "The 4 sisters, all have to do something. Don't you have an older brother?" The young maidservant nodded and said, "There is an elder brother and a younger brother. The elder brother is going to get married, and we are trying to get betrothal gifts for him. The younger brother is going to get married in the future, and he has to get his share as well. However, if we all marry well, the betrothal gifts we receive should be enough for them to get married." There was no complaint in her tone, as if she was born to live for her brothers. Gu Jinyu felt that her worldview had been turned upside down. She had been raised in the Marquis Fu since she was young. She had 3 elder brothers and 1 younger brother. Although the younger brother was mischievous, he only bullied her and did not squeeze her dry. The 3 elder brothers were all young and promising. Even if they did not like their branch, they had never thought of sacrificing their stepsister to pave the way for them. Gu Jinyu heard the young maidservant talk about some of the family matters and found that Marquis Gu and Yao Shi were the best parents in the world. She could not bear to part with such good parents, and she could not bear to part with everything in the Marquis Fu. The next day, Marquis Gu and Yao Shi came to see her. Her eyes were swollen like walnuts. The young maidservant explained, "Young miss cried the entire night last night. You can leave," Yao Shi said. "Yes." The young maidservant fearfully retreated. She was very worried that she had not served her young miss well and had caused her to be sad. She did not want to be chased out of the manor. Marquis Gu and Yao Shi came to the bed. Marquis Gu stood by the side, and Yao Shi sat down on the edge of the bed. Mother, Gu Jinyu threw herself into Yao Shi's arms. Large drops of tears fell onto Yao Shi's chest. Don't abandon daughter, daughter can't bear to part with you, can't bear to part with father, daughter doesn't want to leave you. Gu Jinyu's crying completely messed up Marquis Gu's heart. His heart ached as he said, silly child, when did father and mother say that they did not want you? Your mother and I have already discussed it. The decision is yours. If you want to go back, Gu Jinyu sobbed and interrupted him, daughter will not go back. Daughter will be filial to mother and father for the rest of my life. Poor child. If she went back, she would be an orphan. Yao Shi could not bear it either, especially after learning that Gu Sanlang and his wife had doted on Zhao Zhao so much. She could not treat Gu Jinyu unfairly. She caressed Gu Jinyu's face and said, but, even if you don't go back to the Gu family, you should go burn incense for your birth parents. Yes. Gu Jinyu agreed with tears in her eyes. Yao Shi nodded in relief. She stood up and went with Marquis Gu to visit Gu Yan. Gu Jinyu suddenly grabbed her sleeve and said in a choked voice, it's my fault. I've occupied elder sister's identity for so many years and even snatched away the best mother and father in the world. When elder sister comes back, I will definitely dote on elder sister well. Along with what father and mother have given me all these years. I will dote on elder sister. Yao Shi patted her head. The husband and wife went to visit Gu Yan again. Gu Yan did not sleep the entire night. He was as excited as a little bullfrog and croaked the entire night. Yuya was almost annoyed to death by him. The quiet and indifferent young master was still the cutest. Gu Yan was so happy that he even forgot to roll his eyes at his father. Gu Yan said, she likes me. Yao Shi looked at her son dotingly. Mother knows. Gu Yan said again, I also like her. Yao Shi smiled and nodded. Yes. Gu Yan sat up straight. I want to go find her. Yao Shi held her son's hand and softly said, give her some time to digest this. Gu Yan suppressed the 10,000 little ants in his heart. Oh, okay. In the village. Gu Jiao did not hide her identity from her family. Xuaningxiang was also present. Because Gu Jiao was injured, the matriarch could not eat Xiao Liulang's cooking. Thus, she called Xuaningxiang over to help cook. After she finished cooking, the matriarch asked her to eat with Go Hua. The old madam asked about Yao Shi and Marquis Gu at the dining table, so Gu Jiao casually told her about their identities and the fact that she had been swapped. Everyone in the room, except for Go Hua, understood that Gu Jiao was actually Gu Jinyu, and Gu Jinyu was actually Gu Jiao. Their identities had been swapped. However, Gu Jiao's tone was too calm. Those who did not know would have thought that she had said something like eating cabbage tonight. Xuaningxiang's jaw almost dropped. The neighbor that she had been living with for so long was actually the Marquis's daughter. She was eating at the Marquis's daughter's home. Xuaningxiang felt that she could not hold her chopsticks steadily. She looked at the matriarch, Xiao Lulang, and little Jing Kong. She found that other than being surprised when they heard that Gu Jiao had been swapped, they were very calm. Don't you think that Zhao Nyang's identity is very powerful? Her father is the Marquis. The matriarch, she once beat up the most powerful man in the country of Zhao. A mere Marquis is nothing. Xiao Lulang, second-rank Marquis. He only has a title but no real power. Little Jing Kong, a big bad guy who only knows how to bully women and children. How powerful can he be? Humph. Xuaningxiang stared at the table full of calm neighbors, dumbfounded. She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. After dinner, Xuanxiang asked Gu Jiao to go back to the room and lie down. She would clean up. Gu Jiao was indeed a little weak, so she did not argue with her. After thanking her, she went back to the room. Xuanxiang went to wash the dishes. Little Jing Kong went to walk the dogs. Xiao Lulang boiled the medicine he got from Huichan Hall and brought it to Gu Jiao. The door was open. He hesitated for a moment but still knocked lightly. Gu Jiao closed the medicine box and looked up. What's the matter? Xiao Liulang's gaze swept past her small medicine chest without leaving a trace. He said with a stern expression, the medicine is ready. It's for reducing fever. Oh. Gu Jiao pushed the small medicine box to the side and reached out to take the medicine from him. She didn't like to drink bitter medicine, but seeing that he had personally brewed it, she still forced herself to drink it without leaving a single drop behind. She returned the medicine bowl to him. Thank you. Xiao Lulang said lightly, it's nothing. Gu Jiao looked at his back and said with a smile, I'm talking about the medicine you applied for me last night. Xiao Liulang's back stiffened. When Gu Jiao woke up, she found that her wound had been treated. Her whole body smelled like medicine, not to mention that there was a piece of cloth covering her wound on her back. The old lady would not be able to do such a meticulous thing. Xiao Lulang didn't turn his head, but he could feel her gaze on his back. He couldn't help but think of her naked back and the curved shape of her body pressed against his. Seeing this kind of thing at a young and vigorous age really made him want to die. Xiao Liulang's throat became dry. He calmed himself down and said with a serious face, it's nothing. After he finished speaking, he took the empty medicine bowl and ran out with his hands and feet. Looking at his back as he ran away, Gu Jiao sighed and muttered, it seems like he saw a lot. Today, Xuanxiang helped Gu Jiao apply the medicine. The door was actually closed, but Xiao Lulang looked at the closed door and felt uncomfortable. He grabbed a bucket and went to the entrance of the village to get water. When Gu Jiao was halfway through applying the medicine, someone knocked on the door. I'll go take a look. Xuanxiang put down the medicine and walked out of Gu Jiao's room. He closed the door for Gu Jiao and opened the door to the central room. He looked at the middle-aged man with a scholarly aura and asked, who are you? Principal Li smiled, I am the principal of Tianxiang Academy. My surname is Li, may I ask if this is Xiao Liulang's home? When Xuanxiang heard that it was the place where Xiao Lulang studied, he politely said, so it's the principal. Are you looking for Lulang? He went to get water. When you came over from the entrance of the village, did you not see him? Principal Li's carriage stopped at the entrance of the village, but he walked over. The sky was a bit dark, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Xuanxiang said, wait, I'll go find him. Principal Li suddenly stopped Xuanxiang, may I ask if Jiaonyang is here? Xuanxiang tilted his head, Gu Jiao invited Principal Li into the central room and poured a bowl of herbal tea for him. Little Jing Kong was a bit heaty these days, so Gu Jiao bought some chameleon plant from the mountain and boiled it for him to drink. Principal Li had never drunk such a disgusting tea before, but he still forced himself to drink a big bowl of it. Gu Jiao saw that he liked it so much, so she poured him another big bowl. Principal Li, who found it hard to refuse such kindness, was speechless. After drinking 3 big bowls of tea in a row, Gu Jiao shook the teapot and said, there's no more. Principal Li, who almost vomited, thought, thank God, there's no more. Gu Jiao asked politely, is there a reason why Principal Li specially came here today? You've visited my mother many times, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Principal Li said and handed the bundle in his hand to Gu Jiao, the peach tree in the backyard has borne fruit, and my mother asked me to bring some to you. Gu Jiao took the bundle, thank you, old madam. Principal Li said gently, my mother is old, and sometimes she doesn't even know how many sons she has, but she always remembers you. How many? Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Ah. Principal Li blurted out his family's affairs, and he smiled awkwardly. I have 4 older brothers, and my mother had me when she was old. No wonder Principal Li was not even 40 years old, but old Madam Li was already so old. My brothers are all in the capital, and I haven't seen them for many years. Principal Li didn't say anything else. Gu Jiao didn't ask any more questions. Principal Li said, there's another thing about Lulang today. Gu Jiao asked, what's wrong with my husband? Principal Li replied, I'm sure you've heard that he passed the imperial examination, but there's something else that I'm not sure if you know about. He originally had the chance to become a Junior 3 scholar, but someone bribed the examiner to change his script, causing him to hand in a blank script for the 3rd round. Gu Jiao's gaze turned cold. This was the college entrance examination in ancient times, and there were actually people who cheated. Principal Li continued, retaking the examination is a serious matter, and I'm not sure why he didn't retake the examination. Maybe he didn't want to, or maybe the government intervened. Principal Li had a student who worked in the examination hall of Pingcheng Prefecture, so he was able to find out some information, but he didn't know everything. Principal Li asked, did he mention this to you? Gu Jiao shook her head, no. His character is not strange, he keeps everything to himself, Principal Li said. I asked him about it after the incident, but he refused to say. Actually, it's not a big deal that he didn't get into the Junior 3 scholar examination. As long as he passes the county-level examination, he will have the opportunity to take part in the provincial examination, and that's the real beginning. Gu Jiao asked, but now that the atmosphere had reached this point, it would be unreasonable if there wasn't a but. Principal Li sighed and said, he doesn't seem to be very willing to take the provincial examination. After thinking for a while, he corrected her, that's not right. When I mentioned the provincial examination, he didn't have much of a reaction, but when I mentioned that he would have to go to the capital after the provincial examination, his face darkened. I don't know if this is accurate, but it seems like he didn't study hard in the past because he wanted to avoid going to the capital to take the imperial examination. He didn't want to go to the capital? Gu Jiao rubbed her chin and fell into deep thought. Principal Li went to look for Gu Jiao to understand the situation, but he didn't get much out of it, so he left helplessly. He really didn't want such a good seedling to waste his talent in a small village. As he was thinking about this, Principal Li accidentally bumped into Go Hua, who had rolled out of the courtyard. Go Hua rolled down from the haystack. Fortunately, he managed to stop himself from bumping into someone, otherwise, he would have rolled into a puddle. Principal Li hurriedly picked the little guy up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. Are you okay? Did I hurt you? Go Hua looked at him with wide, dark eyes. Go Hua had been teething recently, so he had a lot of saliva. As he drooled, he looked at Principal Li in confusion. Suddenly, he opened his small mouth and called out, Father. Principal Li's body trembled. Xuaningxiang, who came out of Gu Jiao's courtyard, also trembled. Go Hua was learning how to speak. When he saw a woman, he would call her mother, but he hadn't called her father yet. After all, he didn't have a father. Xuaningxiang's heart was filled with awkwardness. She wanted to find a hole to bury Go Hua and herself. She quickly walked over and carried Go Hua over. She said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. This child doesn't know anything. Please don't take offense. Principal Li smiled, "Ah, it's fine." Xuaningxiang hurriedly carried Go Hua away. Unexpectedly, Go Hua turned his head and called out to Principal Li, "Father." Xuaningxiang was so embarrassed that she wanted to cry. "Child, don't mention that your father is dead. Even if he isn't, you can't be the principal. What are they? What are you? Where did you get the ability to blindly call someone your father?" Calling you Goa, you really do have the guts of a dog. Xuaningxiang carried her son and ran back to the house. She closed the door and bolted it. Principal Li laughed and shook his head. Father. In this lifetime, he probably wouldn't be able to be a father. Xuaningxiang carried her son back to the house and placed him on the bed. She sternly corrected him, Gowa, you don't have a father. Gowa, father. Xuaningxiang, not father. Father. Xuaningxiang, I said I don't have a father. You're not allowed to call me father. I don't. Gowa crawled out, father. Xuaningxiang was about to go crazy because of her son. If you blindly call someone your father again, I won't be able to hold down your father's coffin. Xuaningxiang was so angry that she kept shaking her pillow. As she shook it, a hard object fell out and smashed onto the chair. Xuaningxiang picked up the object. At first, she couldn't remember what it was. After thinking for a long time, she frowned. Isn't this? Chapter 93. When Xiao Lulang came back from fetching water, Gu Jiao was sitting in the living room waiting for him. Gu Jiao said, Dean Li came just now. Xiao Lulang took the water to the backyard and poured it into the water jar, and I met him at the entrance of the village. Gu Jiao came to the back door of the living room and lightly leaned on the door. Aren't you going to ask what he said to me? What did he say? Xiao Lulang casually asked. Gu Jiao lightly said, he said you have a concubine in the capital. Cough. Xiao Lulang almost choked to death. No. No. No what? No concubine. It was not that he had never been to the capital, but he did not have a concubine. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh, when a normal person hears that sentence, their first reaction would be, I have never been to the capital, how could I have a concubine in the capital? You only denied the second point. So, you have been to the capital? Xiao Lulang calmly said, so what if I have? Gu Jiao asked, how did you get a pass to the capital? The capital was the capital of Zhao country. The most important people of Zhao country all lived there. The security was very tight and normal people could not get a pass. For a commoner like Xiao Lulang, unless he passed the provincial examination, it was impossible for him to enter the capital. Then what about you? Xiao Lulang did not choose to directly answer Gu Jiao's question. Instead, he changed the topic and pointed the spearhead at her. What is the matter with your box? Gu Jiao's pupils shrank. Good fellow. He learned to use her secrets to block her mouth. Xiao Lulang walked towards her step by step with his cane and stopped half a step in front of her. Tell me where you got your box, and I will tell you how I got a pass to the capital. This was the first time he was so close to Gu Jiao. His breath fell on Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao found that he had not only grown taller. Gu Jiao could feel his youthful aura. It was clean and pure, but not only that, he was slowly growing up, he was about to become a real man. His aura was cold and dangerous, like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. Gu Jiao blinked and suddenly reached out her little index finger to poke his small chest. Xiao Lulang, ah. I didn't mean. Xuaningxiang, who had just arrived at the door, covered her face, indicating that she did not see anything. Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao's posture was indeed a little too intimate. At first glance, she thought that Xiao Lulang had pressed her against the wall and was about to do something to her. It felt good. Gu Jiao poked him again. Xiao Lulang. His chest was filled with the soft touch of her fingertips. Xiao Liulang's beastly aura disappeared, and he went back to the room with red ears. Xuaningxiang was in a daze. Ah, this is the first time I've seen Xiao Lulang like this. What's the matter? Gu Jiao walked over casually. Xuaningxiang's gaze fell on her face. They were obviously doing something intimate, but why was Xiao Lulang the one blushing and not this girl? Was there a mistake somewhere? That. However, Xuaningxiang did not forget about the matter at hand. She handed a metal tablet in her hand to Gu Jiao. This is for you. For me. Gu Jiao took it and found that it was a bronze metal tablet. There were no words on the tablet, only a strange emblem. Yes. Xuaningxiang nodded and said with some embarrassment, I found this at the place where Xiao Lulang fainted. At that time, you were too busy picking him up and didn't notice this in the bushes. I secretly hid it and planned to sell it at the market, but my mother-in-law said that it was neither gold nor silver, so it couldn't be sold for much, so I put it aside. If it wasn't for today. Xuaningxiang awkwardly skipped the matter of Go while acknowledging his father, which made her so angry that she shook the pillow. It suddenly fell out of the pillow. I forgot that I had seen such a thing. A year ago, Xiao Lulang fainted at the entrance of the village, and it was Xuaningxiang and Gu Jiao who found him together. Xuaningxiang went to the village to call for help, and Gu Jiao directly carried him back. When Xuaningxiang brought people over, Xiao Liulang's figure was long gone. However, Xuaningxiang saw a heavy tablet left in the bushes. Xuaningxiang said, I'm not sure if this belongs to Xiao Lulang, why don't you ask him? Gu Jiao suddenly thought of something. On the first day she transmigrated, Xiao Lulang sneakily rummaged through her room. Could it be that he was actually looking for this thing? Ha ha ha, young man, let's see who reveals whose secret first. Gu Jiao took the bronze tablet back to her room. She was very sure that Xiao Lulang had touched her medicine chest, possibly last night. Her medicine chest could not be opened by outsiders, but she was confused by the fever last night and forgot to lock it. Did those strange tonic pills and birth control products appear after Xiao Lulang touched her medicine chest? Gu Jiao stared fiercely at the medicine chest. If you dare to make such a mess appear again, I'll burn you. A cold wind blew, and the medicine chest was as quiet as a chicken. After breakfast, Gu Jinyu packed her things and prepared to leave. She had promised Madame Yao that she would burn incense for Gu Sanlang and his wife. Before leaving, she went to see Madame Yao and Marquis Gu. If I go to the village, I should be able to see elder sister, right? I want to see her. Madame Yao did not object. But Marquis Gu was worried that Gu Jiao's temper was too fierce and would bully Gu Jinyu. After all, the two children had some friction before. Marquis Gu had Huang Zhong and an experienced nanny accompany her. Gu Yan had been excited the entire night and had only fallen asleep during breakfast. He was now sprawled on the bed, snoring loudly. He was completely unaware that he had missed the opportunity to go to the countryside. Gu Jinyu sat in the carriage. The servant girl and nanny sat in another carriage. Huang Zhong led a few guards on horseback to protect Gu Jinyu. On the way, Gu Jinyu lifted the curtain of the carriage window and looked at Huang Zhong, who was riding beside her. She said amiably, Lord Huang, you've seen my elder sister. What kind of person is she? This. Huang Zhong could not say. An unfilial daughter with a violent temper who pressed the marquis to the ground. Huang Zhong clenched his fists and coughed a few times. Although I've seen eldest miss, I haven't spoken to her. Gu Jinyu smiled regretfully, me too. I haven't spoken to her seriously. If I had known that she was my elder sister, I would not have treated her that way. I'm so foolish. I don't even recognize my own elder sister. Huang Zhong thought, she's not your biological daughter. Of course you don't recognize her. Look at the young master. Didn't he get close to eldest miss after just one time? It's not the same whether you're her biological daughter or not. He did not dare to say these words. Currently, the matter of the two daughters had not spread in the manor. Only he and his masters knew the truth. But the truth could not be concealed. It all depended on how the Marquis and Madame told the outside world. Huang Zhong had been here several times and had already heard all the news in the village, including the location of Gu Sanlang and his wife's grave. Gu Sanlang had died a violent death. According to the village rules, he was not allowed to be buried in the ancestral grave. His grave was very far from the Gu family's treasured land. Madame Su was buried next to him. It was said that Madame Su had requested it before she died. The carriage stopped at the entrance of the village. The procession was rather grand. In addition, the fairy-like Gu Jinyu had come. It inevitably attracted the attention of the villagers. Gu Jinyu had brought along an aide and was accompanied by a respectable maid and granny. The villagers had never seen a daughter of a wealthy family from the city. Their eyes could not move. "Miss, be careful of your steps." The village roads were not easy to walk on. Huang Zhong was afraid that this delicate daughter would trip and fall. Gu Jinyu held on tightly to the maid's arm. This kind of bumpy dirt road was really a waste of her wealthy feet. After the group of people walked away, the villagers began to discuss. Who are they? I don't know them. That man seemed to have come to our village a few times and asked around about the Gu family. Look, they're heading towards Gu Sanlang's grave. Could it be the Su family? The Gu family did not have such respectable relatives. The villagers could only guess that it was the Su family. Madame Su was not from the village. Her family was better off than the Gu family and could be considered half a city dweller. But after Madame Su passed away, the Su family had cut off all ties with the Gu family. When Gu Jinyu arrived at the grave, she saw a person standing at the grave. She was dressed in coarse hemp and had a slender figure. She wore a bamboo hat and carried a small basket on her back. Sis. Gu Jinyu asked tentatively. Gu Jiao paused in the act of bending down to remove weeds. She calmly straightened her body and turned her head to look at Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu immediately revealed a joyful smile. Sister, it's really you. Gu Jiao glanced at her strangely. She ignored her and continued to bend down to remove weeds. Ever since Gu Jiao had discovered that there was a lot of weeds at the grave on the anniversary of Gu Sanlang and his wife's death, Gu Jiao had regularly come over to remove weeds. Gu Jinyu was ignored, but she did not back down. She let go of the maid's hand and walked towards Gu Jiao. However, her pair of exquisite embroidered shoes simply couldn't walk on the path of the tombstone, and she almost sprained her ankle. Miss! Be careful. The young maidservant and the old maid both supported her. I'm fine. Gu Jinyu glanced awkwardly at Gu Jiao and motioned for them to let go. After that, she became more careful. She lifted her clean skirt and came to Gu Jiao's side. She extended her hand to Gu Jiao. Sister, let me do it. I'm not your sister. Gu Jiao said, you can't do it either. This kind of dirty work was not something a spoiled young lady could do. Gu Jiao would only use a shovel if she needed one. She would directly do the weeds that she did not need. Gu Jinyu copied her and reached out to pull the weeds. The result was obvious. The maid and granny did not know the truth, but the servants of the manor always knew the rules. They would not ask about things that they should not ask about. But although they did not ask, they were very curious. This little village girl was so arrogant. Their miss had lowered herself to call her sister. Not only did she not appreciate it, she even gave their miss a hard time. You can leave first. Gu Jinyu ordered. The maid and granny retreated 3 feet away. You can leave too. Gu Jinyu said to Huang Zhong. Huang Zhong, who was pulling weeds, clapped his hands and also retreated far away. Only Gu Jiao and Gu Jinyu were left on the grave mound. Gu Jiao continued to pull weeds as if no one else was around. Gu Jinyu placed the straw mat and paper money she had brought on the ground. She burned the paper money with a match and knelt on the straw mat, kowtowing 3 times to Gu Sanlang and Madame Su. After that, Gu Jinyu maintained her kneeling position. As she burned the paper money, she murmured, "I heard that they were good people when they were alive. They were very good to sister." Gu Jiao finally reacted. She said calmly, "Does calling them father and mother burn your mouth?" Gu Jinyu choked. Gu Sanlang and Madame Su were very good parents. If they knew that the child was swapped, they would be very sad. They would want to hear their biological daughter call them father and mother. Gu Jiao glanced at her. "You don't have to burn paper money. I can still afford to burn this little bit of paper money." Gu Jinyu lowered her head and said in a low voice, "Sister, do you hate me? I know it's my fault. I stole your identity, stole your parents, stole everything that should have belonged to you. You should hate me. I don't blame you." Gu Jiao ignored her. The person who had everything stolen from her had already passed away. Furthermore, it was not appropriate to steal. Gu Jinyu was innocent. She was also the one who had been swapped. She did not hate her, nor did she like her. This person had nothing to do with her. Gu Jinyu did not understand Gu Jiao's thoughts. She only felt that Gu Jiao was blaming her. It was understandable. After all, she had taken advantage of her. She said sincerely, "Sister, don't worry. I won't fight with you. You are the eldest miss of the Marquis's household. When you return to the Marquis's household, I will move the courtyard out and return it to you. But father and mother have raised me for so many years. Sister, please allow me to be filial to father and mother." Gu Jiao was a little irritated. "Are you done? If you are, hurry up and leave." Gu Jinyu pleaded, "Sister, come back to the Marquis's household with me." "I'm not going back." "Sister. What will it take for you to be willing to go back with me? Tell me. I'll agree to anything." Gu Jiao looked at her and smiled faintly. "Including you leaving the Marquis's household with nothing?" Gu Jinyu's expression froze. Chapter 94. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Gu Jiao was taller than Gu Jinyu. Even though Gu Jinyu was wearing thick-soled embroidered shoes, Gu Jiao could still look down on her oppressively. Gu Jiao said calmly, "If you don't even have this much sincerity, don't try to persuade me to go back." Gu Jinyu's eyes reddened. "If you want to chase me away," Gu Jiao said coldly, "I don't care. Take whatever you want. Just don't bother me." This was the most Gu Jiao had ever said to a stranger. She was only so patient with people she cared about. After that, Gu Jiao used her strength to demonstrate what it meant to treat Gu Jinyu as heir. Gu Jinyu forced herself to burn all the paper money. Until the end, she still couldn't call Gu Sanlang and his wife father and mother in front of Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu had been kneeling for too long. Her legs were numb. It was the young maid and granny who helped her up. She bowed to Gu Jiao. "I'll leave first. I'll visit you again when I'm free." Not long after she left, little Jing Kong skipped over from another path. "Jiao Jiao." He saw Gu Jinyu not far away and asked curiously, Who are they?" Gu Jiao said, "Strangers." "Oh. Strangers." Then little Jing Kong didn't have to bother about them. "Why are you here?" Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong said, "I went home and you weren't around. Granddad said you came to visit the grave." Little Jing Kong had to do morning classes, practice martial arts, and make trouble for his friends in the village every morning. After making trouble for his friends, he went home and found that Gu Jiao wasn't around. So, he asked Grandaunt where Jiao Jiao went. "Whose grave is this?" Little Jing Kong asked with his eyes wide open. Gu Jiao looked at the two old tombs and said, "My father's and mother's. This is my father and this is my mother." Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and thought for a while. If they are Jiao Jiao's parents, then they are also Jing Kong's parents. Little Jing Kong said as he knelt down and kowtowed to Gu Sanlang and Su Shi. He kowtowed especially sincerely. His head was knocked into the ground, and he even called out for his parents. His voice was childish, but his little face was solemn. His little body knelt in front of the desolate grave, and people couldn't help but tear up. An adopted child could behave like this, but as her own biological child, she could not even call them father and mother. Gu Jinyu felt a little stifled in her heart, as if she had been slapped in the face. "Miss, are you all right?" The young maid sensed that something was amiss with Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu closed his eyes. "I'm fine. Let's go home." "Yes." Gu Jinyu and the others got on the carriage and returned to the mansion. On the other hand, Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong walked back together after clearing the weeds on the grave. "Jiao Jiao, have you recovered from your illness?" Little Jing Kong held Gu Jiao's hand and asked. "Yes, I'm fine." Gu Jiao nodded. Her fever had subsided, which was good news for her. As for the scab on her wound, it was a common occurrence, so she didn't take it to heart. Little Jing Kong heard Gu Jiao say that she was fine, so he believed that she was really fine. He cheered excitedly, "I just talked to my parents." "Oh. What did you say?" When Gu Jiao was weeding, she did hear the little guy mumbling, but she didn't know what he was mumbling about. Little Jing Kong raised his chin and said proudly, "I asked my parents to bless Jiao Jiao so that she won't fall ill again. My parents must have heard it, so they let Jiao Jiao recover from her illness." Gu Jiao thought, "Is that possible?" Little Jing Kong firmly believed that Gu Sanlang and his wife had shown up in the netherworld. Obviously, he was the one who made them show up, so it was actually his effort, not his bad brother-in-law who brought the medicine back. He could be said to be a little monk who was constantly fighting with his brother-in-law for favor. After Gu Jinyu left the village, she hurried back to the villa. She had just reached the town when she realized that something was missing. "Stop!" she ordered. The coachman stopped the carriage by the street. Huang Zhong rode on the horse and asked, "Miss, what happened?" Gu Jinyu rummaged through her sleeves and purse carefully and frowned. "I dropped something." "What did you drop?" Huang Zhong asked. "A letter," Gu Jinyu said. "Then I'll ask them to come over and help you look for it." Huang Zhong called the young servant girl and granny from the carriage behind over and helped Gu Jinyu search through the carriage. In the end, they searched through the cabinets and chests but could not find what Gu Jinyu had lost. "Is it a very important letter?" Huang Zhong asked. "Yes." Gu Jinyu nodded. It was a letter that Consort Shu had written to her. There was a question in it. It was originally meant for the princes, but Consort Shu's son, the fifth prince, could not solve it, so he sent a letter to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was exceptionally smart, much better than the fifth prince's study companions. Since young, she had always secretly solved the fifth prince's questions and said that the fifth prince had done it himself. The emperor did not know the truth and really thought that the fifth prince was smarter than the other princes. The emperor doted on Consort Shu, and it had something to do with the fifth prince. Hence, Consort Shu especially valued Gu Jinyu. The question this time was set by the emperor himself. It was said that it had stumped all the princes. Everyone in the country of Zhao knew that their emperor did not like poetry and eight-legged prose. He loved to study arithmetic and astronomy. In the letter, Consort Shu had repeatedly instructed Gu Jinyu to help the fifth prince solve the question, and she had to do it quickly. Whoever could solve this problem first would be able to please His Majesty. Gu Jinyu carried the question with her every day. Whenever she was free, she would solve it. But the question set by the emperor was too difficult. She had racked her brains and many geniuses had barely solved half of it. But even if it was only half, she had only managed to solve it after a huge amount of calculation. Today, she had lost the result of all her hard work. Gu Jinyu felt suffocated. She was afraid that she would go crazy if she had to calculate it from the beginning again. Gu Jinyu pressed her chest and said, "Could it have been left in the village? I was kneeling there and burning paper money just now. It might have fallen out of my sleeve at that time." Little Jing Kong held Jiao Jiao's hand and skipped home. Gu Jiao went to cook while he went to feed the chicks, shovel the chicken droppings, and clean up the chicken coop. However, before he even started, he discovered something. He looked down at something stuck to his heel and blinked strangely. He bent down to pick it up. It was a small folded envelope. There was no name on the envelope. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. There was still no name or signature on the letter. It was a large piece of white paper filled with numbers. This seems to be a question. Little Jing Kong looked confused. This was a field that he had never studied before, so he did not know how to solve it. More importantly, why did it appear at his feet? He was very sure that his shoes were clean before he went out. Could it be? Father and mother gave it to me. The more little Jing Kong thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Father and mother must have heard his prayer and responded to him. He thought for a moment, put the letter into his pocket, and ran into the kitchen. He squatted down and looked at the soles of Gu Jiao's shoes. Gu Jiao was confused by his look. "What are you looking at?" Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattledrum. "Nothing. Nothing." Father and mother did not leave a letter for Jiao Jiao. They only left a letter for him. Jiao Jiao did not talk to father and mother just now. He was the only one who spoke. Little Jing Kong was more certain that this letter was written to him by father and mother in the netherworld. But because he did not tell father and mother about his learning level, father and mother overestimated his ability. In order not to disappoint father and mother, little Jing Kong decided to ask for help. Little Jing Kong returned to the kitchen with a pen and paper. "Jiao Jiao, I don't know how to solve this question." When little Jing Kong went down the mountain, he brought with him a lot of Buddhist scriptures and some strange questions that were said to be set by his master. His master did not solve some of the questions, but he did not solve some of the questions. When Gu Jiao saw this question, she did not think much about it. She just thought that it was a question left by his master. There was crispy meat in the pot. The temperature of the oil was just right. It could not be too tender or too deep fried. Gu Jiao took some time to solve the question for him. Then, she took out the crispy meat that was fried until it was golden brown. The whole process took less than a minute. Little Jing Kong took the question that he solved and went to Gu Sanlang and his wife's grave. Little Jing Kong was an honest child. He did not hide the fact that he asked Gu Jiao. At the same time, he also recited the Buddhist scriptures that he had learned to Gu Sanlang and his wife. He hoped that they could come up with a question from these scriptures the next time they tested him. "Father and mother, have a good rest. I'll leave first. I'll come and see you another day." Little Jing Kong placed the question that he solved in front of the grave. To prevent it from being blown away by the wind, he even found a small stone to press it down. Gu Jinyu and the rest arrived at the entrance of the village. "Miss, wait in the horse carriage. We'll go and look for it," the elderly maid said to Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's body was precious. It was best that she did not appear in such a lowly place frequently. Gu Jinyu thought about it and did not refuse. The elderly maid, the young maid, Huang Zhong and the rest went along the road to look for it. "You guys look here. Lu Er and I will go to the grave to take a look." After the elderly maid finished speaking, she brought the young maid to Gu Sanlang and his wife's grave. The young maid suddenly pointed at a stone on the ground. "Elderly maid. Look. There's something under the stone." The elderly maid's eyes lit up. She hurried forward to remove the stone, only to find that there was only a pile of burning ashes and a piece of paper money that was not completely burned under the stone. "That's right." On the way back, little Jing Kong suddenly remembered something. The paper money for his parents had to be burned before they could receive it. It was the same for the question. Hence, he turned back and burned the question that he had solved. This way, his parents could receive it. "I'm really a clever little devil." Chapter 95. There are all kinds of novels that you can't find online. The servant girl and the nanny brought the ashes back to Gu Jinyu with a handkerchief. Gu Jinyu could see some handwriting on the ashes, but it was just a little. It was just enough for her to recognize that it was her question, but she couldn't figure out the complete solution. Gu Jinyu certainly wouldn't guess that little Jing Kong had burned it all. She even thought that she had accidentally left the paper in the paper money, causing it to be burned along with the paper money. Her heart ached at the thought of this. She wanted to vomit blood and faint on the spot. It was still early after dinner. Gu Jiao planned to take a walk on the mountain she bought. She had been going up the mountain recently when she had nothing to do. Besides picking herbs and mushrooms, she also memorized the topography of the entire mountain. Now, she only needed a little more information to construct a topographic map of the entire mountain. Little Jing Kong heard that she was going up the mountain. He tilted his head and asked her, "Can I go with Jiao Jiao?" Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Do you want to go back and see your master and senior brothers?" "Mainly, I want to stay with you." "But that's fine too." Little Jing Kong jumped down from the stool and said to Gu Jiao, "Then I'll go and see them." The place they were going to this time was quite close to the temple. It was actually on the way. Gu Jiao carried a small basket on her back. Little Jing Kong looked envious, so Gu Jiao made him a small basket too. The small basket contained the gifts he brought for his friends. There were vegetarian meatballs, fried by Gu Jiao. There was osmanthus cake, bought by Gu Jiao. There were wild fruits, picked by Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong carried the same small basket as Gu Jiao's and was very proud. He went to his grandmother's house to show off, then went next door to show off in front of Xuanningsiang and Go Hua. Then, the siblings went up the mountain. Little Jing Kong might be young and small, but he could endure more hardship than most children. He had to walk such a long way to the other side of the mountain, but he still persisted. On the way up the mountain, he kept running forward with Gu Jiao following behind him unhurriedly. When they were halfway up the mountain, he finally ran out of energy and collapsed on the steps like a little salted fish. Gu Jiao carried little salted fish Jing Kong up the mountain. At the entrance of the temple, little Jing Kong, who had recovered his strength, waved at Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, go ahead. I'll look for Jing Fan, Jing Xin, and Jing Shan myself." "Yes." Gu Jiao watched little Jing Kong enter the temple and greet a monk warmly. He even called him senior brother Jingqin. Only then did she feel relieved and went to measure her own mountain. She spent a lot of money to buy this mountain, but the more she went there, the more Gu Jiao felt that it was worth it. There were so many wild herbs and beasts all over the mountain, and they all belonged to her. She was probably lucky today. She dug up 2 ginseng along the way. They were not very big ginseng, but they were enough to make chicken soup. For some reason, Gu Jiao suddenly remembered the trap she set in the forest. However, no one should be so unlucky this time. Unexpectedly, just as this thought flashed through her mind, there was a movement in the forest. It seemed that something really fell down. Over there was the trap she set. It can't be so coincidental. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Maybe it was a big worm. A wolf would be fine too. Gu Jiao was full of expectation to harvest her prey, but when she went there, she took a look. This time it was a person again. Gu Jiao was a little confused. She set traps to catch wild beasts. Why was it always a person who fell into her trap? However, this time it didn't seem to be an ordinary person, but a monk. He was wearing a grayish-white monk's robe and had a slender figure. He was holding something in his arms. His wrist bone was exposed outside his sleeves, and it was as white as jade. Perhaps because he heard the movement on the ground, he raised his head, and an unworldly face entered Gu Jiao's line of sight. This monk had a pair of long and narrow peach blossom eyes, and there was a mole under his right eye. She couldn't tell how old he was, but he looked very young. Gu Jiao sighed inwardly. In this world, even monks were so beautiful. Could it be that the monsters in the forest had turned into spirits and came here to charm women like her? Gu Jiao looked at him warily. He curved his thin red lips and smiled. "Young benefactor, can you pull this poor monk up?" His voice was also very pleasant to the ears. There was a kind of ethereal feeling that came from a deity. Gu Jiao thought for a moment, then took out a rope from her basket and pulled him up. Only then did Gu Jiao realize that he was holding a white and tender little rabbit in his arms, and in the trap he had just been in, there was the corpse of a venomous snake lying there. Gu Jiao looked at the poisonous snake, then looked at the little rabbit in his arms. "Did you fall into the trap to save this little rabbit?" He nodded with a smile. His smile was very gentle, but it wasn't the motherly gentleness of Yao Shi. It was a gentleness that made people feel dizzy and blush. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao wasn't shy by nature. Because he was handsome, Gu Jiao looked at him a few more times. However, Gu Jiao's heart was very calm. Gu Jiao heard him say this and said, "You're quite kind." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the other party pull out a dagger and kill the wild rabbit with one slash. Gu Jiao, after the monk killed the rabbit, he asked Gu Jiao for some water and washed the rabbit. Then, he started a bonfire and began to roast the rabbit. Gu Jiao was a little confused. Killing and eating meat, was he a fake monk? "Do you want it?" He cut off the fattest piece of rabbit meat and skewered it with a dagger. He handed it to Gu Jiao. "Everyone who sees it will have a share." "Gu Jiao, shouldn't you be thanking me because I saved you?" Gu Jiao didn't eat much for lunch, so she was a little hungry now. She took the rabbit meat and took a bite. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't delicious either. It was a bit of a waste of food. I forgot to add salt." The monk patted his head and took out a small bamboo tube from his wide sleeve. He removed the lid and sprinkled salt on the rabbit meat. "This should be much more delicious." He cut another piece and handed it to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took the rabbit meat. With the salt, it indeed tasted much better. She asked, "You saved it just to eat it?" The monk said matter-of-factly, "What else?" Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. "Which monk in the temple is this? Why haven't I seen him before?" The monk pointed at the trap beside them. "Do you eat snake meat? If you want to eat, go and fish it up." Gu Jiao said, "Why don't you fish it up yourself?" The monk sighed. "I'm scared." Gu Jiao said strangely, "You're scared that you'll beat it to death." "I didn't beat it to death." The monk paused and corrected her. "I bit it to death." "Gu Jiao, why did you bite it for no reason?" "It bit me first," the monk said sternly. He pulled up the left side of his trousers, revealing his swollen calf. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. "A snake bit you, and you bit it back. What kind of operation is this?" The snake probably didn't expect that it would be bitten to death by a human one day. "Moreover, you were bitten by a snake like this, and you're still in the mood to eat roasted rabbit? Don't you know that you're going to die soon?" The monk seemed to have seen through Gu Jiao's thoughts. He sighed and said, "I know." After saying that, he fell to the ground with a thud. He spat out black blood and lost consciousness. "Gu Jiao, what kind of weird monk is this?" The snake that bit him was a highly venomous many-banded kite. Fortunately, Gu Jiao had antivenom for the many-banded kite in her medicine box. The antivenom was a type of horse serum. It contained foreign proteins and could easily cause allergies. Time was tight, so Gu Jiao gave up on the desensitization injection. She painfully gave him 2 shots of anti-allergy medicine. When the monk woke up, he was no longer on the lawn. He found himself sitting under a big tree. It was raining. He glanced at Gu Jiao beside him and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't you know that you can't hide from the rain under a tree during spring?" Gu Jiao looked at him casually and said, "You can still roast rabbit calmly after being bitten by a snake. I thought you weren't afraid of death." The monk choked and coughed softly. "I thought that I couldn't live, so I had to die with a full stomach." "Speaking of which, did you save me?" He pulled up his trousers to take a look. The wound was bandaged and the pain was basically gone. The edema was also gone. "You can even cure snake venom. Are you an expert?" he asked strangely. Gu Jiao didn't answer him. She just sat quietly on the side to hide from the rain. Probably feeling that he owed her 2 favors, the monk felt embarrassed. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Benefactress, what is your surname?" Gu Jiao said. She didn't look at him. She kept looking at the rain. The monk smiled and said, "This poor monk knows a little about physiognomy. I can read Benefactress Gu's palm." "No need." Gu Jiao faintly refused. No woman could refuse such a handsome monk. Gu Jiao was the first. The monk couldn't help but be curious. He looked at her a few more times. Gu Jiao had already put on her bamboo hat. He couldn't see her face clearly. He could only see her delicate chin. The monk curled his lips. He was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly saw Gu Jiao playing with a bronze token. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and said, "So Miss is from Marquis Xianping's household." "What?" Gu Jiao turned around. The monk's gaze swept over the birthmark on her left cheek. He didn't show any abnormality and said, "The token in your hand." Gu Jiao looked at the token and then looked at him. "You know it?" The monk curled his lips and smiled. He stretched his slender legs and raised an arm behind his head. He leaned against the tree behind him and looked at the heavy rain. "Yes, this poor monk knows it." "Tell me," Gu Jiao said. The monk looked at Gu Jiao playfully. "So you don't know it? Then how did you get this token?" "I picked it up," Gu Jiao said. "Phew." The monk's expression became more playful. His beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. "It was like the spring water, full of charm. Then your luck is really good. You were able to pick up such a valuable thing." As he said this, he withdrew his gaze from Gu Jiao and continued to look at the heavy rain that would stop at an unknown time. Marquis Xianping's household is an aristocratic family with hundreds of years of history. It is a relative of the imperial family. It is a tyrant in the capital. It has produced 3 emperors and an empress. What does Benefactor Gu want to hear? Gu Jiao didn't ask him how a monk deep in the mountains could understand the situation in the capital. She only said, anything is fine. The monk smiled and said, then you want to hear everything. Unfortunately, the matters of Marquis Xian Ping's household can't be finished in 3 days and 3 nights. Does Benefactor Gu want to ask about people or interesting things? Gu Jiao thought for a moment, people. Master or servant? Up to you. The monk's smile deepened, you are clearly the one asking for information. How can you ask me? Fine, if you really want to ask about servants, I don't know either. Let's start with Marquis Xian Ping. This Marquis title was inherited from the old Marquis. Marquis Xian Ping is the eldest son of the family and also the son of the first wife. It is only natural for him to inherit the family business. There is nothing to say. He has a younger sister of the first wife and a younger brother born of a concubine. The younger sister is the current empress and the younger brother is the great general of Weiyuan. I forgot to mention. He also married the princess of Xinyang. He and the princess of Xinyang had a son. That was an amazing son. It is a pity that he died young. Just these people? Gu Jiao asked. There are also a few sons of concubines. They are not enough to reach the apex. As the monk spoke, he once again looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. This time, there was a hint of warning in his smile. Girl, if you picked up this token, then so be it. Don't flaunt it everywhere. It will easily attract a fatal disaster. Also, don't get involved with the people of Marquis Xian Ping's household. It will also attract a fatal disaster. When he became serious, even the way he addressed her had changed. Gu Jiao did not pay attention to his warning. She was never a person who would allow others to judge the risks. However, this Marquis Xian Ping's household sounded very powerful. Why would Xiao Lulang have the token of Marquis Xian Ping's household? What was his relationship with Marquis Xian Ping's household? Then if... Gu Jiao was halfway through her words when she suddenly realized something. Turning her head, she discovered that the monk who was chattering beside her had suddenly disappeared. What was even more bizarre was that Gu Jiao did not know when he left. Gu Jiao had been in this strange world for so long and this time she had really met an expert. Gu Jiao looked at the place where the monk had just sat. There was a word written with a finger, Shao. Gu Jiao pondered, Marquis Xian Ping's household, is surnamed Shao. Xiao Liulang's surname was also Shao. How could it be so coincidental? Chapter 96. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that could not be found on the internet were available here. Not long after the monks left, the rain stopped. Gu Jiao went to the temple to pick up little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong spent a happy and fulfilling day at the temple. To be exact, it was half a day. He met the gentle and considerate senior brother Jing Qin, several other senior brothers, the abbot, and his former playmates, Jing Fan, Jing Xan, and Jing Shan. As the abbot and his senior brothers were busy, he spent the most time with the 3 little monks. Since there was no Jing Kong to fight for food, the 3 little monks were well nourished and were all rounder than before. Little Jing Kong was no longer the little Jing Kong he used to be. He had changed out of his monk robe and was wearing the clothes of a commoner. Little hair also grew on his little bald head. He was actually the youngest among the little monks, but he was the first to speak, and he was the best at it. In the end, even the abbot could not out-talk him. He proudly showed his little face to the little monks. Do you see little Yiya? Jiao Jiao gave it to me. I see it, I see it. Jing Fan said. I see it too. Jing Xian said. Jing Shan was confused and thought for a while, then said slowly, then. I see it too. Little Jing Kong was very satisfied. Will ye grow into little fafa, flower? Jing Fan pointed at his little face and asked. Little Jing Kong paused and shook his head. I don't think so. They will only grow into kisses and stay on my face forever. Can they be eaten? Jing Fan asked. No, little Jing Kong said. Since they could not grow into beautiful fafa, flower, and could not be eaten, the three little monks instantly lost interest in kissing little Yi. However, there was something else in little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong decisively took out a can of vegetarian meatballs that Gu Jiao had packed for him. After opening the lid, a crisp smell of scallion oil drifted out and almost filled half of the courtyard. The young monks were all stunned. Jing Fan's eyes widened. What? What smells so good? The three of them were drooling. Little Jing Kong wanted to eat meat, but he couldn't. Gu Jiao thought of a way to make vegetarian meat with tofu and other ingredients. He could eat whatever his family ate. For example, when his family ate roast duck, he also had roast duck. When his family ate sausage, he also had sausage. When his family ate braised pork, he also had braised pork. Recently, his family had been eating meatballs, so he had his own Jing Kong meatball. Little Jing Kong ate a small meatball in front of his friends. His strength shocked them. The young monks were stunned once again. Why you? Are you eating meat? You're not dizzy anymore. Oh my God, this is too scary. Senior brother, I want to go home. Little Jing Kong was not a mischievous child. After showing off, he confessed the truth about the meatball. It's vegetarian meat. Jiao Jiao said that monks can also eat it. The three young monks were hesitant at first. They were afraid that they would be tricked by Jing Kong into breaking their precepts. In the end, the eldest of the three, Jing Fan, had a taste of the meatball with the spirit of sacrificing himself. Then, it was out of control. Little Jing Kong, who had always been snatching food from others, encountered the first snatching of food in his life. He was stunned on the spot for 3 seconds. He, the little expert of snatching food in the temple, who had been focused on snatching food for 3.5 years, was snatched by others one day. Not only were the vegetarian meatballs snatched, but even the pastries and wild fruits were not spared. The three defeated opponents in the past seemed to have mastered all their skills in an instant, and little Jing Kong was defenseless. Little Jing Kong beat his small chest with his small fists. Sooner or later, he would have to pay for what he had done. The three young monks only found out today that the food at the foot of the mountain was so delicious. They suddenly wanted to go down the mountain. What should they do? Putting aside the snatching of food, the four of them got along quite well. Little Jing Kong described his life at the foot of the mountain to them. After learning that he was taking in his brother-in-law every day, Jing Fan asked, "Whose brother-in-law?" "Your father." They were still young, and they were not as smart as little Jing Kong. Therefore, they did not understand what brother-in-law meant. However, the male head of the family seemed to be their father. Little Jing Kong sighed. He's a temporary father. Jiao Jiao can change him at any time. Little Jing Kong called Gu Jiao Jiao Jiao, but in his heart, he treated Gu Jiao as his mother. However, he could not guarantee that Xiao Lulang was his father. After all, according to his observation, this father of his had not been officially promoted yet. He could be fired at any time. As they chatted, they somehow talked about their own homework. Jing Fan said, "We memorized a lot of Buddhist scriptures while you were away. You didn't memorize any of them, right?" Jing Axian agreed, that's right. Jing Shan nodded. Little Jing Kong raised his eyebrows, oh. What did you memorize? Jing Fan said, Prajnaparamita Sutra. Little Jing Kong spread his hands, I memorized it when I was 2 years old. Jing Xin, Buddha's Medicine Guru Tathagata Sutra. Little Jing Kong shrugged, I memorized it when I was 2 years and 3 months old. Jing Shan said, Rong Yen Sutra. Little Jing Kong picked his ears and sighed helplessly, it's the Rong Yen Sutra, idiot. You even said the wrong name. Are you really memorized it? The little monks' faces turned red. How were they really memorized it? All they did was memorize the names, and it took them a few days to memorize the names. They were so tired that their little heads were about to explode. Sigh, it's boring to talk about scriptures with you. I'll go look for the abbot. Little Jing Kong jumped down the stairs and went to look for the abbot with his short legs. The abbot had just sat down in the hall and was about to preach scriptures to the monks. Suddenly, a young novice monk rushed over, Abbot, bad news. Jing Kong is here to look for you. He wants to talk about scriptures and Zen with you. The abbot's body swayed and the prayer beads in his hands fell out of his hands. That little troublemaker wants to talk about Zen with me. He wants to kill me. Little Jing Kong had been studying Buddhist scriptures since he was a child. He was curious about everything about Buddhist scriptures. If the abbot said one sentence, he would ask 10 questions. In the end, the abbot couldn't answer him. Everything that has a form is fabricated. If everything that has a form is fabricated, then is the abbot also fabricated? If the abbot is fabricated, then what the abbot said to me is also fabricated. Then I can't believe the abbot. If I can't believe the abbot, then I can't believe the Buddhist scriptures that the abbot told me. The Buddhist scriptures are also fabricated. The abbot thought, although you are twisting words and forcing logic, I actually feel that it makes sense. The abbot regained his composure with his professionalism and patiently explained the situation to him. After listening, he said, I think what you said is wrong. The abbot said, what's wrong? You are too young to understand. Little Jing Kong said, Buddha is so smart. He must have a way to make me understand. You didn't convey his meaning properly. This is not my problem, it is the abbot's problem. There were many similar conversations. Usually, the abbot didn't persuade him, but he used his own logic to lead the new monks in the temple astray. The fear of being dominated by little Jing Kong welled up in the abbot's heart and made him feel uncomfortable. When Gu Jiao finally came to pick up Little Clear Sky had successfully questioned all the monks in the hall with her own strength. Black smoke was rising from their heads. Abbot, I'm leaving. We can discuss this next time. Little Jing Kong turned his head and waved his other hand at the abbot. One of his hands was held by Gu Jiao. The abbot, who wished he could die on the spot, was ashen-faced. Please, don't come, the brother and sister went down the mountain hand in hand. Little Jing Kong was restless and wanted to run down the mountain. However, it had just rained and the road was slippery. Gu Jiao was worried that he would roll down the mountain like a little winter melon, so she didn't dare to let go. Did you have fun today? Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Yes. Little Jing Kong said cutely and raised his little hand to count. Today I saw Jing Xin, Jing Fan, Jing Shan, Senior Jing Chen, and the abbot. He said a lot of things, basically telling him everything he saw in the temple. You didn't see your master? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed, he appears and disappears mysteriously. He is rarely on the mountain. Old man. Gu Jiao thought of the strange monk in the forest. That monk was very young, so he couldn't be the old man that little Jing Kong was talking about. What Gu Jiao didn't know was that little Jing Kong was only referring to his own age. His master was actually not that old. He was more than 20 years younger than the abbot. Gu Jiao asked again, then, are there any good-looking monks in the temple? The best-looking ones. That monk was almost as good-looking as Xiao Lulang. There was probably no other monk like him in the world. Yes. Little Jing Kong raised his head solemnly and pointed at himself, me. Gu Jiao was speechless. Gu Jiao said, except for you. Little Jing Kong said firmly, then there's no one else. I'm the best-looking monk in the world. Except for me, no one else is good-looking. His master wasn't good-looking either. Because his master said that he was the best-looking monk in the world, little Jing Kong thought that he was the best-looking monk, so he would never admit that his master was good-looking. Gu Jiao said, was that person not a monk in this temple? Chapter 97. When Gu Jiao and little Jing Kong went down the mountain, Xiao Lulang had already returned from the academy. Gu Xiaoshan had been living in the academy recently. First, he had completely fallen out with the Gu family. Second, he was obsessed with the knives that Xiao Lulang brought him. Every night, he would carve in the dormitory by the light. As for Xiao Lulang's safety, he didn't have to worry about it. Recently, second Uncle Luo sprained his ankle, so his son, De Zhuang, drove the ox cart. De Zhuang had a close relationship with Gu Xiaoshan, so he promised to take good care of Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang was carrying buckets of water into the house. It was obvious that he was struggling. His legs were inconvenient, so Gu Jiao rarely let him do this kind of heavy work. Gu Jiao walked over and took the wooden bucket from him. Let me do it. I can do it. Xiao Lulang said. You go and make a fire. I'll cook later. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to refuse. She decisively took the wooden bucket, carried it with a shoulder pole, added another bucket, and turned to the entrance of the village to fetch water. Little Jing Kong patted his small chest and said, I also want to help Jiao Jiao to fetch water. After that, he found his personal tools in the backyard, a mini shoulder pole and 2 mini wooden buckets. He imitated Gu Jiao and carried them on his small shoulders, and valiantly went to fetch water. This set of tools was made by Gu Jiao for little Jing Kong. The reason was that he wanted to help, but he couldn't carry a big wooden bucket. So, Gu Jiao made a pair of small, light, and sealed wooden buckets for him. They were also equipped with a small shoulder pole. The amount of water he brought back was less than a big bowl. On the other hand, Gu Jiao spent a lot of time and energy making tools for him. When they arrived at the ancient well, Gu Jiao first filled the small wooden bucket in little Jing Kong with water. Although he was allowed to carry water, Gu Jiao explicitly forbade him from drawing water from the well. Little Jing Kong was very obedient and never went near the ancient well. One adult and one child carried the water back home. Gu Jiao poured 2 big buckets of water into the water tank, and the water level in the tank immediately rose a lot. 2 small buckets of water from little Jing Kong went down. It was as if there was no water at all. However, when little Jing Kong looked at the full tank, he still felt that his 2 handfuls of water were very effective. He was very proud of himself. What are you laughing about? It was Xiao Lulang. As soon as Xiao Lulang entered the kitchen, he saw a certain little monk standing on a wooden stool, looking at the water jar with a proud expression. He was just looking at the water ripples. Those who didn't know would think that he was looking at his own small kingdom. Hearing his bad brother-in-law's voice, little Jing Kong's little face became serious. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. He snorted coldly and said, I'm working. Xiao Lulang was amused by him and wanted to laugh. You still know about working. What can a 3-year-old kid do? Little Jing Kong jumped down from the wooden stool and said angrily, I can do a lot of things. Much more than you. I can fetch water. I can feed chickens. I can even help Jiao Jiao wash clothes. Half of the clothes at home are washed by me. I do more work at home than you do. I'm not a kid. You are. Xiao Lulang glanced at his toy carrying pole and toy wooden bucket, and said with a smile, then you really know how to work. Let others work. How tiring it is to work these things. Humph. In order to prove that he was indeed a little expert at home, little Jing Kong decisively walked to the wooden tub where the clothes were soaked. He pulled up his trousers, kicked off his shoes, and jumped into the tub. His little feet stepped on the school uniform that Xiao Lulang had just changed out of. Xiao Lulang was stunned. The clothes at home were all washed like this. Little Jing Kong's little feet stepped on the tub happily. He could enjoy the pleasure of stepping on water even without the rain. He could also wash the clothes while he was at it. He was really a smart and hard-working kid. Gu Jiao walked out. She originally wanted to wash the clothes, but seeing that little Jing Kong was still stepping on the tub, she didn't go over for the time being. Xiao Lulang asked in disbelief, the clothes at home are all washed like this. Gu Jiao nodded. Not only the clothes, the salted vegetables that you eat every day are also stepped on by him. Xiao Lulang was instantly speechless. Ha! Gu Jiao burst out laughing. She rarely laughed so hard, but Xiao Liulang's expression, which looked like he had swallowed a fly, really hit the funny spot of her 2 lifetimes. I'm lying. She said, why would I let him step on the salted vegetables? Xiao Lulang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Gu Jiao continued, he's so weak, he can't step on the salted vegetables well. Xiao Lulang was once again speechless. Isn't it because the salted vegetables can't be eaten? If that's the case, when the little monk becomes stronger in the future, won't he be able to step on the salted vegetables for me to eat? The scene was so beautiful that Xiao Lulang couldn't bear to look at it. Gu Jiao bent over laughing. Phew! Phew! Little Jing Kong was tired and sweating after stepping on the salted vegetables. He went back to his room to drink water. Only then did Gu Jiao walk forward to wash the clothes that had been wrinkled by him. Little Jing Kong wanted to work, so Gu Jiao never discouraged his enthusiasm. At most, she would clean the clothes again every time he finished. Gu Jiao didn't raise him to the level of scientific parenting. She just felt that it was fine as long as he had fun. At this time, Gu Jiao didn't know that the courage and strength of a certain immortal general who would conquer the 6 countries in the future came from Gu Jiao's strong childhood. You don't have to spoil him so much. Xiao Lulang said expressionlessly. I spoil you a lot too. Gu Jiao smiled and took out a clean wooden basin. She took out Xiao Liulang's clothes and put them in. Then, she gently rubbed them with her not-so-delicate hands. You don't usually wash your clothes like this. Today, you put them in the basin yourself and he saw you. The clothes of the 3 of them were made of coarse linen, so it didn't matter if they stepped on them. Xiao Liulang's school uniform was made of silk and cotton. Gu Jiao used a special wooden basin to wash his clothes and used very little strength. Because it was light, it was slow. Washing one of his clothes was equivalent to washing the clothes of the whole family. But Gu Jiao never said these things. Xiao Lulang was still immersed in the huge impact of her words, I also spoil you a lot. Immediately after, he saw her carefully and seriously wash his clothes. Her small hands, which had turned white from soaking in the honey locust water, didn't seem to be grabbing his collar, but his heart. For a moment, he felt that the relationship between the two of them seemed to be developing in an uncontrollable direction. Xiao Lulang was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. No way. They were only husband and wife in name. There would be a day when they would have to part ways. The two of them definitely couldn't have anything that shouldn't happen between them. During dinner, Xiao Lulang sat on the bench. His white school uniform, which had been dried, fluttered in the wind, making him a little upset. After dinner, Xiao Lulang gave little Jing Kong a bath. Then, he took an axe to the backyard to chop firewood. Gu Jiao was tidying up the kitchen. Old Madam was secretly eating dried bayberries in her room. Rain began to fall from the sky. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong suddenly ran out of the west room with a small pillow in his arms. The roof is leaking. Gu Jiao went to the west room with him. It wasn't raining heavily at the moment. The rain in the afternoon should have accumulated on the roof tiles and leaked down because of the wind. The leak was facing their bed, so it wasn't easy to fix it. Moreover, if it rained heavily in the middle of the night, the roof tiles might break. The roof wasn't stable to begin with. It would be bad if it collapsed because of the heavy rain. Gu Jiao said, "We can't sleep here tonight. Sleep in my room. I'll fix the roof after the rain stops." Little Jing Kong hugged his small pillow and happily went to Gu Jiao's room. Of course, Xiao Lulang could only fall asleep as well. Fortunately, Gu Jiao's bed was big enough for the three of them to lie down. Little Jing Kong didn't want to share the bed with his bad brother-in-law. After all, his bad brother-in-law was so big that he had to take up a lot of space. He was so small that he could just snuggle in Jiao Jiao's arms. "I'm so happy that I can sleep with Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong lay down on Gu Jiao's bed happily as he wished. He spread himself out. He was covered with a Jiao Jiao quilt, lying on a Jiao Jiao mattress, Jiao Jiao pillow, Jiao Jiao pillow, Jiao 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 Jiao. Little Jing Kong was so excited that he rolled around on the bed. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and a demonic palm reached out towards him, grabbing his waistband and lifting him up. Little Jing Kong was so shocked that his hands and feet fluttered. "Great aunt." The old lady said, "You'll sleep with me tonight." Little Jing Kong, "I don't want to." "Old Madam, you want it." Little Jing Kong, "Why?" The old lady said, "For my little great-grandson." Old Madam mercilessly took the little guy back to her room. Little Jing Kong's dream was shattered just like that. First, he had an unreasonable brother-in-law, and now, he had an even more unreasonable great-aunt. His life was so miserable. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang finished their respective tasks, little Jing Kong had already exhausted all his energy in the battle of wits and courage with the old lady. He tilted his head and started snoring. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She took a shower and went back to her room to lie down. She had been tired the whole day, so she fell asleep very quickly. After a while, she started to breathe evenly. When Xiao Lulang came back after his shower, she had already fallen asleep on the pillow. An oil lamp was left on in the room for him. Now that the weather was getting warmer, the thick quilt couldn't cover her. She covered half of it and kicked the other half. Xiao Lulang hesitated for a moment, then walked over and pulled the quilt up for her. Then, he extinguished the oil lamp and slowly lay down beside her. At first, he had his back to her, but his body would easily become numb after a long time. So, he turned around. But what he didn't know was that Gu Jiao also turned around and moved her head to rest on his pillow. His lips rubbed against her face without warning. His mind buzzed for a moment before it went blank. It was raining heavily outside the room, and the sound of the rain hitting the roof tiles was loud. However, he didn't hear anything. His mind was filled with the sound of his heartbeat. He subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to push her away, but he didn't push the place. He felt an unfamiliar warmth and softness, and his mind exploded. Gu Jiao slept very well that night. Perhaps it was the effect of the golden sore medicine and the herbs that Xiao Lulang brought back. When she woke up, she felt that her wound didn't hurt at all. However, she found a few drops of dried blood on her pillow. Whose blood is this? Xiao Lulang had already woken up and was preparing the holy fire in the kitchen. Gu Jiao also went to the kitchen after washing up. The sky was brighter than in the winter, so the kitchen was no longer pitch black. Gu Jiao was able to see Xiao Lulang's face clearly. She looked for a long time, then blinked and asked, "You didn't sleep well?" Xiao Lulang had two huge dark circles under his eyes. His expression didn't change as he said, "I started reading a little late." Oh. Gu Jiao slept early, so there was no way to know what time he was reading. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, "Oh right, are you hurt? There's blood on your pillow." Xiao Lulang said seriously, "It's not my blood." Gu Jiao was puzzled. "Then is it mine? My wound healed a long time ago." Xiao Lulang gave her a deep look and said in all seriousness, "You're heaty and have a nosebleed. I saw it all." Gu Jiao was very puzzled. "I drink chameleon herb tea every day. How can I be heaty?" Xiao Lulang said expressionlessly, "Who knows?" Xiao Lulang's expression was too serious, so it was hard for anyone to suspect him. Gu Jiao nodded and went to the central room. She pinched her nose and drank a big bowl of Heartwarming tea. After drinking so much, he finally wouldn't be heaty anymore. Xiao Lulang closed his eyes guiltily and broke out in a cold sweat. During breakfast, Xiao Lulang suddenly remembered something. "I forgot to tell you yesterday that I found a primary school in town. I can bring Jing Kong to school today." Little Jing Kong, who was going to school, was stunned. So sudden. Gu Jiao served a bowl of sweet potato porridge to the old lady and little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong looked at his bad brother-in-law vigilantly while slurping the porridge. He felt that this was his bad brother-in-law's scheme. "I forgot to tell you yesterday." He was teased as soon as he came home. He really forgot. Xiao Lulang continued, "Children from rich families will hire a tutor at home when they are 5 years old. They will study until they are 6 or 7 years old. After they can read the 1,000-character classic, they will be sent to the family school or a private school. Although he is young, he is smart and has attended classes in the temple. It won't be a big problem." Little Jing Kong became more vigilant when he was praised by his bad brother-in-law for being smart for the first time. Conspiracy, it was definitely a conspiracy. "Where's the primary school?" Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Lulang said, "It's near Tianxiang Academy. It's a private school that has been open for more than 10 years. There's a primary school there. His class time is similar to mine. He can go to school with me every day." Here it comes, here it comes. Bad brother-in-law is going to separate him from Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao had a kindergarten in her previous life. Therefore, she was very receptive to 3-year-old children going to school. When Gu Jiao was not at home, little Jing Kong was a loudspeaker spirit. He would blabber all day long. Although the old lady suffered from it, she was happy to see him go to school. Gu Jiao turned to little Jing Kong and asked, "Jing Kong, do you want to go to school?" "No." Little Jing Kong was careful. If he said that he did not want to go to school, wouldn't he become a school-weary child? Bad brother-in-law really knew how to set a trap for him. Fortunately, he was smart. Little Jing Kong said cutely, "If I go to school, Jiao Jiao won't see me for a day." Gu Jiao patted his little head and said, "It's okay. I'll send you to school in the morning and wait for you at the village entrance at night. If I'm free, I'll go to the private school to pick you up. At this point, little Jinkong wouldn't be a sensible child if he continued to refuse. He swallowed the sweet potato porridge in his mouth without tasting it. He squeezed out a cute smile and said, "Okay. Since Jiao Jiao wants me to go to school, I'll go." He definitely had to go to school. However, in order to make up for the loss of not being able to see Gu Jiao for a day, little Jing Kong asked for 2 little kisses. Primary school was not cheap. It cost 2 taels of silver a month for tuition and lunch. If he did not go to school in the middle, he would not get a refund. Gu Jiao put the 2 taels of silver into little Jing Kong's pocket. He insisted on paying the tuition himself. He did not want his bad brother-in-law to help him. The 2 of them went to school on the ox cart. Gu Jiao was thinking about how to fix the roof at home. She went up to the roof to take a look. She found that there were a lot of broken tiles. If there was a few more heavy rains, the 3 rooms would leak. She decided to fix the entire roof and build 2 small rooms in the backyard. That way, Gu Jiao would not have to worry about not having a place to stay when she returned to the village. She had some money on hand, but it was not enough to do so many things. She went to the Zhouji private bank in town and withdrew 20 taels of silver. She also asked how much money was left in the bank. The manager of the private bank told her, 1,100 taels. Gu Jiao was stunned for 3 seconds. Did you make a mistake? Not 110 taels. 1,100 taels. The manager smiled and said, "Our Zhouji private bank is trustworthy. We can't go against our conscience and cheat you of your money." When Xiao Lulang gave her the cards, she did not think much about it. She thought it was 180 taels. She did not expect it to be so much. Actually, it was more than that, but he spent 100 taels to buy Gu Jiao a brush. It was really the work of a master in the whole of Zhao country. Poor Gu Jiao, who had complained for a long time because of his straight taste. The other 20 taels of silver were the travel expenses that Gu Jiao gave to Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang did not spend all of it and saved it in the private bank. Gu Jiao doubted her life and asked, did he really go to take the exam? She was sure that he did not go to the prefectural city to start copying books. Then, Gu Jiao suddenly recalled that Dean Li had mentioned to her about the cheating in the college entrance examination. Dean Li had said that he didn't know why Xiao Lulang didn't retake the exam. Gu Jiao thought that she probably knew. After receiving the money, Gu Jiao returned to the village to repair the house. She hired a few craftsmen in the village and told them her requirements. She wanted them to finish repairing the house in the shortest time possible. As long as there was enough money, there was no need to worry that they would not work quickly. Moreover, this was Scholar Zhao's house. They were still hoping that when Xiao Lulang graduated from high school, they would be able to put a few mu of free land under his name. While Gu Jiao was busy repairing the house, Gu Jinyu suddenly fell ill. She had felt that something was wrong the night she returned from Qingchuan village. She thought that she was tired and did not think much of it. However, she had a high fever in the middle of the night. The old servant in the villa said that she had bumped into something unclean when she went to visit the grave. The imperial physician prescribed medicine, but it was not very effective. Marquis Gu was burning with anxiety. If I had known, I would not have let Jinyu visit the grave. Cough cough. Gu Jinyu covered her mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. She asked weakly, I'm fine. How is younger brother? These 2 days, Gu Yan had not been feeling well. It was mainly because he was born with a weak body. After a night of excitement, his body was exhausted. To prevent him from running around, Yao Shi had no choice but to stay by his bed at all times. He's fine. When she mentioned this, Marquis Gu was very gratified. His son's body was much stronger than before. If he had dared to do this in the past, he would have lost his life long ago. Now, after lying in bed for a few days, he was alive and kicking again. However, to be safe, he and Yao Shi both felt that they should let their son rest in the room for a few more days. It's good that younger brother is fine, Gu Jinyu said as she coughed. Marquis Gu's heart ached. Aya, you're already so sick and you're still worried about your brother. Gu Jinyu smiled slightly. After all, he is my only younger brother. Marquis Gu thought of his unfilial daughter, Gu Jiao. He gritted his teeth and said, if only that girl was half as sensible as you. I heard about what happened that day from Huang Zhong. She gave you a hard time, didn't she? I think you didn't run into anything dirty. She just fell ill from anger. Gu Jinyu quickly said, Father, don't say that about elder sister. Elder sister grew up in the countryside all these years. That family did not treat her well. She just suffered too much and doesn't know how to interact with people. If it were me, I wouldn't have done better than elder sister. Marquis Gu said, you're just too kind. Gu Jinyu shook her head. My illness this time really wasn't caused by elder sister. It's my own fault. After a pause, she told Marquis Gu about losing the question paper. Aunt had high hopes for me, but I lost the question that I had solved with great difficulty. In my anxiety, I fell ill. Marquis Gu patted the back of her hand. Silly girl, what's there to be anxious about? Even if you can't solve it, your aunt won't blame you. Really? Gu Jinyu's face was full of disbelief. Marquis Gu smiled mysteriously. Your aunt sent a letter again. Guess what she said in the letter? Gu Jinyu thought about it seriously. She wants father to bring me back to the capital quickly. Marquis Gu said, of course. What else? Gu Jinyu frowned slightly. I can't guess. Marquis Gu looked at her dotingly and smiled proudly. Your aunt has prepared a big gift for you. She had intended to give you a surprise when you returned to the capital. There's no harm in telling you earlier. Your aunt has asked His Majesty for grace. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, His Majesty will personally issue a decree to confer you the title of County Princess. Chapter 98. In a room filled with the smell of medicine, Ao Shi was guarding her son's bed. She was so tired that she leaned against the bedpost and fell asleep. Gu Yan quietly opened his eyes and sneakily looked at Yao Shi for a while. He reached out his slender hand and waved it in front of Yao Shi's eyes. After confirming that Yao Shi was really asleep, he smiled wickedly. He slowly pulled back the quilt and tiptoed out of bed. Growing up, he was used to calling the wind and drinking the rain. This was the first time he was so careful. It was quite refreshing. Gu Yan sneaked out of the room like a thief. Yao Shi's body swayed. Gu Yan was so scared that he almost fell ill. Fortunately, Yao Shi did not wake up. She straightened her body and went back to sleep. Shi Yi, the maidservants on duty outside, had been lured away by the secret guards. He only needed to walk out of the courtyard to meet up with them. Unexpectedly, he was caught by Yuya as soon as he walked into the front yard. Yuya was holding a newly sewn quilt. She looked at him strangely and said, Young master, what are you doing? Didn't the madam tell you to lie down on the bed? Why did you come out without wearing your shoes? Gu Yan cleared his throat. Would you believe me if I said that I came out for a walk? Yuya's face darkened. She held the quilt with one arm and put her other hand on her waist. Are you thinking of running away again? Gu Yan blinked guiltily. Yuya glared at him. You really want to run away? No. You can't go out. Gu Yan's dangerous eyes narrowed. His murderous aura instantly overflowed. Do you believe that this young master won't kill you? Yuya faced death calmly and said, even if you kill me, I won't let you go out. Gu Yan helplessly held his forehead. This girl was stubborn. She would rather die than submit. Back then, she had spoken up for Gu Jiao. Now, she was blocking him in the backyard. Gu Yan would rather break than bend, but that was in the past. Now that he was going to meet the most important person in his life, he didn't care about his pride anymore. Gu Yan's murderous aura a moment ago had turned into a Sichuan opera performance in a second. He put on a weeping expression and looked at Yuya with an aggrieved expression. His appearance was as pitiful as it could get. If he held again, Yuya would think that he was possessed by a puppy. Little young master. What's wrong with you? Yuya could not handle such a weak and easily bullied young master. Gu Yan bites her red lips, feeling wronged. I just want to go out and get some fresh air. Just for a while. Yuya suffered a critical hit from her cuteness. Just once. Really just once. Gu Yan nodded coquettishly. Yes. Yuya clutched her chest. All right then. Go ahead. I'll stand guard here. No way. If she stayed any longer, she would reach out and rub the young master's head. Gu Yan successfully deceived Yuya. The moment he left the courtyard, his expression turned cold and the corners of his lips curled up wickedly. He successfully arrived at the small garden and met up with the hidden guards. The hidden guards brought him out of the residence and into the carriage that had been prepared beforehand. They sped towards Qingchuan village. Huang Zhong sensed Gu Yan's whereabouts and hurried to Lanting Pavilion to report to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu let him speak outside the door. Huang Zhong said, little young master slipped out of the residence. It seems that he went towards the town. Town. Marquis Gu frowned. Gu Jinyu looked at his father and said, Father, did younger brother go to look for elder sister? He most likely went to look for her. Marquis Gu knew that he could not keep his son locked up, so he was not too surprised by this outcome. Then do you want to find younger brother and bring him back? Marquis Gu shook his head. You know his character very well. Other than your mother, who can stop him? To put it bluntly, in the entire residence, Gu Yan only gave face to Madame Yao. If he sent people to capture him, there would only be two outcomes. One was that they would be defeated by Gu Yan's hidden guards, and the other was that Gu Yan would be angered to the point of collapsing. Marquis Gu waved his hand. Forget it, let him be. In any case, that girl would not bully Gu Yan. Besides this, he had another consideration. The siblings were close. Perhaps Gu Yan could make that girl return to the Marquis's residence willingly if he made an appearance. It was not that he desperately wanted to acknowledge that girl, but Madame Yao and Gu Yan both liked her very much. He could only accept her. It was just past noon and there were not many people on the streets. The carriage arrived at Qingchuan village without any obstructions. Recently, there had been a lot of carriages coming to the village and the villagers were already used to it. However, when they saw a young master who was as beautiful as jade light from the carriage, they were still shocked. Gu Yan had a clean and pure temperament, as if he was a piece of refined jade without any impurities. The most handsome person in the village was Xiao Lulang, followed by Gu Dashun. However, there was still a world of difference between the two. The difference between this young man and Xiao Lulang was not big. It could even be said that there was almost no difference. The villagers' eyes were fixed on him. This. Which family's young master is this? Who is he looking for? You think he's looking for you? Of course he's looking for Lu Lang and Jianyang. The villagers who were fetching water at the entrance of the village began to banter with each other. If it was in the past, such a noble person would definitely come to the Gu family. However, old Master Gu suddenly stopped being the village chief a while ago. Madame Wu said that old Master Gu was old and could no longer take care of the villagers, so she took the initiative to resign. However, there were rumors in the village that they had offended someone and were punished by that person. As for who they had offended, the villagers guessed that it was Xiao Liulang's family. Xiao Lulang had passed the examination to become a government official, and his grades were even better than Gu Dashuan's. The county magistrate thought highly of him, so it was not surprising that he would punish the Gu family for him. Gu Jiao's family had recently been renovating their house. They had built 2 new large brick houses, which had just been completed this morning. Gu Jiao and the craftsmen were currently moving the newly added furniture into the new houses. When they finished moving the last wardrobe, Gu Jiao felt that someone was coming from behind her. The man poked her lightly on the shoulder. With Madame Yao as an example, Gu Jiao was no longer so paranoid. She calmly turned around and saw Gu Yan, who was about to poke her a second time. Gu Yan did not expect her to turn around so quickly and was immediately stunned. That dazed and bewildered appearance was very similar to that of the little puppy in the countryside residence. Gu Jiao chuckled. You're here. Gu Yan returned to his senses and smiled, I came to see you. Gu Jiao looked at his sweaty appearance and could roughly guess how anxious he had been on the way here. She pointed to the chair in the central room. Sit down, I'll go pour you a cup of tea. Gu Yan sat down on the chair. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to pour him some hot tea. He began to look around the room. Gu Yan, who had lived a life of luxury since childhood, had never been to such a dilapidated residence. Not to mention the Marquis Fu, even the woodshed in the mountain villa was much larger than this place. Gu Yan's initial excitement gradually cooled down, and he felt a great heartache. His heart was truly in pain. The fetters of the twins made his heartache for Gu Jiao more than anyone else. When Gu Jiao came over with a large bowl of hot tea, Gu Yan suddenly hugged her waist and pressed his head tightly against her stomach. Ever since he was 3 years old, he had never been this intimate with Yao Shi. But in this moment, his heart was in extreme pain. Gu Jiao was a very observant person when she was on a mission, but she was a bit slow on a normal day. However, there was a person in this world who did not need to guess or think to be able to feel his emotions. This was probably the reaction of the twins. He was feeling heartache for her. Gu Jiao placed the tea bowl on the table and gently patted his head. I'm very good. Gu Yan buried his face in her body. A tear suddenly fell from the corner of Gu Jiao's eye. Gu Jiao strangely wiped it with her index finger and said to Gu Yan, Oh. You're crying. I'm not. Gu Yan denied in a choked voice. Gu Jiao patted his head and gestured for him to look at the tears on her fingertips. You're crying. Her eyes were crying with him. So the twins could shed tears for each other. Gu Yan firmly refused to admit that he was crying. After wiping his tears, he raised his head and looked at her as if nothing had happened. I'm hungry. Gu Jiao said, I'll go make something for you to eat. Gu Yan asked, Can I take a look? He was referring to the residence. Gu Jiao nodded and thought of something. She pointed to her great-aunt's room and said, Great-aunt is sleeping. Just don't disturb her. Gu Yan wandered around the residence. It was a little far-fetched to call it a residence. It was just a courtyard. After entering, there was a bright and spacious central room. On the 2 sides were the east room, the west room, and the old lady's small east room. After passing through the central room, there was a backyard. To the north was a kitchen and a woodshed. To the east were 2 new rooms. To the west was a chicken coop and a small vegetable garden in Little Jing Kong. It seems that no one lives in this room. Gu Yan pointed to a room in the east and said. Gu Jiao picked vegetables in the small vegetable garden and said, "That's Xiaoshuan's house. It was just built. He's at the academy and will only come back during the holidays." "Is he the younger brother of the Gu family?" Gu Yan asked sourly. Gu Yan had heard about the Gu family and knew that they were not good people. Only Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Jiao had a good relationship. "Yes, that's him." Gu Jiao nodded. "What about this?" Gu Yan pointed to a brand new chicken coop. This chicken coop was much bigger than the dog house in his yard. Gu Jiao said, "That's the chicken coop in Jing Kong. He has a few chickens. He went to school and will only come back at night." Of course, Gu Yan knew about the little monk she brought back from the mountain. Gu Yan only felt a sea of jealousy surging. Just who was her biological brother? Gu Jiao paused and asked him, "Do you want to live here? If you want, you can live in Xiaoshuan's. Let him live in Gu Xiaoshuan's house." Gu Yan was very angry. He snorted and said with disdain, "I don't want to live here." Gu Jiao said regretfully, "I see. Okay then." Gu Yan pointed coldly to the house next to Gu Xiaoshuan's house and asked with a sour face, "Which brother's house is this?" "My biological brother." Gu Jiao said. "Biological brother? Ha! Wait, what did you say?" "Biological brother." Gu Yan pointed to himself with uncertainty, "Mine." She didn't let him live in Gu Xiaoshuan's house, but next to Gu Xiaoshuan's. "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded, "But don't you?" "Yes, yes, 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 yes." Before Gu Jiao could finish, Gu Yan slipped into his house, slammed the door, and bolted it. No one was allowed to get him out of the house. From now on, he was going to germinate here. Chapter 99. The 2 hidden guards were speechless. Was this a golden house or a silver house? Was there a need to be this excited? You're still afraid that someone will fish you out. Look at your legs. Did you forget that you have a congenital heart disease? Did you forget that your own wooden hut is bigger and more luxurious than this small farmhouse? Who was it that complained that the villa's environment was not good, that it was not high-end enough? Humph. Double standards. Even though the 2 secret guards were complaining in their hearts, they couldn't really pull their little master out from inside and take him away. He didn't know what he was doing, but they couldn't help but know for him. They could not hit him, could not move him, could not get angry. This was their family's sick little darling. Hidden guard A, what do we do? Hidden guard B, what can we do? Guard him. Hidden guard A, I'm talking about the villa. Not going back is not a solution. They will send people to look for him. If they looked, they would disturb the young master and young miss. That way, the young master would get angry, and when he got angry, it would be easy for his illness to flare up. The 2 sighed in unison. How did they end up with such a delicate young master? After some discussion, the 2 decided that one would stay here, and the other would go to the villa to report. Inside the villa, Marquis Gu was directing the servants to renovate Gu Yan's courtyard. The main thing was to prepare a clean and tidy room for Gu Jiao, build a small flower shed, and put in new and expensive furniture for her. Acknowledging that girl was already an established fact. He could not resist. He had to establish the image of a good father. For Yao Shi. Make the shed wider. Marquis Gu sternly said. The servant said, Marquis, if it's any wider, it will crush the young master's pear tree. Marquis Gu scoffed, he won't say anything even if you chop him up. As long as it was for that girl, Gu Yan wouldn't say a word even if Gu Yan had to tear down her own house. Thinking about how he had accidentally chopped off a pear tree branch and that Brat had been angry with him for an entire month, Marquis Gu felt a bit sullen. Huang Zhong pondered, isn't it too early to repair the house? Would eldest miss really come to stay? What if she doesn't come? Wouldn't you have touched the young master's pear tree for nothing? Marquis Gu chuckled. Don't worry, she will definitely come. The relationship between the siblings is so good, there's no way she would reject Yen. Huang Zhong seemed to understand, but he didn't. He thought for a while and said, what if the young master didn't ask? Marquis Gu glared at him. How could he not ask? Don't you see how much he likes that girl? In the past, I didn't know that she was his sister. Now that I know, how can I not bring her home? As the two of them spoke, Shadow Guard B arrived in front of Marquis Gu. Huang Zhong drew his sword from his waist. Shadow Guard B flashed his token, I am the young master's Shadow Guard, I am here to report to the Marquis. Gu Yan's Shadow Guards were arranged by the old Marquis. When the old Marquis was young, he had trained his own army. Later on, the army was absorbed by the imperial court and some of the soldiers who could no longer fight were left by the old Marquis. These Shadow Guards were their descendants. They were skilled in martial arts and their movements were mysterious. There weren't many of them and Marquis Gu didn't even have one by his side. This was the first time Marquis Gu saw the old Marquis's Shadow Guard. He narrowed his eyes and said, Yen asked you to report. Why? Do I have to make preparations in advance just to bring back a servant girl? Shadow Guard B said, Marquis Gu misunderstood. The young master didn't ask me to come. The young master didn't have time to care about me. I am here to tell you that the young master won't be coming back. What? Who won't be coming back? Marquis Gu suspected that he had heard wrongly. Shadow Guard B also suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He thought for a while and said clearly, your son, Gu Yan. Marquis Gu was stunned, why won't he be coming back? Shadow Guard B calmly said, he's staying at the young Miss house. He paused, worried that he didn't hear clearly and said word by word, it's your daughter, Gu Jiao. Marquis Gu exploded, I don't need you to say it. I know it's that girl. Shadow Guard B looked at him strangely, it's really strange. When I said the young master, you didn't realize it was your son. When I said the young miss, you realized it was that girl. Aren't you being too biased? Marquis Gu, I can't believe it, do you understand? Shadow Guard B didn't understand. It wasn't taught in the assassin course. Marquis Gu was so angry that his heart hurt. I told you to kidnap that girl back, who told you to be kidnapped by that girl? The news quickly spread to Yao Shi's side. Yao Shi had already moved back to Gu Yan's courtyard. Actually, she had woken up not long after Gu Yan left. Sure enough, she still couldn't keep an eye on her son. Yao Shi helplessly shook her head. She didn't let her son go out not because she was worried that her son's body wouldn't be able to take it. She was also worried that her daughter hadn't fully digested her past and if her son suddenly went to find her, she would be troubled. When she learned that Gu Yan was staying in her daughter's village, Yao Shi was relieved. Her daughter was willing to accept Gu Yan, which meant that her daughter didn't feel that she was disturbed. Perhaps she had already accepted her past. But Nurse Fong was a little worried. Madam, the conditions in the village are so bad. The young master is so precious, how can he get used to living here? Nurse Fong was a little headstrong and self-opinionated, but her loyalty to Yao Shi and Gu Yan wasn't fake. As for Gu Jiao, Nurse Fong still didn't like her. Yao Shi smiled and said, Jiao Jiao will take good care of him. Nurse Fong said, he's also not used to the food. Yao Shi warmly said, Jiao Jiao is a doctor. She knows more than us and knows what Yen can and can't eat. Moreover, as long as she makes it, Yen won't dislike it. Nurse Fong disagreed. She's just a little medicine boy who happened to treat Madam's illness twice. It doesn't mean that her medical skills are good. Yao Shi held Nurse Fong's hand and said gently and solemnly, Nurse, you still don't understand Jiao Jiao. Once you understand her, you will also like her. Nurse Fong secretly shook her head. As servants, how could they talk about liking or not liking their masters? Since she was the madam's daughter, she would also treat her as her own little master in the future. If she had offended her in the past, she would apologize to her in the future. However, that child's heart was too cold. She was afraid that the madam wouldn't be able to warm it up. When Marquis Gu came to find Yao Shi, she was packing things. Marquis Gu asked doubtfully, What are you doing? Yao Shi said, Packing a few sets of clothes for Yen, and sending them over. Her tone could be considered gentle. She still didn't know that Marquis Gu had injured Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao wasn't someone who liked to complain. Even if she did, she wouldn't reveal the grudge between her and Marquis Gu to Yao Shi. Yao Shi had severe hysteria and depression. As a doctor, Gu Jiao would do her best to avoid provoking her. Yao Shi was in a good mood after finding her daughter. Even her attitude towards Marquis Gu was much better. Marquis Gu's heart was comforted, but when he realized the meaning of these words, he wasn't too happy. You want to send clothes to Yen Do you really plan on letting Yen live there? Can't I? Yao Shi asked back. Marquis Gu wanted to say something but stopped. It wasn't easy for Yao Shi to stop giving him attitude. If he didn't know how to behave, Yao Shi would ignore him again. He smiled and said, You can, but I'm worried that Yen won't be used to living without you. That's true. Yao Shi nodded. Marquis Gu's heart was filled with joy. Unexpectedly, he heard Yao Shi say, How about I also move over? Marquis Gu. Stop. How could you move over? Forget it, I shouldn't be in such a rush. I'll scare her. Last time, Yao Shi had felt her daughter's rejection might not be the right word. Either way, her daughter did not seem to have any intentions of accepting her. Marquis Gu let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could completely relax, he heard Yao Shi say, How about I still go and ask her? Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattle. Suddenly, Marquis Gu had an idea. Grabbing the portrait on the table, he said to Yao Shi, She suffered for so many years before we appeared. She definitely won't accept us so easily. If we go like this, we'll scare her. Let Yen persuade her for a few days first. If you truly miss her, just look at her portrait more often. You saying it like this seems to make a bit of sense. Yao Shi truly did miss her daughter. The portrait was placed on the table. Looking at it day and night, she could never get enough of it. Yao Shi's gaze fell on her daughter's portrait, and her expression became gentle. Marquis, Yao Shi suddenly spoke, What do you think is going on with the red spots on Jiao Jiao's face? Is she sick? She had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but in the past, she and Gu Jiao had been strangers, so she did not ask. Later on, although they were reunited, she did not have the chance to ask. Marquis Gu said, She's not sick. That family said that she was born with it. She had it when she came back from the temple. It was not this obvious when she was young. The older she got, the more the birthmark spread. That's not right. Yao Shi frowned and shook her head. I saw her when she was born. She was no different from a normal baby. If she really had a birthmark, I would have remembered it. Marquis Gu glared. you couldn't have made a mistake again, right? Could it be that the girl was not his and Yao Shi's flesh and blood? Jiao Jiao is my daughter. I am certain of it, but I do not understand why her face became like this. The midwife had passed away, and the servants had retired. For a while, they did not know where to find the person from that night. Yao Shi pondered for a while, and a thought flashed through her mind, that's not right. There was another person who saw Jiao Jiao. Who? The abbot. The two immediately set out for the temple. After hearing the reason for their visit, the abbot did not feel very well. What are the two benefactors saying? You were mistaken. The girl with the birthmark is the Marquis Fu's daughter. Yao Shi's warm voice carried a trace of urgency, that's right. The abbot should have seen her. She came to the temple to find you twice. If the abbot could not guess who that person was, then it would not make sense. Could it be that the faintly discernible memory was not a drunken dream? Could it be that his hand had trembled and he had placed a large lump of chastity sand on the child's face? Amitabha, sin. The abbot blushed with shame as he explained the matter. The daughters of large families in Zhao would all have their midwives place chastity sand on them when they were born. Yao Shi's servant had told the midwife that Shi Yi had done this. But no one in the countryside would do this. The midwife did not have the skill, and she could not say that she did not know how to do it. She was afraid that she would not be able to get the money, so she went to find the abbot. If the abbot was sober, he would not have agreed. But he had been tricked by his unruly Shidi into drinking a mouthful of pear blossom wine. That mouthful had made him drunk. He said that he had never placed chastity sand on them. The midwife said, but you have placed chastity on the monks in the temple. Isn't that about the same? The drunken abbot felt that the midwife's words were very reasonable. Thus he went. Thus his hand trembled. After that, he seemed to have wanted to find his Shidi, but he fell to the ground and fell asleep on the way. He slept for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, the first thing he did was to find Yao Shi to apologize. In the end, he saw Yao Shi holding a white and tender baby girl. The baby girl's face was white and clean. Where was the slightest trace of chastity sand? The midwife also went down the mountain and they did not meet again. This poor monk always thought that it was a dream. Marquis Gu asked, then what about Su Shi? Did she not notice that there was something on the child's face? The abbot said, benefactor Su fell into a coma after giving birth and only woke up the next day. This poor monk dares to guess that when she saw the child had already been swapped. It was because Su Shi was in a coma and could not take care of the child that the midwife placed the 2 children in the same room. Gu Jiao was born first, and Gu Jinyu was born 2 to 4 hours later. The child used swaddling clothes from Yao Shi's side, so at first glance, it was easy to confuse. The midwife had also been present, but she had to go to the latrine because of a stomachache. When she returned, the chastity sand had already been placed. Although they could not ask the midwife for confirmation, it was not difficult for Yao Shi and the Marquis to guess what had happened. The child's chastity sand had been placed on the child's face. The midwife knew that something big had happened and found an excuse to leave the mountain that very night. When the servants of the Marquis Manor came to pick up the child, they saw a red birthmark on Gu Jiao's face. The young Miss Face did not have anything. They naturally thought that she was Su Shi's child. After that, the baby girl did not have chastity sand on her arm. Yao Shi thought that it had fallen off because she had not placed it properly. After returning to the capital, she found someone to place it on Gu Jinyu. That should be the entire story. After the husband and wife left, the abbot was unable to calm down for a long time. With a cold expression, he went to his junior brother's courtyard and found a certain monk who was lying under a tree and basking in the sun without a care for his image. He angrily told him about the mistake. Do you know that you caused me to make a big mistake? The monk took off the sutra covering his face, revealing a handsome face that was both enchanting and charming. Under the sunlight, a pair of peach blossom eyes sparkled like a pool of spring water. On the stone bench next to his hand, there was a silver mask with the top half of his face. There were not many people who had seen his true appearance. The senior brother of the abbot was one, and the little girl in the forest that day was another. He innocently spread his hands and said with a smile, "How can you blame me? I didn't know that the wine I brewed for the first time would have such a strong after-effect." The abbot's anger was not light. "You're still denying it. You lied to me and said it wasn't wine." He sighed and said, "How old was I at the time? I was still a child." "Senior brother, you were fooled by a child. Isn't it because you weren't smart enough? Besides, I didn't do it on purpose. I really wasn't sure if I had successfully brewed the wine. I was a child and couldn't drink, so I could only ask senior brother to try it first." The abbot was furious. "Are you asking me to try the wine or the poison?" The monk said innocently, "Cough, senior brother, don't expose me. Save me some face." The abbot was about to die of anger, also, who would call himself a child at the age of 12. "Jing Kong is like you, that's why they can torment people so much." At the mention of Jing Kong, the monk was silent for a few seconds, as if he couldn't refute the fact that little Jing Kong was especially tormenting people. In fact, this junior brother was a genius since he was young. He always liked to tinker with some strange little inventions. No one taught him, he would go down the mountain to look and then tinker with them himself when he came back. Wine was not the scariest thing. Once, he mixed insect repellent powder, which turned into arsenic and poisoned all the monks in the temple. He almost died himself. The abbot asked him more than once, "How did you grow up to this age?" The monk curled his lips into a smile. "All right, I tricked senior brother abbot once, but you also sold my disciple, so we're even." The abbot said, "Aren't you happier than anyone that Jing Kong is gone? How can we be even?" He spread his hands and sighed faintly. "Senior brother, didn't you say you would save me some face? How can I be that happy? I'm just a little bit happy, the rest is sadness." The abbot coldly glanced at him. "Oh, is that so? Then this old monk will go and bring Jing Kong back." He jumped up like a carp and stood up. Please don't." After Yao Shi went down the mountain, she had a carriage go to Qingchuan village to deliver things to the two children. There were clothes for Gu Yan and clothes that Yao Shi had chosen for Gu Jiao. Gu Yan thought that they were here to bring him back to the manor, so he refused to come out of the room. Yao Shi had no choice but to give all the clothes to Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong went to school, so no one stopped Marquis Gu, but he was blocked at the door by a few chickens. A few chirping chickens jumped on the doorstep and lined up in a row, forming a formation. The chickens stared at him like tigers watching their prey, pecking at him as soon as he got close. Marquis Gu wanted to kick them away, but as soon as he lifted his foot, the chickens began to chirp. Yao Shi looked at him. He withdrew his foot, straightened his body, and smiled. "Marquis Gu, in my lifetime, this marquis actually lost to a few chickens." Chapter 100. All the novels that cannot be found online will be available here. That's not right. Other people's chickens all chirped, so why were these chickens all chirping? The saddest thing in the world was that the chickens could speak the language of birds, but he still did not know the Turkic language. Yao Shi found that her daughter's residence had been renovated. The roof tiles had been replaced with new ones, and the backyard had been fenced in. There were 2 more rooms built. "Jiao Jiao," Yao Shi said to her daughter, who was pouring water into the pot, "Can I also stay here for a few days. After Gu Jiao finished pouring the water, she placed the wooden bucket to the side and looked at Yao Shi with a bit of confusion. Yao Shi quickly said, I can help you with the work. Although Yao Shi was born in a large family, her family had declined from a young age. She had not developed a spoiled personality. Of course, if she wanted to do farm work in the countryside, it would be too far-fetched, but if her daughter could endure such hardships, why couldn't she as her mother do the same? No need. I can do it myself. Gu Jiao refused. A trace of disappointment flashed through Yao Shi's eyes. She understood that her daughter was not refusing to do the work, but rather her. Then. I can cook. My cooking skills are very good. Didn't you say last time that my desserts were delicious? I will make them for you every day. No need. Gu Jiao said. Then what about washing the clothes? Look at how many people there are in the family. How can you handle it all by yourself? Gu Jiao paused and looked at Yao Shi. She did not say anything and just stared at her. Yao Shi suddenly understood. It was not that her daughter did not need her to work, but she did not need her to live here. It was not that she had not guessed this result, but she did not give up. In the end, she had been too anxious. Yao Shi suppressed the bitterness in her heart and smiled as if nothing had happened. Then I will leave to you. It's not early anymore. You should go do your work. I will also be going back. After saying this, she smiled and turned around. Her expression and tone of voice were impeccable, but her uncontrollable trembling body betrayed her sadness. Gu Jiao looked at her back and said, It's not your fault. Yao Shi stopped in her tracks. Gu Jiao hesitated for a moment. She was not good with words when it came to expressing her emotions. It's mine. With her saying it like this, she did not know if Yao Shi would be able to understand. She once had terrible parents, which made her reject all parents in the world. After growing up, she had her own life. She thought that she did not care anymore, but Yao Shi's appearance made her realize that the hole in her heart had never healed. She could accept Xiao Lulang, little Jing Kong, and her great-aunt and Gu Yan because they would not become her parents. But she could not say these words to Yao Shi. Yao Shi looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. In the past, she had believed that her daughter did not accept her because she could not forget Gu Sanlang and his wife. Now, she was not so sure. Something must have happened to her daughter, but since her daughter was not willing to talk about it, she could not bear to ask. Yao Shi reluctantly got into the carriage to return to the villa. Gu Jiao continued to light the fire to cook. The rice steamed slowly. She did not know if it was Yao Shi's arrival that made her remember something she did not want to remember. She thought of herself when she was 2 years old. At that time, she was wearing thin pajamas and holding a doll as she stood barefoot in the cold winter night. She was forced out of bed and was not even given a pair of shoes to wear. Her parents had a fierce argument over a very small matter, but the argument had gotten out of hand. In the end, the argument had landed on her head. She was pushed around and fell a few times. Her hand was broken. At first, the man who called her father left in a fit of anger. Later, the woman who called her mother also left. She was abandoned in the crowded square. She watched as one giant after another walked past her. She felt like a tiny ant. Mother, Wuwa, mother, she was frightened. She burst into tears. But the woman who called her mother did not come back. The man who called her father also did not appear. The rice was not ready so quickly. Gu Jiao first gave Gu Yan 2 sunny-side-up eggs. Gu Jiao went to his room to call him. Did the 2 of them leave? Gu Yan pricked up his ears to ask. They left. Gu Jiao said. Only then did Gu Yan open the door. However, he did not open it completely. He only opened a small crack and stuck his head out to look around. After confirming that his father and mother were not around, he confidently walked out. The matriarch woke up. Gu Jiao also cooked a bowl for her and then told her about Gu Yan's stay. The matriarch looked at the delicate young man in front of her. She did not know why, but she felt like she had seen him somewhere before. That's right, the emperor really liked the twins in Marquis Xianping's fu. He had consort Shu bring the twins to pay respects to the empress dowager, so the matriarch had indeed seen little Gu Yan before. However, the matriarch did not like children. She casually gave them some gifts and dismissed them. Now, she could not even remember this. Little Gu Yan was still young at that time and did not remember what the Empress Dowager looked like. Thus, when the two of them sat across from each other, neither of them recognized the other. The matriarch looked at the bowl of sugar water in her own bowl, then looked at Gu Yan's bowl. She smacked her lips, "I'll exchange with you." The matriarch wanted to avoid certain foods. Gu Jiao's bowl of sugar water was not sweet enough. Gu Yan's bowl was sweet. Gu Yan did not know the truth, so he generously exchanged with her. After the exchange with Gu Yan, the matriarch ate the sugar water egg of her dreams. Oh, it was so delicious that she wanted to cry. Before Gu Yan came to the house, the matriarch liked Gu Shaoshun the most. This was because Gu Shaoshun was the easiest to trick. She could help her save a few candied fruits at any time. As for Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong, one was too smart and the other too principled. The matriarch could not trick them. Gu Yan's battle prowess was obviously stronger than silly Gu. The first day he came, he made the matriarch eat the sugar water egg. For the sake of her sugar water egg business, the matriarch decided that she would protect this young man. After Madame Yao and Marquis Gu went down the mountain, they kept feeling that something was wrong. However, they kept thinking about going to see Gu Jiao and did not realize it. It was only when they returned to the villa and took out Gu Jiao's portrait that Madame Yao's mind buzzed. Marquis. She stared blankly at the birthmark on her daughter's face in the portrait. What's wrong? Marquis Gu came over to look with her, but he did not see anything. Madame Yao said worriedly, "The abbot said that Jiao Jiao's birthmark is the mark of virginity, but Jiao Jiao is married. Why did they? Could it be that they are not on good terms?" Madame Yao was really complaining about the Gu family now. They married Jiao Jiao off so early. If she was in the Marquis household, I would definitely keep her for a few more years. In the country of Zhao, women became of marriageable age at the age of 15. Women from wealthy families usually only began to choose their husbands after they became of marriageable age. Marquis Gu did not have Madame Yao's worries. After all, he did not intend to acknowledge this marriage from the start. A poor scholar was not worthy of his daughter. When he returned, he would give that poor boy some money to send him away. When he went to the capital, who would know that the girl had married before? When the time comes, I'll just find her a good man of equal social status. Although that girl's character and appearance were far from Jinyu's, she was still the daughter of the Marquis household. She would not be unable to marry. On the other side, Xiao Lulang, who did not know that he would be sent away by his father-in-law with a sum of money, had just finished school and was about to go to the nearby school to pick up little Jing Kong. But he had only taken a few steps when he was blocked by a carriage. This was not an ordinary carriage. The wheels were different from those seen on the streets. They were bigger, taller, and sturdier. The body of the carriage was made of high-quality yellow pear wood. The silk on the canopy was bright and vibrant. There were also 8 large luminous pearls inlaid. Each pearl was worth 100 taels of gold. The coachman was a black-clothed man wearing a bamboo hat. His arms were thick, his figure was tall, and his aura was strong. The horse was also very powerful. It was a completely black Mongolian horse, as if it had experienced the slaughter of the battlefield. Its entire body exuded a murderous aura, scaring the nearby carriages so much that none of the horses dared to approach it. A scholarly man walked down from the carriage. He was about the same age as the second master of the Rejuvenation Hall, but his aura was far from what an ordinary person could compare to. From time to time, people around looked over. The man did not seem to care at all. He walked in front of Xiao Lulang and carefully looked at Xiao Lulang. He smiled and said, "Are you Xiao Lulang?" Xiao Lulang looked vigilant. "Who are you?" The man raised his hand and smiled gently. "Don't be afraid. My surname is Liu. My master asked me to come and find you." After he finished speaking, he took out a token from his waist and said to Xiao Lulang, "Do you recognize this token?" Private school. The students of Meng Shui class were dismissed from school. The teachers and the students all heaved a sigh of relief. The students carried their school bags and ran out of the classroom with pale faces, as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after them. But the teacher could not leave because little Jing Kong did not leave. The teacher took the 108th deep breath of the day. If his son was not a student of the Tianxiang Academy, he would have expelled this annoying little guy 100 times. Although little Jing Kong was always chattering at home, he was actually very quiet in class. However, he didn't make a sound, but once he did, he would take the lives of the teachers. Little Jing Kong had a strong background. His brother-in-law was the direct disciple that Dean Li had unilaterally announced. Driving him out was equivalent to Dean Li making things difficult for his son. But the teacher's eyes hurt when he looked at him. Little Jing Kong held the 3-character classic with both hands. He pretended to be chanting, but glanced outside from time to time. "Jing Kong, is your brother-in-law not here yet?" the teacher in the lecture asked. "Yes." Little Jing Kong responded in a low voice. The teacher said, "Do you want me to take you to the entrance?" Little Jing Kong snorted. "He doesn't care if he comes or not. I don't want to see him." That being said, the number of times he glanced outside with his small eyes had obviously increased. "Bad brother-in-law doesn't want me anymore, does he? Just like those families who had promised to adopt me but abandoned me in the end." Jing Kong. The teacher came to him and patted him on the shoulder. "Your brother-in-law is here. It's finally here. It's finally here. Master's nightmare for a day is over." "Really?" Little Jing Kong stood up and quickly realized that he had overreacted. He quickly adjusted himself and put on a calm expression. He packed up his things and said goodbye to the teacher. Then he went to meet Xiao Lulang outside the private school. "You are late today." After getting on the ox cart, little Jing Kong said to Xiao Lulang with dissatisfaction, "Did you not study hard again and got asked to stay by teacher Zhang?" Xiao Lulang glanced at him in surprise. "You know that my teacher's surname is Zhang. Xiao Shun told me." Little Jing Kong thought to himself, "I know a lot of things. Not only do I know that your teacher's surname is Zhang, but I also know that Gu Dashuan's teacher's surname is Chen and your dean's surname is Li." Little Jing Kong said seriously, "You haven't answered my question. Were you asked to stay by the teacher? Don't be arrogant and complacent just because you are a scholar. Don't forget that you are still a student in Class B." Well, he even knew about Class B now. Xiao Lulang looked at him with anger and amusement. "Why are you so talkative?" Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "You are the one who is late, but you don't allow me to say anything. You adults are so unreasonable." Xiao Lulang said, "Do you mean that you are reasonable?" Little Jing Kong crossed his arms. "Of course I am." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows and said, "Then who was the one who talked back to the teacher in class and embarrassed him?" Little Jing Kong said seriously, that's because he was wrong. I was correcting him. Xiao Lulang laughed and said, then who was the one who skipped class in the middle of class? Little Jing Kong said sternly, he wanted to hit me. I didn't do anything wrong. He is not allowed to punish a child who is not in the wrong. The teacher had a ruler, and he would hit a disobedient child twice in the palm of his hand. Little Jing Kong questioned the teacher in class and argued with him until his face turned red. The teacher was so angry that he took the ruler and wanted to punish him. In the end, he carried his school bag and ran away from the private school. Xiao Lulang said calmly, since you think you are reasonable, why don't we bring this matter to Jiao Jiao and let her be the judge? Little Jing Kong did not say anything. Although he firmly believed that he was on the side of justice, at the same time, he instinctively felt that Jiao Jiao would not agree with his way of doing things. Xiao Lulang laughed and said, why are you not saying anything? Are you afraid that you are not reasonable, or are you afraid that Jiao Jiao is not reasonable? Little Jing Kong said righteously, of course Jiao Jiao is reasonable. I am also right. However, if they are not convinced by Jiao Jiao's reason and my reason, it is a matter of reason, not a problem between me and Jiao Jiao. Xiao Lulang, I don't know you very well, but I was almost confused by you. The two of them arrived at the village while arguing. The two of them got off the ox cart and walked towards their house. As soon as they entered the house, they found that there was another person in the house. This person was dressed neatly and looked good. At first glance, they could tell that he was not a villager. Who are you? Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked. I am Jiao Jiao's younger brother, Gu Yan emphasized, biological younger brother. Little Jing Kong's small body swayed. No matter how much he thought about it, he forgot that Jiao Jiao had a biological younger brother. Didn't this mean that his position was higher than Gu Xiaoshuan's? Little Jing Kong could not help but feel a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Xiao Lulang was not afraid of making things worse. He patted the little monk's head with a faint smile and said, "Ah, who is Jiao Jiao's most beloved younger brother?" Little Jing Kong decisively removed the evil claws of his bad brother-in-law. He secretly warned himself not to panic. So what if he was his biological younger brother? He came first. Moreover, he had his own advantages, didn't he? First of all, he was small, cute, and adorable. Coincidentally, Xuaningxiang brought a few roasted sweet potatoes over at this time. She also noticed that there was an additional beautiful young man in the house. Compared to her previous self, Xuaningxiang was calmer now. After all, this family was strange. They acted as if nothing had happened to the daughter of the Marquis mansion. Even if the Empress Dowager appeared, she would not be surprised. Gu Yan looked at her for a while and took the initiative to greet her. You are Sister Xue from next door, right? I heard my sister mention you before. I am Gu Yan, Jiao Jiao's biological younger brother. His voice was as clean as his temperament. His tone was very gentle, and he was smiling wholeheartedly, revealing a trace of innocence and brilliance unique to a young man. Xuaningxiang was completely stunned by his cuteness. Little Jing Kong's small fists pounded his small chest angrily. He is already so old, but he is still acting cute. He is even better than me. Shameless. The secret guards on the roof could not bear to watch anymore. How could he be so shameless? Didn't he know what the Marquis mansion was like? Could he be a green tea just because he was painted green? Little Jing Kong held his breath, and even his dinner was not delicious. After taking a bath, little Jing Kong suddenly thought of a great advantage. He was a monk, and a monk knew how to chant scriptures. He could go and chant scriptures for Jiao Jiao. Master said that he was the best little monk in the world at chanting scriptures. Jiao Jiao would definitely like to listen to him chanting scriptures. Little Jing Kong took out his small wooden fish from the small box, put on the wooden fish, hung the prayer beads, and valiantly went to find Gu Jiao. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the backyard, he heard a mellow and melodious sound of a flute. The sound of the flute sounded like weeping and complaining. Even little Jing Kong, who did not understand music, could hear a faint trace of sadness. Little Jing Kong covered his little mouth. After the song ended, little Jing Kong's eyes were filled with tears. Sob, 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 this was the best song in the world. It was better than a monk chanting scriptures 100 times, no, 1,000 times. In the second round, little Jing Kong lost again. However, little Jing Kong did not give up. He still had one last trump card, and that was, he knew how to raise chickens. He was the super little Jing Kong who could raise 7 chickens. He did not believe that Gu Yan was better than him. Little young master, I've brought your dog here. Shadow Guardby handed the little puppy that he had brought from the villa to Gu Yan's arms. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Gu Yan and Gu Jiao played with the little puppy in the backyard. Little Jing Kong lived in the mountains all year round. There were no dogs in the mountains. He had only seen a few when he came to the village, but those were all fierce big yellow dogs, unlike the soft and cute little puppy in front of him. Woof! Little Jing Kong staggered. It could even bark. Gu Jiao threw a small bone into the vegetable garden. The little puppy ran over and picked up the bone, then put it in front of Gu Jiao. Little Jing Kong already felt that it was difficult to raise chickens. He did not expect Gu Yan to know how to raise dogs. How did he manage to do such a difficult thing? Little Jing Kong's logic was that in all things, the small ones were easy to raise, but the big ones were not. For example, he was easy to raise, as long as he was full. But his brother-in-law was not. He had to worry about his exams and walking every day. It's too difficult for me. Little Jing Kong finally turned into a little salted fish, stranded on the bed in the west room without a soul. When Xiao Lulang finished cleaning up the woodshed and went back to the west room, little Jing Kong was already snoring with his limbs in the air. Xiao Lulang covered him with a quilt, then put his little wooden fish, little Buddhist beads, and little Buddhist scriptures back into his box one by one. After doing that, he went to the central room. Gu Jiao had just entered the central room. When she saw him, she asked softly, "Are you asleep?" Xiao Lulang nodded and said softly, "Yes, I'm asleep." "Where's Gu Yan?" Gu Jiao said, "He's asleep too." The two of them sat on the chair and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It felt a bit like a pair of parents asking, "Is little Bao asleep?" "Yes, what about De Bao?" "De Bao is asleep too." Then, as parents, they could finally start doing their own things. Gu Jiao said to him, "Go for rehabilitation." There was a cobblestone path in the backyard for him to do rehabilitation. Even if she knew that it was caused by a knot in his heart, she could not give up any effort. Xiao Lulang said self-deprecatingly, "I can't walk even if I practice." Gu Jiao pointed at his legs and said seriously, "At least the muscles won't degenerate. If you want to walk one day, they can support your dream and take you anywhere." Xiao Liulang's heart was touched. But the next second, he laughed at himself again. Dream? He had no dream. But her sentence, "if you want to walk," sounded ordinary, but it seemed to have another meaning. Did she mean, let him walk or let him walk? Xiao Lulang looked at her quietly. Gu Jiao did not explain further. She smiled and said, "Let's go." She took his crutches and helped him to the backyard. It was late at night, and the whole village fell asleep. The moonlight was quiet. She held his arm and walked step by step on the cobblestone path in the backyard. The path looked very long, but they accidentally reached the end. She wondered if it would be the same between him and her. The next day, Xiao Lulang woke up early to go to the academy. The private school in Little Jingkong was closed today, so Gu Jiao accompanied him to the ox cart. It was still early. It was rare that Little Jingkong did not have to go to school, so Gu Jiao thought that he would sleep early. Who knew that he would wake up right after Xiao Lulang left? He first went to the backyard to practice the horse stance for a while, then practiced the skyward stirrup for a while. He raised his feet above his head and asked Gu Jiao to put a bowl of water on his feet. The little monk looked serious and cute when he practiced. When he finished practicing, Gu Jiao had just cleaned up the kitchen and was about to go up the mountain to pick some mushrooms. It was rare that Gu Yan was still sleeping, so the little monk could have the Jiao Jiao all to himself. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity and asked to go up the mountain with Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao agreed. The two of them carried their own small basket. As soon as they opened the door, they saw a carriage parked in front of their house. A kind-looking young man walked down from the carriage. He saluted Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Is this Xiao Liulang's house?" "Who are you?" Gu Jiao asked. The young man said with a pleasant expression, "Are you Mrs. Xiao? My housekeeper asked me to invite Mrs. Xiao to town for a chat." Chapter 101. In order to prove his identity, the young man took out a token of his mansion. It was not a bronze token, but an iron token engraved with lines. Gu Jiao had not been here for a long time. Usually, she was in contact with the villagers in the village and had little contact with the big families. However, she also knew that such tokens were strictly controlled in the Zhao kingdom. Ordinary wealthy families could only use wooden plates, and above that were fish bone plates. Only officials could use iron plates. However, the iron tokens of officials had the emblem of the Zhao kingdom on the back, but this iron token obviously did not. So, there was only one possibility. Although the other party was not an official, his background might be even more powerful than an official. Jiao Jiao. Little Jingkong looked at Gu Jiao with confusion. He was still young and did not understand what was going on. Gu Jiao touched his little head and said to the young man, "Okay, I'll go with you." Then she said to little Jingkong, "Let's go find Grandaunt." "No, no." Little Jingkong shook his head like a rattledrum. These days, he had been going to school every day and had no time to play with Jiao Jiao. He finally had a day off, and he wanted to be Jiao Jiao's little tail. Gu Jiao looked at his big black eyes full of expectation and finally did not refuse, "Okay." The young man smiled and made a gesture, "Please." Gu Jiao went next door to tell Xuaningxiang and asked her to take care of the house. Then she and little Jingkong sat in the carriage prepared by the young man. The young man himself rode the horse and followed them. The carriage soon arrived at the only tea house in the town. The owner of this tea house was from the provincial capital. It was said that he had a powerful background. Usually, people who visited the tea house were famous people in the town. However, the tea house was empty today. It seemed that it had been booked. The other party was really generous. Gu Jiao and little Jingkong were led into an elegant and unique room by the young man. The young man ordered the servants to serve tea and snacks. He seemed to be very attentive to Gu Jiao. If it were a normal person, they would have been smug, but Gu Jiao was very calm. As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. There must be a demon behind this abnormal situation. With her current status, she could not afford to be served like this. The young man said, "Madam Xiao, please wait for a moment. I will go and ask Steward Zhou to come over." Gu Jiao nodded. The young man's politeness to her was actually superficial. Gu Jiao could feel the contempt in his bones. However, Gu Jiao did not force him. Some people went blind at a young age. It was his loss, not hers. The young man really didn't think much of a village woman, especially when Gu Jiao was so ugly. He was even more disdainful of her. However, the steward had told him that he must be very polite to Madame Xiaocai and must not show any disrespect. The young man turned to ask his steward. Steward Zhou came quickly. After all, he was a steward. He was much better than the young man in terms of facial expression. At least, the smile on his face looked very sincere. Little Jing Kong took a plate of snacks from the table and handed it to little Jing Kong. Go and play in the yard for a while. I have something to talk to someone. Okay. Little Jing Kong jumped down from the wooden stool, took the plate of snacks, and went out quietly. The window was open. Gu Jiao could see the whole yard from where she was sitting. Little Jing Kong found a small stone stool and sat down. He swung his short legs while eating. He probably noticed that Gu Jiao was looking at him. He turned his head and smiled sweetly at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao also smiled. He was so happy that he flew up and continued to eat the snacks. Steward Zhou patiently waited for them to finish their interaction. Then he stepped forward and bowed to Gu Jiao. Nice to meet you, Madame Xiao. Gu Jiao didn't get up to salute him. She wasn't flattered. She just nodded calmly. Steward Zhou was a little surprised. He sized Gu Jiao up from head to toe. It was as if she was just an ordinary village girl in terms of clothes and appearance. In fact, because of her appearance, she should feel even more inferior and embarrassed than ordinary women. However, she didn't feel that way. Instead, she gave people an illusion that she was unattainable. Steward Zhou calmed down and said to Gu Jiao, Madame Xiao, I'm from the Lin family in the provincial capital. Have you heard of the Lin family? No. Gu Jiao said concisely. Steward Zhou was surprised. Was this girl a local? How come she hadn't heard of the Lin family? The Lin family was the local tyrant in Yuzhou. Even the prefecture overseer had to give the Lin family some face. The Lin family was originally in the salt transportation business. In the early days, they sold illegal salt and established their own salt gang. The imperial court sent an army to attack the salt gang. In the end, both sides suffered losses. Later, the imperial court adopted a policy of enlistment and incorporated the salt gang. Although they were incorporated, the salt gang was still managed by the Lin family. It was just that the silver earned from the salt transportation was equally divided with the imperial court. Moreover, the salt gang was no longer allowed to oppress the common people and rob them of their wealth. When necessary, they had to assist the imperial court in eliminating water bandits. Steward Zhou gave a general explanation of the Lin family's background. Then he began to wait. Gu Jiao was shocked. In the end, Gu Jiao was still very calm. Was this girl stupid? It's good that she was stupid. Steward Zhou smiled and said to Gu Jiao, I came to Clear Spring Town this time because of your reputation. Little brother Xiao hasn't congratulated Madame Xiao on passing the exam. This is a congratulatory gift. I hope Madame Xiao will kindly accept it. As he spoke, he gave a look to the servant outside the room. A maidservant came in with a heavy box. After putting the box on the table, Steward Zhou waved his hand and let the maidservant withdraw. Steward Zhou opened the box, revealing the shining silver inside. Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the silver ingots. She asked indifferently, Steward Zhou, if you have something to say it directly. A country person seeing so much silver was unexpectedly so calm. Steward Zhou became more and more suspicious of this Madame Xiao. However, he didn't show it on his face. He smiled and said, "Madame Xiao is really a straightforward person. To tell you the truth, little brother Xiao took the first place in both the county and capital examinations. His results are outstanding. After my family's master read his essay, he very much admires little brother Xiao's talent. He wants to invite little brother Xiao to the provincial capital's Lin family as a guest." Gu Jiao didn't hurry to respond. Steward Zhou continued, "My family's master sincerely wants to make friends with little brother Xiao. He also asks Madame Xiao to make things convenient." Gu Jiao said indifferently, "Why don't you go directly to him? Or did you say you went to him, but he refused?" Steward Zhou choked. Gu Jiao said, "It seems like he refused." After saying this, Gu Jiao stood up and left. Steward Zhou was stunned. So direct and efficient. She didn't even give him a chance to bargain. Was she still a woman? No, was she still a person? Steward Zhou hurriedly called out to her, "Madame Xiao. Madame Xiao, please wait. Do you think I'm not sincere enough? These are only congratulatory gifts. Everything can be discussed." Gu Jiao still didn't move. Steward Zhou caught up with her and said with a head full of sweat, "Seeing that the provincial examination is only a few days away, little brother Xiao will go to the provincial capital. Why don't you stay in the provincial capital first? Our Lin family will take care of everything for little brother Xiao." The date of the provincial examination was indeed close. Gu Jiao paused and turned around to look at him. Then what does he need to do? Pack up his things, move in, and leave after the examination. Ah. Steward Zhou was almost choked by Gu Jiao's straightforwardness. "It's like this. My family's young master is also about to take the provincial examination. I'd like to ask little brother Xiao to give some pointers to my family's young master during his short stay." Gu Jiao said, "Oh, so it's to be a teacher. But since he already refused..." No. He didn't refuse." Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Steward Zhou said embarrassedly, "To be exact, he didn't refuse my request. Originally, when Steward Zhou went to Tianxiang Academy to find Xiao Lulang, he said that as long as Xiao Lulang guaranteed that the Lin family's young master could pass the provincial examination, their master would reward little brother Xiao with 2,000 taels of silver. Although he knew that provincial officials were very valuable in ancient times, he didn't expect it to be this valuable. Wasn't it better to be a rich second generation that ate and drank for free? Did he have to break his head to take the provincial examination? This had always been the Lin family's sore point. To put it nicely, the Lin family came from the salt gang. To put it bluntly, they were salt merchants. They had once been in cahoots with pirates and snakes. The Lin family was so poor that they only had money left. Why did the imperial court recruit the Lin family? Wasn't it because the Lin family's descendants were useless and would decline in 2 or 3 generations? At that time, the salt gang would completely fall into the hands of the imperial court. It wasn't that the Lin family didn't expect the family's crisis. It was just that they looked brave at that time, but in reality, they didn't have the strength to fight against the imperial court. Even if they fought with their backs to the river, at most they would kill a few thousand of the imperial court soldiers. However, the Lin family wouldn't have a single person left alive. Being recruited would at least give the Lin family several decades of stability. The Lin family hoped that their descendants would have some prospects and be able to support the Lin family in the future. As a matter of fact, after the Lin family had produced more than a dozen good-for-nothings, they finally had a 6th son who passed the county-level examination. The 6th young master was born from a concubine, but he was diligent and studious. Master Lin and Madame Lin both valued him highly. The entire Lin family treated the 6th young master as a treasure. In order to nurture him, the Lin family had spent a lot of money. Xiao Lulang was recommended by a teacher in the Lin family. The Lin family's master was a boorish man. How could he know anything about eight-legged riding? However, he trusted the teacher from the capital. The teacher said that Xiao Lulang's literary talent was better than any other teacher in the Lin family. With him teaching the sixth young master, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 102. Steward Zhou said, I thought about it last night and felt that the request I made to little brother Xiao was too much. As the saying goes, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. Whether my master can pass the provincial level examination or not depends on his own luck. However, we sincerely want to ask little brother Xiao for advice. My master said that as long as little brother Xiao is willing to go to the provincial capital, everything else is negotiable. Gu Jiao looked at him and said, in other words, it's not our fault if he doesn't pass the examination. Steward Zhou hurriedly said, not bad, not bad. Gu Jiao said, money. Steward Zhou said, give it to him. Give it to him when he goes to the provincial capital. I won't go back on my words. Gu Jiao said, you can go and talk to my husband directly. Steward Zhou said helplessly, why didn't I go? But little brother Xiao doesn't want to talk to us anymore. I hope Lady Xiao can do me a favor and take this money first. It's all yours whether he passes the examination or not. Gu Jiao took the brocade box from him and said coldly, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. I just want to ask for your help. Steward Zhou, can you not say greedy for money in such a fresh and refined way? Steward Zhou thanked her profusely. Gu Jiao repeatedly emphasized that she was just a messenger and not a lobbyist. Steward Zhou smiled and said, of course. Of course. Gu Jiao took the money and little Jing Kong back to the village. She counted the money. It was a total of 500 taels. This messenger fee was really not small. After Xiao Lulang finished school that night, Gu Jiao told him about her meeting with Steward Zhou during the day. She didn't hide a word and didn't add any details. Xiao Lulang listened and frowned. Of course, he wasn't complaining that Gu Jiao went to see Steward Zhou, but he didn't expect Steward Zhou to not give up and come to his house. He said, in the future, if someone comes to visit, don't leave with them easily. Steward Zhou is not a difficult person to deal with, but what if? Gu Jiao looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. You seem to be worried about something. Could it be that someone will come looking for you? Xiao Lulang opened his mouth but hesitated. After a while, he said, I just want you to be careful. Got it. Gu Jiao smiled, then looked at the box of silver on the table and said, what do you plan to do about the Lin family? Xiao Lulang was aware of the Lin family situation. It was exactly as what Steward Zhou had said. If no one in the family could become an official, no one would be able to protect the Lin family after 30 years. Of course, the Lin family could buy an official position, but the position they bought wouldn't be high enough, and no one would dare to sell the position to the Lin family. Thus, the imperial examination was the only way out for the Lin family. He had heard that in order to have more useful sons, the master of the Lin family had almost turned himself into a breeding pig. Xiao Lulang muttered to himself for a moment and said, if you don't insist on results, there's no harm in going. After all, it was 2,000 taels of silver. Gu Jiao also felt that it was feasible. The provincial capital was farther than the prefectural capital. If it was the provincial examination, they would have to leave more than a month in advance. It was hard to say if they would be able to find a suitable place to settle down. If they lived in the Lin manor, it would be much more convenient. Moreover, if they went earlier, they would be able to acclimatize sooner and wait for the exhausted. Gu Jiao asked, "Will it delay your studies?" Xiao Lulang said, "It won't." Gu Jiao remembered that the principal had said that Xiao Lulang was an extremely intelligent person. It was just that he didn't want to go to the capital for the imperial examination. Letting him travel around wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Gu Jiao nodded. Then it's settled. Xiao Lulang said, "Yes." She originally thought that the matter of going to the Lin family was settled. Unexpectedly, that night, Gu Jiao had a dream. She dreamed that Xiao Lulang had agreed to Steward Zhou and was escorted to the provincial capital by Steward Zhou and the Lin family's guards. The Lin family was indeed sincere in seeking advice and didn't plan to play any tricks. This matter was supposed to be foolproof, but man proposes and God disposes. Halfway through the journey, Xiao Liulang's group ran into a once-in-a-decade rainstorm. The relay station that Xiao Lulang lived in was flooded and the group was separated by the water. Xiao Lulang hugged a piece of driftwood and his life was saved, but he fell seriously ill. By the time Steward Zhou and the others found him and brought him back to the Lin family, he had already lost a layer of skin. Fortunately, they had set off early. Even if they were delayed for so long, there were still 2 months before the provincial examination. Xiao Lulang recuperated in the Lin family while tutoring the Lin family's 6th young master. The Lin family's 6th young master was a well-behaved person. He wasn't extremely smart, but he was diligent and persevering. Xiao Lulang got along well with him. However, something big happened when the provincial examination was approaching. A cousin of the Lin family came to the Lin family for a short stay. She was the niece of the Lin family's matriarch. That cousin of the Lin family fell in love with Xiao Lulang at first sight. Xiao Lulang was still a cripple, but she still fell in love with him. It could be seen that this man's appearance was very troublesome. However, she was a girl with status and couldn't recommend herself to sleep with him. Coincidentally, the Lin family's 6th young master had caught a cold. The cousin of the Lin family's 6th young master came up with a plan and persuaded her aunt, "Cousin probably won't be able to pass the examination like this. Why don't we let Xiao Lulang take the examination instead? Cousin will write his name and he will write cousin's name. This way, the chances of him passing the examination will be higher than cousin's." The cousin of the Lin family told her aunt that she was willing to be Xiao Liulang's concubine to express her gratitude. Madame Lin was an experienced person. How could she not see through it? However, these words did indeed strike a chord in her heart. Although she didn't give birth to the Lin family's 6th young master, this concerned the future of the entire Lin family. Madame Lin agreed. Xiao Lulang sternly refused and even reprimanded the two of them. Madame Lin had an attitude of giving it a try. If it didn't work, then forget it. However, that cousin of the Lin family was a ruthless character. In a fit of anger, she actually drugged Xiao Lulang. In all fairness, that cousin of the Lin family's 6th young master wasn't bad. It could even be said that she was as beautiful as a flower. However, even so, Xiao Lulang relied on his strong willpower to overcome the effects of the aphrodisiac. However, he also fell ill from then on. After waking up, Gu Jiao was furious. What a messy cousin of the Lin family. How dare she have such a bad idea about Xiao Lulang? She even used such a despicable method to harm him and the good fortune of the rest of his life. Moreover, it wasn't only his good fortune. This was intolerable. It seemed that he couldn't go to the Lin family's mansion. That cousin of the Lin family was a frequent visitor. As long as Xiao Lulang moved in, he would definitely meet her no matter how careful he was. The sky was slightly bright. Gu Yan and old Madame Lin were still sleeping in their rooms. Gu Jiao was sitting in the central room, eating breakfast with Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong was the first to finish eating. Then, he went back to the west room to pack his bag. Gu Jiao took a sip of porridge and hesitated about how to start the conversation with him. He got up early in the morning and packed his luggage. Gu Jiao looked at the two bags on the chair with a subtle expression. "Well," she said calmly, "I've thought about the Lin family's matter. Do you want to reconsider it?" "What's wrong?" Xiao Lulang looked at her confusedly. Gu Jiao said seriously, "You'll be gone for so long. What will happen to your family?" Xiao Lulang was stunned. "We don't farm." Gu Jiao continued to be serious. "We don't farm, but there are old and young at home. It's hard for me to take care of them alone. Occasionally, I have to go up the mountain." Xiao Lulang was confused. He didn't seem to be of much help at home. He didn't do much work at all. The main thing was that she rushed to finish it. Logically speaking, she should be more relaxed when he wasn't at home. "Gu Jiao, I can't always trouble Xuaningxiang." Xiao Lulang, "How about hiring a maid?" The family could afford to hire a maid now. He was a man, so it wasn't convenient for him to live under the same roof. But if he wasn't there, there would be no need to avoid arousing suspicion. "Gu Jiao, I'm not used to strangers living in my house." This still couldn't convince Xiao Lulang. After all, she was the one who expressed her desire for him to go to the provincial capital yesterday. Gu Jiao also understood, so she gave him another dose of medicine. "Also, I heard from Gu Yan that there are many beautiful daughters in the Lin family. Who knows if you will flirt with flowers and grass when you go there? Find me a few sisters." Gu Yan was the young master of the Marquis's household. He was well informed, so it wasn't surprising that he had heard about the Lin family. Moreover, Xiao Lulang wouldn't ask Gu Yan to confirm if he had instilled any strange thoughts in his sister. Xiao Lulang looked deeply at Gu Jiao. "So you're jealous?" "Gu Jiao, can I say no?" Xiao Lulang scooped a spoonful of millet porridge. "I know, I won't go." "No way. So easy to talk to." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "I just mentioned it casually. The decision is up to you. It's 2,000 taels of silver. Don't you feel the pinch?" Xiao Lulang said lightly, "It seems like you feel the pinch." Gu Jiao was embarrassed. Is it that obvious?" Then she said without changing her expression, "Actually, it doesn't matter if it's money or not. The main thing is to save a determined young man. Forget it, it's useless to talk about it now. If he didn't go to the Lin family, how could he earn the money?" Xiao Lulang looked at her and pretended as if nothing had happened. He probably didn't know that his little mouth was pouting so hard that it could hang a pot of oil. Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong went to town. He first sent little Jing Kong to the private school, then went to Tianxiang Academy. Steward Zhou had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Xiao Lulang, he greeted him with a smile. "Scholar Xiao, what's your decision?" Xiao Lulang said lightly, "I can teach your son, but I have a condition." Steward Zhou was overjoyed. "Don't mention a condition. Even 10 conditions will do." Xiao Lulang said, "I won't go to the provincial capital. If your son really wants to teach, let him come here. I'll arrange for him to enter the academy and sit with me." Steward Zhou opened his mouth. How about I add some money?" Xiao Lulang said lightly, "It's useless even if you add money. If he comes, I'll teach him. If he can't come, I'll find someone else. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.